Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It's February 25th, 2025, and today we are going to be talking about, we're going to be interviewing Michelle Stone, and Michelle Stone has gained quite a bit of notoriety and attention and interest and fandom because she has a YouTube channel called 132 Problems, where she is exploring whether or not Joseph Smith practiced polygamy. And so she takes deep dives into all the different evidences and claims made about whether or not Joseph Smith practiced polygamy. And I think it's fair to say that as of now, as of your review of the evidence today, you lean towards the camp that Joseph Smith did not practice polygamy. Is that true?
Yes, that is fair to say.
Okay. So, and it's not just her. This is a strain of thought or a perspective that has its origins at the very beginning of Mormonism, including during the time Joseph Smith was alive. There were questions about whether or not he was practicing polygamy as early as, I don't know, the 1830s, 1830, mid 1830s. But then, of course, after he died, the Reorganized Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for, I don't know, a century and a half, which was at some point led by Joseph Smith III, Joseph Smith's son, and Emma Smith, Joseph's wife. They maintained for 150 years that Joseph Smith did not practice polygamy until they sort of turned and changed their view on that. I don't know if it was in the 1960s or 1970s, but there's a long tradition of people holding this position that Joseph Smith didn't practice polygamy long before Michelle Stone or 132 Problems YouTube channel. But I would say that this perspective has gained quite a lot of momentum over the past several years. In no small part to Michelle Stone, your work. Michelle's YouTube channel, many of her videos get 50,000, 60,000 views. It has 100,000. It says it's got over 100,000 subscribers. Some people are curious about that number, but regardless, it's a significant enough movement that I'm thinking about it, that I'm paying attention to it, and that we're covering it on Mormon Stories. And I tend to only want to do things that are socially relevant. And I think it's important. I'll give one other piece of context just as background. So a week or two ago, I forget exactly when, we did an LDS discussions episode, me and Julia and Nemo, answering the question to our best attempt of whether or not Joseph Smith had sex with his plural wives. And because I have kind of this longstanding bias against things that I fear qualify as conspiracy theories, so whether that's, people didn't land on the moon, or the earth is flat, or, the 9/11 didn't happen, or the Holocaust didn't happen, or, because I feel like, or anti-vaxxers, generally speaking, because I believe that conspiracy theories can be harmful, I have this fear of never wanting to advance things that I am concerned might be conspiracy theories on Mormon Stories. So when we did that LDS discussions episode, and in previous episodes, I kind of referenced Michelle Stone and her work without always naming her name, and almost explicitly just saying, I'm not going to mention her name because I don't want to advance conspiracy theories. And, later, just a few days ago, really, we had this lovely 2-hour conversation where she just said, I would love it if people would talk to me, not about me. And that was a very gracious, direct, and thoughtful way to sort of call me out on, what probably felt quite disrespectful, or at least devaluing or diminishing. I don't know. You can speak for yourself there, but that's it was at that point, and also Michelle and Cheryl Bruno on 132 Problems channel did a response part one of a response to this LDS Discussions episode, where they called me out on historical errors that I made, which I was quite embarrassed about. So embarrassed that I took the whole episode down for at least one full day. And I can explain why I put that back up. But anyway, that's all to say that there was enough there that I just realized it's really time just to bring Michelle on, to stop trying to ignore her, to talk to her, to show her dignity and respect, and to let her tell her story, and then to talk about these issues. And I know this is a bit of a lengthy intro. I'll just end by saying this. As I started to prepare for this episode, I'm like, well, what's your position on, the Nauvoo Expositor? And she's like, why don't you go watch the 3 or 4 or 5 videos that I've made on it? And and for every issue that I came upon, like, oh, what about William Clayton's journal? There's an episode on that. And I'm like, oh, what about, anyway, pretty much every issue that you could want to know about, she's done an episode on. How many episodes at this point?
Oh, I want to say 150 right now.
So more than 132.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
We've surpassed it. So,
yeah. So anyway, we agreed ahead of time that there'd kind of be 3 parts to this interview. The first part is going to be her story, her Mormon story. So we're going to do a good hour or 2 on that at least. And then the second part, we're going to, like we do with Patrick Mason and Jim Bennett and other faithful Mormons, I'm going to cover just the high level critiques of Mormon church truth claims. It may only be 15 minutes. I don't know. But the reason I'm going to do that is because I think there's a context around Joseph Smith's credibility that is much bigger than just polygamy, that I want to just get a sense for how much she knows about those criticisms and where she stands on them. We're not going to dig into them. I just want to kind of know where she stands on some of the broader controversies around Joseph Smith, to then provide context for part 3, which is where we're going to try to understand, number one, her positions around Joseph Smith's polygamy or lack thereof, practicing it, and how she responds to what many feel is overwhelming evidence that Joseph Smith did practice polygamy. And that's going to be a substantive part of this conversation. We agreed that there will be a part 2, potentially, where we potentially dig into the sources more extensively. I don't expect today to be like I pull up a source and she pulls up a source and we argue about the sources. Today is about getting a lay of the land for her positions. We'll have a follow-up maybe where we talk about things more in depth. So that's what we're in store for. Probably a 5-hour episode. So strap in. We welcome your live stream. We really appreciate any comments. Please subscribe to this channel. Also, if you want to learn more about Michelle and what she talks about, go subscribe to her channel as well. Please like this episode. And if you really want us to see your comments or questions and to potentially read them on the air, the best way to do that is through the super chat function of YouTube. But also, we just want to always thank our donors for making all this possible. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you, Open Stories Foundation, Mormon Stories donors. We've got Julia and Maven moderating comments and doing time codes and show notes. So throw us your questions and comments. And without any further ado, Michelle, first of all, anything you want to correct or add to what I said in the intro?
Well, I have to apologize. I started getting sick last night because, of course, when you're coming on Mormon Stories, so I have to apologize for my voice. But the only thing I wanted to correct is that actually Emma Smith never was in charge of the RLDS church in any way. That was just one little very ticky-tack thing. But no, she wasn't. She didn't lead the RLDS church. Only Joseph Smith III did.
Okay. Yeah. And I'll get a million things wrong. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why I associate her with being kind of a leader. I don't mean like a hard leader, like a prophet or anything, but sort of as a figurehead. I don't know.
Yeah,
is that fair to say? I
think that's how, I think that it is a really common idea that this is Emma's church, that Emma started this church, that she was mad at Brigham. It just, I think it's, it doesn't seem very accurate to me. Yeah. So. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Anything else about how today's going to go? I tried to provide you with all the questions that I could beforehand. I'm not interested in gotchas. I'm not even interested in trying to pin you down, or I just, but I hope you feel respected in this process. I always want people to leave these interviews feeling respected. So I hope we
Thanks,
can do
John.
that today.
Thanks. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And I appreciate you having me on. I know that this is a challenging, I don't know, that this creates complications for people. I know that this is a very divisive topic that people have really strong feelings about. So I appreciate you being willing to step into it.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
That's really great.
I think we'll get to this, but like people are being excommunicated for taking the position that you hold. And so for me, it's no small act that you're willing to come on Mormon Stories, knowing that you value your membership, I think, and love the gospel as much as anyone, and that your work is probably a reflection of your love for the gospel. It's no small thing that you're willing to come on Mormon Stories, knowing that there could be risks. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm a glutton for punishment. What can I say? Oh, there was one other thing. Well, and maybe we'll get to this, so maybe I could wait. But I did want to also clarify one other thing, that actually we have a lot of agreement, because when I started my channel, I actually didn't want at all to get into Joseph Smith's polygamy. That was not my interest or my topic. I wanted to share with the people in the church, my people, that polygamy was never of God. So my entire first year is actually scriptures and theology, sharing how polygamy was never of God. And also I get into a lot of other things, psychology, sociology, biology, a lot of other things to show the impact of polygamy and to show that it always has bad fruits and that it's never of God. It wasn't until I was into my podcast for quite a while that I started diving into Joseph Smith, because obviously the documentation seemed completely overwhelming. And I just thought that Joseph Smith originated polygamy, just like everybody else. That people really pushed back on me. So I just wanted to clarify that actually the core issue to me that I feel is by far the most important is that people understand that polygamy is not of God. And I know for much of your audience, it's like, duh, but it's actually painful and sad how many people in our church don't understand that, really kind of drag this along with us.
Yeah. And so in some way we're kind of allies because we both think polygamy is horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was, so did you have any more questions? Because I can dive in and kind of start talking about it.
Let's do your intention really quick. So
Okay.
Tell us really quickly, we do this with everyone. Why did you want to come on Mormon Stories? And you've got a journal and a conference coming up, and I want to give you a chance to talk about that as well. So first, why did you want to come on Mormon Stories? Real quick.
So yes, I did. I wanted to come on Mormon Stories for the first thing to talk about this journal and this conference that we're really excited about. And do you want to go there first, and then I can talk? So this is the Journal of Mormon Polygamy that is being started. The first articles should be coming out early in March, and our conference is coming up March 21st and 22nd. And what we are doing with the journal is trying to create engagement, trying to start people and engaging together so everybody can understand the research that is being done on this topic, to try to bridge the divides. Because when we bring different perspectives together, I feel like it just accelerates what everybody can learn. So we're really excited about that. At the conference, some of the people we have speaking that some of your audience members might know the names. Todd Compton will be there, and Don Bradley, Claire Barris, Barbara Jones Brown is our keynote speaker, along with Taylor Petrie is our other keynote speaker. I'm going to leave people out, but and then we have people that are from different perspectives. We have people joining us from fundamentalist communities who are current fundamentalists, and then we also have people from the community I represent that will be presenting several names: Peter Brown, Jeremy Hoop, Gwendolyn Wine, Whitney Horning, and several others. So we actually think it will be a fantastic experience. So I wanted to let people know about that.
That's quite a lineup. Yeah, that's quite a lineup. That's exciting. It's at the U, right? University of Utah?
It is. It's at the U. Yep, the 21st and 22nd. Oh, and then I guess I should share the intention. Did I guess I left that out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to let people know about this journal and conference because we are putting so much work into it, and we're really, really optimistic and excited about it. And also, I just have, I want to share my perspective with your audience. I think there are a lot of people who obviously would be like, why in the world would somebody think that? And I fully understand sort of the hostility and the dismissiveness, because I am saying something very different. But my hope is that in just talking about it and letting people understand my journey, and then also answering some of the questions, we can just kind of break down some of those barriers a little bit, where we can start having conversations so we can all have better scholarship. That's what I'm hoping for.
Love it. Okay. And normally when I start the story portion, I start by saying, where does your Mormon story begin? I'm dying to know how far back and if polygamy is a part of your Mormon ancestry. But I'll just say, where does your Mormon story begin?
So I'll begin back there. So for people who understand, in 1904, the second manifesto was issued, which was like, for real, we're not doing this, totally done.
When the Mormon church said no more polygamy for real this time.
They did in 1890, but they had to again in 1904 because of the Reed Smoot hearings and things that were happening. So yes, they reissued, and they were like, we mean it. In 1906, my great-grandfather was called, so our family history, our family lore, I guess I could say, is that my great-grandfather was met with the president of the church and was told he could go to Mexico and take a second wife. He and his first wife were unable to have children. And so, and what our story is that he said, President, I thought we weren't doing that anymore. And Joseph F. Smith said, I'm not calling you as the president of the church. I'm calling you as the president of the priesthood. And that's how he differentiated it. And so my grandfather did go down to Mexico and court the bishop's daughter, waited till she turned 16, and they got married. And for the rest of his life, he was very protected by the church leaders. He served in high callings. He worked in the church office building. So this is all very verifiable. So this is my ancestor. And interestingly, I'll go on a little sidetrack. I have my great-grandfather happens to be Mark Hoffman's grandfather. So if people know who Mark Hoffman is. Mark Hoffman is my cousin once removed.
And for those who don't know, he's the bomber forger that we've covered in previous episodes.
Yeah. I know it's maybe weird to be associated with him, so I don't need to bring him up, but it's just an interesting part of my growing up and part of our story that I know. My Aunt Lou, my older siblings grew up with Mark, knew him to some extent, have a lot of stories to tell about him growing up. And I was far too young to know him, but I know that my sister Janae, that is, she just passed away, but she had cerebral palsy. She's a lot older than I am. And every time they would drive around the point of the mountain, she would just say, hi, Mark. Like we have funny family stories about Mark Hoffman, okay, that they all knew, he's our cousin. Isn't that interesting? My mother is the oldest granddaughter, and then of the polygamists, and then Mark Hoffman was the son of the youngest sister. So he was the same age as my kids, as my mom's kids, as my older siblings.
So your mom is the granddaughter of polygamous family?
Mm-hmm. Okay. My mom's oldest. Yeah, so I'll tell you an interesting story. So the first wife's name was Agnes McMurrin, and William Gailey Sears was her husband. The two of them went to Mexico, and they married Athelia Viola Call. If I get any of the names wrong, I'll be embarrassed. But her first baby was named Agnes after the first wife, and that's my grandmother. So I have polygamy pretty close.
Yeah. Would you believe my grandmother was the daughter of a third wife?
Oh, really? Okay.
So it's not even a great grandma for me.
Yeah, this is my grandmother. My grandmother was the daughter
So we both have
a second wife.
Okay, so we both have grandparents.
Yes.
That were children of polygamous parents.
In the LDS church, not fundamentalist.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. And so I was raised, I don't think it was talked about a lot, but I was just raised believing that polygamy was the higher law, that it was the law of Zion and the celestial kingdom. And that, as soon as we were righteous enough to live polygamy and the law of consecration, Jesus could come. And, that was really my perspective for quite a while. In fact, as a young mom, I sold my mom's music. So my mom is Janine Brady, if anyone knows. I'm a Mormon.
Yeah, tell us about her. Tell us about her, because Yeah,
my mom is awesome. She just turned 90 in November.
She's still alive.
She is alive. She's still kicking, and she's great. And she wrote, go ahead. Going. She, so people will recognize, when I grow up, I want to be a mother. I was raised, so my bedroom growing up was below my mom's bedroom. So I, in the mornings, would hear her composing on her piano that was right above my bed. So I got to hear those songs early on. And Yeah, I guess we can't sing I'm a Mormon anymore. We had to change it to I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, right? And then she also has some songs in the primary songbook. And
Which ones?
She wrote I Lived in Heaven.
I lived in heaven a long time ago. It is true.
Yep. She wrote that one.
That's a good one.
It is a good one.
Okay. What else? What else did she write?
Well, she actually, I don't know that she submitted many to the primary songbook because she didn't like that other people would edit it without her. She's kind of like, I wrote a song, don't change my song. It was her feeling, So she just, most of her songs she did on her own. But what are some others that people would know? She has so many.
I'm pretty sure Margie grew up listening to these songs.
Okay.
Did your mom write, telling the truth isn't going to be easy?
My teacher told me.
Broke my window.
And the LDS Church made videos using several of her songs. Yeah, so the Standing Tall series and the Safety Kids, and yeah, like she really has an amazing legacy. And she's always been such a model to me. She raised 9 children and then went on to they sold, I think in their heyday, over 15 million albums. And that was with albums and cassettes, not just digital down, so it was actually quite a successful business that my mom did the music. My dad was also a musician. So he helped clean things up and he ran the business. And so my whole growing up, my dad was either at the office or at the church because he was also the bishop my whole growing up.
Okay, wait. So where did your parents meet?
They met at BYU.
Okay.
Yep.
BYU Provo?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they married around what year?
Oh, I'm so embarrassed. My mom was born in 1934. My oldest sister's 20 years older than I am.
So probably in the mid-50s.
Yeah, they would have married in the 50s.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then they had how many kids?
9.
9 kids?
Mm-hmm.
And you were where in the birth order?
9.
You're the youngest.
I'm the tail end, yep.
Okay. So what was your dad's profession?
He ran Bright Music.
Okay.
He ran the
So they started that company together?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
After they got married?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually started it. I want to say they started making that. They had their first books, because it started with manuscript books of their LDS songs for children. And my mom was always frustrated because there were Sesame Street songs and then reverent primary songs. So she one time heard her children outside singing I Love Trash from Sesame Street.
Oh, I love trash.
I don't know it.
Anything dirty or dingy or dusty.
Yes. And my mom was like, we can do better for our children. So her initial
That's a great
idea,
song.
yeah, she didn't love it, I guess. But her initial idea was, I want my children to have the fun of weekday songs, but teaching messages. So that was her initial idea, but then it expanded very much from there. So I think she started it when she was pregnant with me, actually. And then
started Bright Music?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, after she had 7 kids.
8.
9. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
8, okay. 8. Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So what was your dad doing before Bright Music got started?
He always was an entrepreneur and he struggled. They struggled financially for a very, very long time with him trying to start different businesses and trying to provide. He got a master's in music composition. And so he was always very careful with us to say, what are you going to do with that degree? Because nobody had asked him that question.
Yeah.
And so, but it served him really well because he was such a hard worker and he just made this business. It's hard to make a business go. And that was my dad that did that.
So what cities were you all raised in?
Just a little bit north of here. I was raised in East Mill Creek, went to Olympus High. So I'm kind of my own stomping ground.
Oh, okay. Wow. So this is kind of your area.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So after giving birth to you, your mom started Bright Music.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that what?
Mm-hmm.
And then she and your dad built that business up while you were growing up. Okay. So that's kind of a non-traditional Mormon woman set of activities because it's perceived that the woman's place is in the home and that she shouldn't be working outside the home. So that feels a little bit non-traditional. Now that's just what some people think. What do you think about that? Having a working professional mom growing up?
Yeah, that's an interesting question because she wrote her music at home and then she would be in the recording studios. And so I remember, she'd get us little latch hook quilts and we'd go sit at the recording studio for hours at a time while the more talented children would record while we'd sit there watching them. And then I do remember being locked out of the house a lot, coming home from school, and she wasn't home yet. So we'd have to figure out a way to break in the house or go somewhere else,
So
if
you
she
were a
wasn't
latchkey
home.
kid, basically.
Well, except that my mom wouldn't let me have a key. So that was funny. It would have been better if I'd been
You were a
latchkey
latchkey kid without a key.
Yeah, I was a locked out
A
kid.
locked out
But
kid.
it was only periodic. It was only when she was in the studio. So actually, because she really, my mom just was born with this amazing talent. When she was 6 years old, she became the accompanist for the school, the pianist for the school. She just was really, really talented from an early age and wrote music her whole way through, until she started write music. I mean, she'd always been writing the road shows and she wrote a lot of music. And so I actually really, I mean, for me, I appreciate that. And everybody has their own path, but my mom felt like dedicating her life to her motherhood for that many years really informed what she was able to do later. She felt like that was like she couldn't have done bright music like she did if she hadn't first raised her family. And for me, it's been really motivational and inspirational because I also have loved raising my family. I have a lot of children, and I'm so thankful that I've gotten to put all of my time and talents into raising my family. And now that I don't have babies the same age, I'm doing full-time work in a different direction. So for me, it's a really good model that my mom showed me.
Yeah. So your mom kind of exemplified having the kids, being the mom, and then having this second act of a professional life after the kids are born and during and after raising them.
Yes.
That kind of primed you for the same sort of thing. And 132 Problems right now is kind of your bright music.
Yes,
is that accurate?
It is. And I'm so thankful for my mom's example, because for me, it's really hard to be having kids and working about daycare and babysitting and a career and, trying to navigate all of that at the same time. I think it's wonderful that people do it. For me, this has been a very graceful trajectory to go on. Like I always want to encourage couples, don't be afraid to have your family first and then build your career. It's not a bad method for anyone that feels inspired to go that direction.
Do you have a sense for whether you're, like, I know that Paul H. Dunn, there was some jealousy about his popularity and that maybe some of the brethren were uncomfortable with how popular he was getting. And that's just an example of like how commercialism with a religious bureaucracy can sometimes run afoul of each other. Do you have a sense for whether your mom was on the good side of, quote, the brethren, or of Salt Lake, on the bad side, whether there was drama or conflicts between her business and the church leaders?
So the church, one thing that's been good for me to learn is the church isn't a monolith. It's a bunch of individuals with different perspectives, and so there were some challenging things that I think you're right, that just sometimes that happens. I know that my mom struggled at times with some things that happened, and there was I can't remember, I don't know the details, I was young, but she always just kind of worked through it. And but yes, that's a good question. I know there were some frustrations and some conflict at times, but it didn't stop her.
Did they become pretty financially decently well off by the time bright music hits its pinnacle?
Yeah, when I was growing up, so my siblings grew up quite poor, and then I grew up quite different. Yeah.
So they did well by the time it hit its apex.
Yeah, my dad wasn't fabulous with money, so he didn't invest well, and he didn't, he just ran his business and was a musician. So I don't know that they did like astoundingly well, but they did quite well. And my mom's still taken care of. She's not super rich, but she's taken care of at 90, and I'm thankful for that.
That's good. Okay, this is going back a tiny bit. Do you have, I would assume that if you had polygamous ancestry starting in 1906 or whatever, you might have polygamous ancestry going all the way back potentially to Nauvoo or thereafter.
Yeah. Do you know what? I would need to, I have looked into that before. I know I have polygamy on both my mom's side and my dad's side. And
you don't know how far
not
back
a little bit, but I would need to, I would need to refresh my memory. I haven't looked into that. Actually, I do have a grandmother who has been one of my inspirations and someone that I feel like is kind of one of my angels. Her name's Anne Mariah Bowen, and she has a story that is just tragic. And I didn't learn about this, but until I was well and going in my podcast. But she was 15 when her dad died, crossing the Mississippi, trying to get an oxen team to leave and come west. And he ended up dying of pneumonia a day or two later. So she was an orphan, and mother was a widow. She drove her older sister's oxen team because her older sister, I think, was pregnant and had a baby. So at 15, having never driven a team before, she drove the oxen team clear across the country, including, we have a story where they got into a river and were starting to get turned over and go down. And she climbed out on the tongue and unhooked it and saved the whole deal. Like, she was really amazing. And then this isn't the story, this is what happened because the records are all there. So in the oh gosh, I don't know if it was the Tabernacle or some other building, there was some conference and Brigham Young was speaking, and he said, Anson Call, have you gotten a plural wife? And he said, no, Brother Brigham. And he said, there's Anne Mariah Bowen, take her. And so she was 17. Anson Call, I want to say, was 40. And the next day she had to leave with him, and pretty awful. And she ended up being left in just the most godforsaken places, trying to raise her children. There are amazing stories of what she did. She was left, up north, maybe in Logan, I'm not sure, but she, maybe somewhere else. The Call compound was in Bountiful, and she was up there with her little children and knew that they would not survive the winter. So she had to get down to the compound before winter. So she ended up bringing, I cannot remember how many head of cattle and her, I think, 4 little children by herself from wherever she was up north to the compound. And she felt so proud of herself that she didn't lose a single one. Anyway, she ended up having 6 children. 2 of her little girls passed away. And then Anson Call decided to divorce her. And the story is so he helped with the rescue, the handcart rescue, and ended up getting 2 extra wives with that. And so we had 2 extra wives. And it sounds like the wives didn't really approve of her outdoorsy. She ran the post office. She ran a little restaurant. She worked out with the farmhands, and they didn't approve of that. And so they kind of conspired and got him to divorce her, and she got kicked out. And so I'm sorry, I sometimes get a little teary at these stories, but she got kicked out, was only allowed to take her babe in arms, and had to make her way back to Spanish Fork to live with her mom, who had been given to some other polygamous man. And as soon as that little baby was a few years old enough to be taken away, they sent the oldest son to come and get her baby and take her away. So there are some really, really heart-wrenching stories. And I've actually, like I'm sure this will come up, but I am someone who feels like I have interaction with the divine, and I feel like she is one who has called me to do this work. Like, I've had experiences of being waken up in the night and told to go find something, told to go see something, and I've really dug out her story and feel like she's someone I'm excited to give a hug to.
Mm. Yeah, I'm very much emotionally connecting with this part of your story. It wasn't until a few years ago when I did an interview with Melissa, growing up polygamy.
Yes,
with
she's
Melissa
great.
and Sam,
I love them.
where I investigated my own polygamous ancestors.
Yeah.
This grandma that I told you about, and I found out that, like, while my first 2 great grandmothers, I guess, were struggling to just like survive with young children, my great grandfather was called on a mission like to Europe. And so not only are these women in a polygamous marriage with young kids, but their husbands called to Europe, totally neglecting them. I think, as a doctor, and I think 1 or 2 of his own children died while he was away, totally neglecting his first 2 wives. Mm-hmm. And then once he moved on to his 3rd wife, the accounts are that he kind of just left the first 2 families to kind of fend for themselves. And then he gets a 4th wife who he ends up dumping, and she gets addicted to opiates, and she goes back to Oregon after he kind of threw her out, and there were lawsuits. And just like I connect with how horrific the conditions of polygamy were for so many of the wives and children that were brought into it.
Absolutely. So many just tragic stories, more than people realize.
Oh.
It's everywhere that this was practiced.
Yeah.
I will say, so my great grandmother was the 16-year-old. So Anne Mariah Bowen's little 3-year-old boy, when she got kicked out, is my great grandfather, and he went down and was the bishop in Mexico, and his daughter is my great grandmother. And what was the story? I was just going to tell you something and totally lost my train of thought.
It was just about all the horrific horrific things that happened.
Yeah, but I will say she, like everybody talks about what an incredibly wonderful, wonderful person she was. So I don't want to cast any aspersions at people that live these principles, but I do know that she was the only one with the children, right? And she, when Agnes was born, my grandmother, named after the first wife, she was left in Mexico while the husband and the first wife took the baby to the grand tour on Salt Lake to kind of show off their baby, right? Just unthinkable things. These are the things I didn't learn about until after, because my mom really talks about how they were kind of raised to not talk about things, in these polygamous situations. And so, and then, so I'll tell you first. So I was raised believing this. I didn't hear these stories when I was young. I heard the stories about, one of the stories is that at my grandfather's funeral, well, I'll first tell you this. So my grandfather he was called to be the mission president in Tonga and told he could only take one wife. So he took his first wife, and the second wife with all of the children was left here. And my grandmother didn't marry until she was quite old for the day. She was, I believe, 27, which was quite old for that time period, because she and her younger sister were working full time to try to provide for the family. And so, there were some difficult situations. So, but yeah, I was always told the story that when my grandfather died, an apostle spoke, the chapel was filled because he was a big, important church leader, and then a little while later, the first wife, Agnes McMurrin, died, and the chapel was empty, which is so sad. And the story is that my great grandmother sat on the bench and just said, "Where are they? Don't they know I loved her just as much as I loved him?" So I don't want to only, I know that people did their best, and some of them were amazing people, but I also know that there was I grew up thinking, oh, there are just things we don't understand and it will be beautiful. It wasn't until I started looking at it through this new perspective that I started hearing other stories, like that my great grandmother would sit, her children would hear her at night rocking her baby, crying, saying, "Mine, mine," because nothing was allowed to be hers. Do you know what I mean? Everything. I think that my great grandfather was very sympathetic to the first wife, because her mother had been a plural wife and had really suffered. And so I appreciate that he was so sensitive to her. It's just, there's not a good way to make it work. It causes pain. And there are so many stories of my wonderful great grandmother's pain.
And you look at kind of you as, I don't want to say hyperachiever, but I'm impressed with what you've accomplished and with all your children. And then your mom, how could it not be that part of our inheritance of hyperachievement doesn't at least come in part from the massive, unreasonable expectations that polygamy brought to our ancestors? And then that hyperachievement was kind of passed down, you know what I mean? Or endurance or perseverance or grit or determination, right? I mean,
I hadn't thought of it quite that way, but I am actually people that are, there are different groups of people that don't appreciate the work I do. One of them is polygamists, or very polygamy happy members of the church, and they really accuse me of betraying my ancestors, and and I don't feel that way at all. I'm like, no, I'm trying to help be a voice to help right the wrongs that they suffered under. But I appreciate their goodness and their sincerity and their hard, they endured amazingly well.
Oh yeah. It's inspiring. Okay. So how would you describe your Mormon upbringing, just as a Mormon kid and as a Mormon teen?
I guess just Mormon, right? We were very active. My dad was the bishop, and I've always been someone that just has had spiritual experiences. So I have had a lot of connection to the Lord, and from how I interpret that I don't know, when I went through my teen years, I guess I was a little bit more, I don't just want to be like everybody else, just one of the crowd. But in general, just busy with sports and school and music, and went through, and I didn't go to young women very often, and that caused a little bit of conflict, because I always had, I had sports and I had other things. So it was kind of, my mom's a little bit of a rebel, but my dad is definitely a rule follower. So it was always kind of a fun dynamic that, between them. My mom would be like, "Don't worry about it," and my dad would be like, "You need to,"
So you didn't attend young women?
Not very often, because I always had basketball practice or games or soccer or a musical I was in, or, I was very active in a lot of activities. So I just wasn't able to attend.
So basketball, soccer,
I did every
musical
sport.
theater.
Yeah, I was the athlete of the year every year throughout college. I mean, throughout high school and
Oh,
junior
really?
high.
At Olympus.
Well, at Evergreen Junior High and then Olympus.
Fun.
I think until yeah.
That's like 3 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
That's so fun.
Yeah, that's fun. And then I also did ensemble and dance company, and so I was just always really, really busy.
What about seminary?
I did seminary. Mm-hmm.
And did y'all do family meeting, family prayer, scripture study?
Tried.
Yeah.
You know, like they wanted to. It's hard when you have it. And I'm kind of at that stage now. I was at the tail end of the family, and I was so good at those things when I was a young mom, really faithful. And now you just kind of change. You know, when you raise a big family, your priorities kind of change, and the kids are kind of different, and it's just a different upbringing. That, like, I'm a very different mom to my younger kids than I was to my older kids.
Did you say your dad was a bishop?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's, I mean, how many kids? 9 kids and a bishop,
mm-hmm.
and running a business as an entrepreneur. That's a lot.
It was a lot. Mm-hmm.
What year did you graduate from high school?
94.
94. Okay. I'm trying to get that in my timeline. Okay. 94. So, how would you describe your testimony as you're graduating from high school?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think I was a strange dichotomy. I just always have wanted to learn. So I loved talking to people with different religious ideas or of different religions. I loved exploring. And and some things about Mormonism bothered me, you know, but I don't know, but I would say I had, it's funny that I am having a hard time answering that. I think I had a testimony. I went to girls' camp and bore my testimony, you know, but I think generally I've been more connected to God than necessarily the religion. Do you know, like when my faith deconstructed, which it's done a couple of times, like at the very bottom, I was like, what do I know for sure? And for me, that's the existence of God. I know God. I know God's voice. I don't deconstruct below that for my personal experience.
Okay.
But everything else, I kind of am like, okay, God, like, what do you want me to do? You know, I'm willing to be curious about a lot of things.
Okay. So now as I'm trying to put this timeline together, you say Mark Hoffman was a family member of yours. You would have been living in the area where at least one of the bombings happened, and you would have been alive during the time Mark Hoffman was kind of caught exploding bombs and ultimately put in jail.
Oh yeah. Did you have more questions? Sorry.
How old were you?
I have vague, that's what I was going to say. I have vague, very young elementary school memories. Do you remember when Salt Lake downtown flooded and there were the bridges the wooden bridges?
Weren't there boats going down like Main Street?
I don't remember that, but I remember with my mom holding her hand, walking across the bridges on the way home from the recording studio, right? I remember that. And I remember Mark Hoffman the same way, just like little vague images, because I don't think I was over 8 years old.
Okay. So that didn't register for you as a thing.
Really. I do remember heartache. I do remember heartache in my family. Mm-hmm. Well, his mother and father were, I'm sorry, I'm a little
no
close to tears.
We love emotions here.
His mother and father were beloved in the family, and it really that broke his dad. His mind kind of broke, and he was never the same and didn't live much longer. And then I know that Aunt Lou, everyone has just had, you know, it was more just like the horror for that this happened, you know, and for those parents, especially where his dad had believed him and defended him. And, you know, I think that's where the tragedy was for us. Not to minimize the huge tragedy for the Metcalfs and the Christensens and the, you know, like not to minimize that at all. Cause I think that tragedy was weighing on everyone. There was just also this personal element.
And the shirts, right? No.
Yeah, I won't get all the names right.
Yeah.
But it was close to home with his parents, because his dad was a beloved uncle. He taught all of my siblings to water ski. He'd take them out on the lake and be so patient with them. And, you know, so there were a lot of personal connections there. Yeah. My oldest sister has much better memories of it than I do.
Really quickly, is there a theory in the family about what happened to Mark? Like, I always wondered whether he started uncovering problematic church history, was mad at the church for being misled and then was trying to get back at the church with all the fraud, with all the forgeries and everything to embarrass the church. But are there any theories in the family lore about like what happened to him?
Yeah, and I hope I don't upset any of my family members by speaking about this, because I'm sure, my understanding from those who knew him is that he was just a really bad guy.
From young?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was just a kind of a, I don't want to throw words around, but he lacked empathy, and he just seemed kind of like a psychopath and narcissist. There's a story that they tell that my sister told me that she remembered. So my handicapped sister that passed away, Janae, she was, I think, Mark's age, and my older sister was a little older, and they would go up to Bear Lake for family reunions every year before my time. But Mark had a metal detector, and he was convincing all of the kids that there was treasure in the sand, because it would beep every time he would go. So all of the kids, I don't know if there were 50 kids or what, but they were excitedly digging, and they just kept digging in that hot sun, not playing in the water, not going on the boat. They were digging and digging, and he'd come over and put it in the hole and it would beep, and and they were exhausted. My handicapped sister was out there digging, and then after they had spent the entire day and he had goaded them on, he just laughed at their faces and showed them that he had been pushing the button manually and manipulating it. And that was that's something that several of my family members still talk about, or remember, because it was so strange. And then there are several other stories like that it's just like, this is a very troubled person that likes to cause pain and doesn't have empathy. And I know that I think it's in the Silmarillion. What's the book that was written about him? I know that there are theories that he discovered his post-manifesto grandparents, and that's what said, no, not at all. We knew that was his grandparents, right? Like I hear a lot of stories that I just don't think make sense at all. And so he went to England on his mission already knowing what he was, already buying books. So
yeah.
the old paper. So I just think he was, it's hard to understand how there are people like that, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah. I said shirts, but I meant Sheets. So Sheets. Kathleen Sheets,
yes,
was one of his two victims, along with Stephen Christensen.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I got that wrong. Okay, sounds like he was just born without empathy. Maybe.
That's how it appears to me.
Yeah.
From the family stories I know.
Yeah. Okay. So if I think about the 80s and 90s, really quickly, there's a couple comments. So. All those opposed says, me too, 1994, me too. I played basketball against her.
We did?
So,
do you know, she is one of my favorite followers. She's in your community, but she is brilliant and beautiful and awesome and leaves the best comments. So we've got to get together and play some ball.
Shout out to all those opposed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love her.
Somebody wrote, if Michelle wrote an autobiography, she could call it Michelle Stone Rolling. That's
okay.
That's a comment someone made. And then also Colch, I know you just did an interview with Colch. Colch said, Michelle is a good person. Thanks for having her on, John. So shout out from Colch, from the Cultural Hall.
I love Colch.
Yeah. Okay. So when I think about the 80s and 90s, and this would have probably not been in your mind, but the 80s was kind of the rise of Sunstone and dialogue hitting its stride. And then 93 would have been the September 6th excommunications. That's, the last year I was at BYU. You just made the sign what? That was all. I went to BYU in 94, I was just excited to go to school, so busy with all of my stuff. I don't think I was aware of any of those things happening. So all the Tanners, had you learned about the Tanners growing up? I knew the anti-Mormon literature, stay away from anti-Mormon literature. And I don't know when I knew the name Gerald and Sandra Tanner, but maybe I did, And were you taught growing up that the church, I guess you would have known in your family lore that you had ancestors who practiced polygamy. Would you have been taught any narrative about how polygamy started in the church? Mm-mm. Or, when it started, with who it started, like up through high school, were you taught anything? So
It's hard to go back and know for sure what
Yeah.
my mindset is, but I don't remember ever not knowing that Joseph originated polygamy. I hadn't studied Section 132, but I knew it was there.
Yeah.
And I knew it was polygamy, and I knew it was from Joseph Smith. So I never had any reason. And polygamy in my paradigm was a positive thing, was the higher law, right? So it would have been strange if it hadn't come from Joseph.
Okay, so your understanding from a young age was that Joseph Smith did practice polygamy.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
If I ever
Okay.
thought about it or questioned it.
And that whole explanation that like there were more women than men on the plains, and that's why there was polygamy, because there were women who didn't have husbands and that kind of
Sure.
thing. Was that ever told to you? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm probably in seminary, but I don't know if it was in my family.
Yeah.
You know, probably just like everybody else, you learn that this was necessary for a time because of, which is a very frustrating narrative to me.
Would you have been told about any of Joseph Smith's alleged plural wives growing
Probably
up?
not.
No.
I don't think I knew any of the details,
Okay.
but I don't think I knew any of the details of Brigham Young either. I don't,
yeah.
I didn't know the details of my ancestors, except
Yeah.
just those stories I heard about my grandmother.
Okay. How was BYU?
It was great. It was fun. I went and, killed it, did really well, was on full scholarship.
Is this your husband?
Is my husband?
Wait, who you did? You were on scholarship.
Yes.
So did you leave sports behind and just do academics?
Yeah, I wanted to play basketball, but I got a scholarship almost everywhere but BYU, but I wanted to go to BYU. So I just went and did intramural and did the sports. And then I actually ended up, my first year I just did all of the academic GEs while I decided, and then I ended up majoring in music, dance, theater. So kind of a jack of all trades, that I went from sports to music and dance. And
that's a tough
performing.
major at BYU.
It is.
It's demanding, right? It's competitive.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did you perform in any of the musicals at BYU?
Oh yeah. I mean, we were in the
Which ones?
DeYoung and the HVAC. Oh, I'll have to remember. I know I was in Jane Eyre. I was in Nonsense. I'll have to go back and see what all of them were.
So singing roles as well as dramatic roles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we did all dancing and singing and acting. It's all three combined.
Do you have favorite musicals? I have to ask. Broadway musicals?
Do you know what's funny? I am a horrible fan. Like, I play every sport, but I don't watch sports. And I always loved performing and singing, but I actually have just been so busy with my kids. I don't go to a lot of shows, and I don't keep up with it.
Okay.
And I chose my major. This is something that I've I don't want to say I regret, but I chose my major to be around being a mom. I plan to be a mom, so I can do a studio, I can teach, I can, where I was really good at a lot of things, and it might have been fun for me to have somebody to tell me, hey, what would you think of pursuing this? I mean, that major was awesome. It has served me well, but I do have a little bit of regret around that.
So anything notable about your time at BYU? Is that where you met your husband?
Got married. Yep. I did not want to get married. I wanted to graduate, get a master's, go on a mission, then get married, because I was so cool. And then I did. This was one of those experiences. I did not even want to date anymore because it was hard at BYU, because I didn't want to get married. And there are a lot of return missionaries at BYU that do want to get married. So anyway, I didn't want to date any more return missionaries till I got on a mission. But I ended up saying yes when my husband asked me out, because I couldn't think of an excuse. And then on that date, I knew I was going to marry him. And it kind of made me mad, but within a week and a half, I was sold. So yeah, I was sold on him, and we got married a couple months later.
At, again, what age?
I was 20 and he was 24.
Okay.
He graduated from Utah State, actually.
Oh, he's an Aggie.
Mm-hmm. He is an Aggie. Yes.
Okay.
A very dedicated Aggie. It was against his religion to marry a cougar, but yeah.
Okay. So, so tell us just about your early family.
So I was at BYU, and then ended up, as soon as we got married, I just felt there is a baby that's supposed to come. And, anyway, I ended up having 2 little boys a year and a half apart, and then ended up 18 months later, a year and a half later, having birth control twins. So we had 4 babies under 3, 4 in diapers together. And it was like full bore motherhood all at once, which actually I look at that as kind of a, I always put so much into anything that I did that in a way it was kind of like, okay, God knows me and knows that I have to do this all out. Or so yeah, I ended up not graduating because I had a baby and I couldn't go put him in daycare to go dance 9 hours a day on campus. So if I had chosen a different major, I would have graduated, but I couldn't in MDT with a baby. I could have, but I couldn't justify going and taking the dance classes I had left.
Oh, okay. So you didn't finish, started having kids.
Yep.
And so what was your family, kind of your child raising years like for you and for the church?
So I was, okay. So then I became extremely dedicated to the church. I loved, I've always loved learning, but I began to just delve deeply into the scriptures. And I really loved the feeling, I still love the feeling of gaining an insight in the scriptures. That's one of the things that is just like, what is it, delicious to my soul. So I studied my scriptures a lot, and I had the impression I felt inspired to homeschool my kids. So did motherhood like full out, and kept having children, and really, I came to a point where I actually really was struggling in the church because we lived in a neighborhood in Draper where I had, I think I had my 6th while we were there. I had a couple of miscarriages as well. And I had 4 callings all at the same time with my young family, and felt like I really kind of felt like I broke at that point with the demands and it was just too much. It was like, this is taking so much more from my family than it's giving. And I can't, I felt kind of broken at that point. And then I also...
This is at what age?
This would have been when I was approaching 30.
Okay.
Getting close to 30.
And how many kids?
Well, let me see. I better do the math. Maybe a little younger than that. I had my 6th. She's 18 now. So yeah. So I would have been 28, something like that.
So you were starting to feel like you were breaking?
It was just a hard situation where we were living. And I was so conservative. I didn't want my children watching TV. I didn't want them eating candy. I didn't want them, I really wanted to like raise them this perfect way. And it felt like they would go to church and be shown videos and eat candy. And I was running myself ragged trying to fill all these. I think at the same time, I was the young women's sports coordinator. I was the Cub Scout committee chair. I was asked to run a monthly mothering class. It was when they changed to the new enrichment night or relief society, whatever it was. And in addition to being a relief society, and then I was being asked to substitute primary every single week. So it was like, that shouldn't happen. It was too much. And I didn't have very understanding leadership. They were just kind of like, well, I've served in many callings, so that was a rough time. And then at the same time, I didn't feel like I was being spiritually fed like I wanted to be. So I kind of had it was just challenging, where I just wanted more spiritually, but less demanded of me at that time. I've grown so much now. If I now were to go back to that period, I would handle it completely differently. I just didn't know that you could say, oh, that doesn't work for me, sorry, really peacefully, and be like, yeah, thanks for the offer. I'll stick with this one calling I have. I really thought that you accept callings and you know.
So how did you work through that hard time?
Well, actually, this is a good question. So I kind of say I had a reverse faith crisis, because I was struggling so much before, because also in addition to feeling so many demands, I also felt like, how do I explain it? I was so invested in the scriptures. I studied them all the time. I loved them. I know you talk about scrupulosity. I don't think I would identify as scrupulosity at all, because I don't have OCD, and it wasn't out of anxiety. It was out of desire and love and wanting to learn, right? And so I was learning so many things, and I think that's just one of my spiritual gifts, is seeing things in the scriptures that I want to share and having insights. And, and so I'd go to church so excited to share what I had learned and wanting to hear other people's. And it just felt like this is it. And I felt like if we are the one true church and we have the priesthood and the temple, then this is God's A team. This should be God's A team. And when we come together to discuss the scriptures, it should be like next level. And instead it's this. And it was actually like, it sounds funny to talk about, but it was painfully disappointing. I was starving for spiritual nourishment and being able to share insights and gain insights. And my poor husband, because I'd come home from church just crying week after week when I would hear things taught that I did not believe were true. And think,
Like what?
I mean, all kinds of things, right? Or sometimes it seemed like the lesson was much more about the teacher being impressive than about the subject matter. I loved the scriptures and felt like we weren't taking them quite seriously enough. So for me, actually, and then also reading the Book of Mormon, I kept getting some messages from the Book of Mormon that felt really profound to me, and I didn't see anybody else talking about them. So it was when I started studying church history the first time that I kind of realized, oh, the church has some problems. Oh, I'm expecting too much. It's not what I thought it was. Oh, I'm okay. I was more okay at that point, when I learned some of the problems of church history, because it solved that massive cognitive dissonance I was struggling with at that time, where I felt like the church should be so much more. I had way too high of expectations.
Well, I'm torn about that because, I mean, if this is the one true church and if the stakes are as high as kind of the plan of salvation suggests, then we should be taking all this super seriously and really focused and committed and dedicated. And there's always this idea that milk before meat, but that implies you eventually get to the meat. So
Right.
I think we're all primed to believe that at some point we will get to the meat. And so to thirst for knowledge and truth, I think that's very Mormon.
Yeah, maybe. And I have to say, I think that we go through different phases of our life. You would know more as a psychologist than, this is just my perception. But also, I think that at that point, I tended to be a little more critical. I saw kind of the things that were not right. And it took me a little bit more growth to realize, oh, everyone is people. And look at those amazing people and those amazing people. Do you know what I mean? So I think looking back, I agree with you that man, we could really up the level, but I have met so many people who do that, who are really inspired and inspiring. I've been to a lot of incredible lessons, in addition to some that are, ho-hum, whatever they are. So I've gained a different perspective now, where I am much more aware of the good and the bad. Whereas I think at that point I was really kind of, not intentionally, but just really focused on the things that were hard.
Around what year was this? Just approximately.
What was
where kind of this first dip crisis?
Oh man. So, okay, we moved from Draper to Highland when my 18-year-old was about 1. So about 17 years ago, like what, 18, 19 to, it was a good couple of years.
2002, 2003.
Yeah. It was several years.
Did you start confronting kind of challenges to Mormon church truth claims at this point? Did that stuff entered your consciousness?
Well, yeah. I mean, when you came online, I started watching you quite
like around 2005.
Well, I could be wrong, but the first episode I remember watching live. I had watched a lot of recorded episodes, but I think the first one I remember watching live, if I'm remembering correctly, was your episode with Edward Kimball.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, and we didn't live stream, but we published that on YouTube.
Yeah.
So you would have.
Mm-hmm. And so I was watching before that, whatever.
Oh, wow.
Whatever point that was.
Okay, so you were tuning into Mormon Stories pretty early on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
as well as reading a ton, and yeah. Mm-hmm.
So were you reading like signature books kind of books?
Well, I shouldn't. I was still reading the scriptures heavily, and I also, I think that I would read things that would make me think deeply, right? So I really, I mentioned this on another conversation I had. I would tune into every like atheist versus theist debate I could find. I would tune into, the all of the debates around epistemology and ways of knowing, and I just loved learning all of that. And once I was kind of opened up to, okay, what is this whole wide world of learning that we can have? So in addition to listening to your podcast, and I think in those early years, if I'm not mistaken, but my impression was that you were very kind of neutral and open and seeking, and not, you were in a different space than you necessarily are now after some additional things have happened in those early years.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to help the church work through these difficult historical
and trying to help
issues.
people, I think, as well.
I mean, I still feel that way, but I mean, at the time I was in the church trying to help the church from within. So,
yeah.
Okay. So would you say in those early to mid 2000s that you had a crisis of faith?
Well, and maybe it's a little later than that, but no, it would have been about then. And you know what? No, because my daughter, if she was 18, it would have been closer to 2006, actually. She was 2006, 2007. I think we went back a little too far. So it would have been around that time period. And I would say, yes, I did. I mean, that was one of I've had several sort of deconstructions. That was one of them.
Okay. But did you have like a dark night of the soul at that point where you're wondering if the church is even true?
Well, that had happened before. Like I said, I had all that cognitive dissonance going, why is the reality so different from what it should be? And so when I realized, oh, we have problems in our history, it actually eased that struggle for me. Because I was like, oh, okay, it's okay if we aren't what I expect.
So what were some of the problems you were wrestling with in the church's history during that time period?
Now, what do you mean? I was wrestling with my expectation of being filled with the Spirit. So I didn't wrestle with church history as much. Like when I started reading things about Brigham Young or those different things, I was kind of like, oh, okay, that explains it.
Okay. So like we're talking pre-CS letter here, early Mormon Stories days. You weren't wondering about Book of Abraham or Book of Mormon historicity.
I mean, I had I knew the Book of Mormon historicity questions. I don't think I was into the Book of Abraham yet, probably to some extent, but
not like dived. You were you putting stuff on your shelf, historical stuff on your shelf at that point?
I think I was really, really busy with my family.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And listening and fitting it in around when I could. Doing the dishes, listening to things, books on audio.
There's kind of that
Mormon stories.
Mormon mom with young kids haze. It lasts, and I have 15 years, 20 years.
For me, because I have 13 children, right? And so it's been a lot of years of raising children. And
why 13? Like, was there doctrinal teaching behind that?
So my husband and I, when we dated, I have inherited just this legacy of motherhood from my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mom, just loved being moms. I always was really good with kids, loved kids. And when I dated my husband and he said he wanted 7 or 8, I think he said 8, but he says that he wanted 7. I was like, awesome. It wasn't ever a specific decision. So we planned to have 7 or 8, but it was funny. I just always, like I said, I have been one that has felt like when I didn't plan to have a first baby right so quickly when we got married, but I just felt like there is a baby that's supposed to come, and then we had the twins, and then I've had several miscarriages, but it would just be when I felt like there is a baby that's supposed to come. And then we also, like TMI, but we've never had for a variety of reasons, we've never had a good and reliable form of birth control. I don't want to say that to say we've regret having so many children, but it's just like we had several that were like, oh, okay, I guess that's happening now as well. And so, but I can share a story if that's okay. So I actually don't have easy pregnancies. People often think, oh, he must. I have really quite terrible pregnancies. And when I had my 11th, I actually had really an identity crisis, because there were people that did not. I mean, it's an unusual amount of children. So there's a lot of judgment that comes at you. And some of it was very personal and difficult. So anyway, I was really struggling with it. And I just had this profound answer where the Lord kind of healed me and just showed me how much joy this baby would bring and how happy I was to be having this baby. And then said, and the next baby will bring just as much joy. So I was like, okay, I guess we're having a 12th, right? So that was my plan. And then my 11th ended up having health problems. And we spent several months in and out of the hospital, and then with home care, not knowing if we would get to keep him. And that was challenging because I had 10 other children. So being in the hospital for extended periods, and, it was really challenging. And I remember just like when I would be able to go out and walk or run, I would just say, Lord, I know you promised more joy, but I'm all joyed up. We're done. Like, if you wanted me to have another one, you should have sent a healthy one, And so I hope this story is okay. I know people are going to hear this all through their own ears. I just have to share my experience, right? But he had really severe health problems. And one night when I was holding him and trying to take care of him and comfort him, he was just in pain a lot. And I just prayed like I always, but I was like, Lord, is there anything I can do? And like, what can I do to help him? Because he was just not improving. And I just had this understanding that his job is to make sure his friend gets to come. And so it felt to me like he couldn't settle into his body all the way somehow. I know this will sound crazy to people, but that was what I felt. He can't fully settle into his body because it's his job to make sure his friend gets to come. So I said, Lord, if I promise to do everything in my power to have this next baby, can he be healed? And from that day on, it was like, it felt to me completely miraculous. He started improving. He started gaining weight. His painful episodes started to completely minimize. And so it was hard for us to have our number 12 because there was more controversy and adversary and disapproval and judgment. It's so funny. We know as a society not to tell someone, when are you having children? But we somehow don't know not to say, hey, you have enough children, stop having children. We're allowed to judge on that side. So anyway, we ended up finally getting pregnant and having our 12th that I felt like we were told to have. And then when she was just about 2 months old, I learned that she had an undiagnosed heart condition that they had missed. She didn't have the left half of her heart. And so she ended up passing away. And that was actually, she was awesome. That was hard because I had to grapple with the possibility that this God I had loved my whole life was actually cruel to tell me to have this baby. But actually that didn't, there were so many parts of this story that I'm not telling you. My daughter-in-law got pregnant right before we did. So it was really hard to get pregnant because we're doing that whole, hey, we're pregnant at the same time, but there were so many answers and she was amazing. Her baby, at her ultrasound, her baby was diagnosed with a heart condition and they had to go to the specialist the next day. We all fasted and prayed. And the next day her baby's heart was fine. And they were like, we don't know what you were seeing. And my baby's heart on the ultrasound seemed fine. But, so it felt, I mean, there's more to the story, but when I was holding my little girl after she had passed away, and I looked back and saw my daughter-in-law holding her little girl with my son with his arm around her, I just thought, like, I wouldn't trade. I wouldn't want it to be theirs instead of mine, So I felt purpose in it in a way. And then it was a mess because my youngest baby had passed away. Like I have 7 boys and this is my little girl, and it was really, really hard and I was a complete mess. So finally one day I felt like the Lord just calmed the sea. Like it was just this raging storm for months of, what do I do? How do I fix this? It's quite a thing to lose a nursing baby because you can't even sleep to get away from it, You get up multiple times in the night to go to the empty crib. Sorry. So anyway, one day the Lord, I felt it just calmed the sea. And it was just, the words were, you don't know what you want, but I know what you want. And if you trust me, I'll give you what you want. And I just said, okay, whatever it's going to be, because I couldn't imagine ending on a loss. Like our last baby died and that's it. And, and somehow in my mind, I think you think it will fix something to have another one. But the thought of facing another pregnancy did me in. I was in my mid 40s and pregnancies are really hard, And so the worst outcome I could imagine is a little boy with Down syndrome, because I already have 7 boys and Down syndrome is the worst thing you can imagine as an older mom. So, but we ended up getting pregnant again. And I was like, okay, it's what I want. The Lord told me, whatever it is, it's what I want. And so, and the world was strange. My first little girl passed away in 2020, and then now this was 2021, and I really,
this is 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I had really losing a child in 2020 in the hospitals was not a good experience. There were some really horrific things that happened that left me, like quite traumatized. And so I knew, like with my 13th, I just knew I needed an ultrasound and I needed medical care. And because I had been so traumatized with 2020, I couldn't wear a mask. And I know that may sound extreme, but if people understood the story, they might understand a little more. And so I wasn't able to wear a mask. I just was not doing great. So I was refused medical care. I called something like 20 doctors, even like reaching out to my State Relief Society president, whose husband was a doctor. They just all said, sorry, there's nothing we can do. And so I ended up finally being able to go just to some guy's basement and get an ultrasound, some guy that had a machine. And my husband and I, on our own, studying, realized that she had what's called Edwards syndrome, based on which is like Down syndrome is the good one because the babies live. There are worse ones. And that was the point where I had been told, you don't know what you want, but if you trust me, I'll give you what you want. And now I was pregnant with a baby that we didn't get to keep, another little girl. And that was when I really did have to face the horrible possibility that we're in a universe where God is a monster, where God would do this, like twice, tell me to have a baby. And even when I got pregnant again that 13th time, I hadn't expected to have to grieve again, but feeling in my body the price I had paid for my little Avonlea was my first little girl that passed away, and feeling again that I was paying that price, but even paying that price wouldn't bring her back. I kind of knew that I don't know. So I found myself in this horrible reality where I was suffering in this pregnancy with a baby we didn't get to keep, and there was no way out and nothing I could do, and trapped in this universe where God could do something like this. And so I had to grapple with that for a while. And at the same time, if I told you the things that happened during those years, I don't know why, but for some reason, that was just like I was dealing with 9 things at the same time, any one of which wipes somebody out. We had huge things happen. My husband and I were not doing well. Our marriage was ending. We were leaving the church. I was leaving the church. We had family estrangement on both sides. Just 2020 and 2021 were hard years,
Leaving the church?
Oh yeah. I like 2 really hard times in the church for me were 2015 and 2020, with just different way things were handled. The experience I had in 2020 did not work well with how the church was handling things for me.
Do you want to? Well, I don't want to pass over the passing of your children.
Yeah. It just was, I felt like, well, and I don't know if we need to get into this, just my perspective was mine. I'm not saying I'm right. It was just, when I read the scriptures, Jesus cared for the sick, and we have all of these miracles of healing. And I was troubled by the church's response. It just seemed troubling to me. And
November 2015 policy.
Well, that had been a previous one, but also in 2020, it was just hard for me because I had been so traumatized in the hospital. Anyway, I'm
was that COVID?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so the church's response to COVID was a second strike to your testimony.
I have faced a couple of different times where I didn't think I could stay, where I just was like, I'm done, and one of them was around 2015, and what happened those years combined with some other more personal experiences that happened where I felt like I experienced some ecclesiastical abuse, and I couldn't find a way to stay at that point until, that was one of the times. And then in 2020, I was like, okay, we're done. And
are those things you prefer not to talk about?
I don't know. I'll finish this story. Maybe we can go back into them.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
And maybe I've gone into this story too much. It just, the thing I wanted to, I guess I was just saying during these years, I don't know why you're a psychologist, John, and I'm in this chair, so I'm just unleashing, but we were we were dealing with a lot. My son got engaged. I was pregnant with a baby we didn't get to keep. I was still grieving my previous baby. We had a son attempt suicide. We had a son have a 15-foot fall and land on the side of his head on the trampoline bar that we were nursing him from a pretty good TBI. We, it just was, my husband had 3 surgeries during that time. It was just like unbelievable, unbelievably
it's like Job.
intense. Yeah.
It's like Job stuff.
I mean, it felt like I was just like I just was waving the white flag. I was like, I have babies on both sides. This baby doesn't get to stay and I'll just go with her, is kind of what I thought at that point. It was a lot, but one day, I think I was 15 weeks along when we found out about my little girl, and her name was Avery, and the organization, the support organization for Edwards syndrome is called Avery's Angels, so we really just felt little signs along the way. But one day when I was just really struggling, and that reality of that God might be cruel while I'm dealing with these different things was challenging. Is this all just a horrific joke? And I just had a conduit open, and it just showed me my life going forward without any details, with my little boy, my little 11th, as my youngest. And I just had this realization, because I knew, like, my 2 little girls always wanted to be together. They always were supposed to be together. And knowing that had kind of comforted me. Previously, I had had an experience where both of my little girls came to me while I was pregnant and let me know they were always supposed to be sisters. They always wanted to be together, So I thought, okay, we won't have Avonlea, but we'll have Avery, and Avonlea's always with Avery, so we will always have Avery with us, But then when I learned that we weren't keeping Avery, it meant something different. But I just kind of realized they always were supposed to be together. They always wanted to be sisters. I was supposed to be their mom, and the Lord just showed me this path and said, "This is what you want." Like, on the grand scale, this is exactly what you want. Like, my belief is that we wanted things before we came here. We had things to accomplish. And for years in my motherhood, I had known there were things I was supposed to say and things I was supposed to write. I didn't know what. I just knew that there were things I was supposed to do. And I actually kind of struggled to not be able to do things. I was just be told to have another baby. So that kind of felt like the first time of the Lord saying, like, I know this is hard, but this is what you want, and it really
what you want.
It was what I want. The Lord said, "This is what you want," and it actually, I knew it. Like, I knew that was true.
That He wanted.
That I wanted. That I always.
He said you wanted to lose 2 children.
It's not that I wanted to lose 2 children. It's that I wanted to be their mother. And this is the way they came. If we'd been able to keep my little number 12, we wouldn't have had her little sister, right? And once I felt how much they wanted to be together, I wanted them together. I wanted.
So maybe this was Heavenly Father's way of having them have a companionship in heaven while their families was still here on earth, and they wouldn't be alone. What the first wouldn't be alone?
No, that
without
wasn't.
The second being born?
It was more. I mean, I don't think it was just. I just knew these 2 little girls were supposed to come this way. They were supposed to be my daughters, and they were supposed to just come for a short time. And I had other work to do.
Yeah.
And I will share one more experience, because well, anyway, I did have an experience with one of my little girls where my heart was so shattered and I was not okay. Like, at the hospital before she passed away, she'd been ripped out of my arms and taken on the life flight while I was held from behind, and they didn't let me go. So by myself, because they didn't let my husband in, within just a few minutes, I went from thinking my little girl was sick to learning she was going to die. And then immediately she was ripped out of my arms and flown to a hospital 45 minutes away that I wasn't allowed to go to. And they tried to keep me locked out of that. It's a long story. I'm like, this is a nursing baby. What is wrong?
Primary
with you.
Children's? Were they going to take
I
it
was
to
at Provo Hospital, and they flew her to Primary Children's. And I
okay.
called my husband on the way there and said, "Go. If she's alone, you'll get there before I do." And so he got there before I did. So when I got there, when I got there, they told me I needed to go home and come back in 24 hours. And I mean, there were a lot of things that were extremely challenging throughout that. I didn't go home. They called security, but then they let me in. Because anyway, it was challenging. And so when she passed away and they needed to come and take her body, I couldn't. Like, I'd been so traumatized by all of this that I couldn't let her go. So my husband was giving all of us blessings, and he said something about how much she loved me, which I had never thought of. I know I love my baby, but I hadn't thought that she loved me. I mean, you don't think about that with an infant. And so it made me just think, where is she? Where, and it was at that point that I saw her. And I know what she looks like, what her hair is like, how she walks, and she just walked behind me. I guess it's the stereotypical Mormon idea, but it was my experience that I saw her, and she walked behind me and wrapped her arms around me and kind of and just put my heart back together. Like, she just kind of healed my heart, and that changed everything. Like that was a beautiful, beautiful experience. And so I do feel very close to my little girls.
Mm. I'm so sorry. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's not my place to say I'm sorry or offer
Oh, no,
condolences.
please be sorry. Please be sorry.
Okay.
Yes. It's not okay.
I'm so sorry you had to lose those last two. I can't imagine. I have 4, and I can't imagine losing 1, let alone 2. How many children survive right now?
11. My other 11.
Okay.
My youngest is 7. That little number 11 is
So
7.
11 survived. 2. How many passed away?
Just those two.
Those 2?
Just my 2 little girls.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being vulnerable. That's so heartbreaking. I'm so sorry.
Thanks, John. I appreciate that.
I mean, words can't mean much, but that's so much trauma. I don't know if you said traumatic, but
it was intense.
You would probably I can't say you would meet criteria for a PTSD diagnosis, but I think what you have been through would certainly qualify as trauma.
Yes. But I will say also, on the other side of it, I have experienced the incredible healing power of the Lord. That experience with my little girl really helped me. And then I also have had different experiences. I had a dream that healed a big piece of it. I do feel like I did have PTSD. I really, really struggled during those years, but I don't feel like I do now. I feel like I'm not tormented by any of those things anymore.
Wow.
I feel like I've really been, yeah, I mean, and I don't know the clinical terminology, but I have experienced the Lord's ability to heal.
Do you think of it as the atonement? What do you think of it as just the power of God?
Again, I just think of it as my connection to God. I don't know how I would define it.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that I have had experiences with God. I sometimes just incredible wisdom and just peace. And, I've had those kinds of experiences several times. So,
yeah. I mean, what irony that you have these tragic deaths, but also they bring forth these miraculous spiritual experiences for you that are life-changing and healing.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, those experiences have been good for me to really deepen my faith in the goodness of God, because I've seen it repeatedly. I've seen what seemed like an unthinkable tragedy from a cruel God be given so much purpose, meaning, and love and comfort. I really it's been good to have I don't like I like to have no fear. I know that whatever happens, God can heal me.
Oh, like I'm thinking about the philosophical exercise of, I think it's called the theodicy, where like, how can God be all powerful and all loving, and then there's such suffering?
Mm-hmm.
And those of us maybe who haven't experienced the tragedy that you have philosophize about, how can there be evil and terrible things in the world, but God still be loving and all powerful? And then we think about how we can make all that square or can't. Like, you kind of lived the theodicy, horrific tragedy, and yet instead of saying there's no God, or instead of saying God's evil, your conclusion after having the miraculous experiences is that God is incredibly loving in spite of the horrific things that happen to you, with God in charge. Like, you living.
Actually stated that very well. Yes. Like, I believe to my core in the goodness and the greatness of God.
Oh,
Like, I've seen it too much constantly.
wow. Dang.
So,
well, thank you for sharing. And there's a gazillion very kind and complimentary comments coming. So the viewers and listeners are touched, and
I appreciate that. And I will go ahead and say, I know I get criticism for crying, and I just want to I never was a crier. Like, my husband has always teased me that when he proposed, he cried and I didn't. When we got married, he cried and I didn't. I never, but I am now. I'm much closer to tears than it used to be. And I think that's okay.
We love all the emotions on Mormon Stories, and crying is nothing to apologize for on Mormon Stories. That's for sure. I want to show your story all the respect it deserves, but I do have a couple quick questions, if it's okay.
Sure.
So the one thing that came to my mind as you were telling the story was Saturday's Warrior and the narrative, because it's, this is the play, the musical that was, released in the 70s, and it's got the Flinders family, and they have all these kids, and there's this zero population song about like, we should limit our posterity, but then the Flinders family has all these kids. I think there are jokes about the mom being pregnant at her daughter's wedding.
Guilty.
Like, what? Say that again.
Guilty. Yes. So, on a mission. And
but also this idea that there are spirits in heaven before we were all in heaven as spirits before we came here. And maybe we agreed in heaven that certain children would be with certain parents, and there were understandings made. And that if you don't have all the babies here, those spirits you won't be fulfilling your promise to the baby spirits, and, or those baby spirits will go to other non-Mormon families, and they won't have, like, it's sounding, your story feels very Mormonish to me.
Okay.
And informed by either Mormon doctrine or Mormon culture, but like it's sounding like you would have been heavily influenced by that, to have so many children, even into your mid 40s, by kind of traditional Orthodox Mormon culture. So is that fair? Not fair?
No, I actually don't resonate with that at all. And I can explain why. Like, so I was always too cool, and I thought Saturday's Warrior was cheesy, and, listen to me when my mom has all of her cheesy music that I love, I guess I just didn't ever really resonate with those ideas. And so for me, it wasn't at all about, we need to have all the babies we can, it was purely, I feel like there's a baby that's supposed to come in this moment. Do you know what I mean? Like
you feel like that wasn't a Mormon priming or Mormon influence. That was just you and your connection to the divine, separate from Mormon culture, theology.
Well, I will say this, that I've actually always been thankful that, that my mom has been so supportive of my family, because I've taken, like, in Mormonism, I've actually taken a lot of heat for having a big family. It's not very normal.
In the church?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So you felt like the surrounding culture, Mormon culture, was saying, why are you having so many babies?
I mean, that was one of the reasons when we moved to Utah County, we moved into a neighborhood and like the woman down the street had raised 11, the woman next door had raised 9. I felt like, oh, I can live here and nobody will be rude to me. You know, I mean, they were all older. We moved in and we were the young family in a grown-up neighborhood. But yeah, I had taken a ton of criticism. So I always felt like I had like it was God. I feel like God is telling me to have this baby and I will do it even in the face of all of this. But I was so thankful. Like, I know that this is controversial and different people say it different ways, but I was meant to be a mom, you know, and I've been thankful to be part of a family and a culture and a religion that supported that didn't make me feel less than or like I needed to make a different choice, you know, because it can swing either way so easily. And so, no, I didn't feel at all like, oh, it's our obligation. You know, I've had to defend myself, like, you know, studying what was the famous bet between Paul Ehrlich and Julian Simon, if I'm getting the names right? Like I studied Thomas Malthus quite a bit, Malthusianism, when I did my episode on contraception and birth control. And I just disagree with those ideas. And I love what Julian Simon says, that our children are our greatest resource. And so I know that some people think there are too many people in this world. I think that's a sad idea just in terms of, well, who should be killed? Do you know what like that's kind of worse than genocidal. It's like speciecidal or whatever. And you know, I have done my best to raise my children well. I'm not saying that I want everybody to do what I have done at all. I just want the ability to do what I felt like I was supposed to do without facing everybody's criticism.
Yeah. Okay. Sounds like you're very pro-life.
In terms
of like the abortion and
well,
sort of
see, all of these issues are complicated
Yeah.
for me. When I was pregnant with my 13th, I desperately wanted to just deliver her. I didn't want an abortion. I wanted my baby, but I knew I didn't get her. And I couldn't stand the thought of suffering through, you know, 6 more months of hell, like that pregnancy, because of her complications. Like that was part of why it was really hard to be refused medical care, because so I think that I tend to be libertarian leaning, and I think, what is it? Is it Alma that said preaching the word has more effect on people's hearts than the law? You know, I do think that abortion is a sad thing, especially I think that women do it because they don't feel like they have a choice, or girls do. And that's actually not giving them a choice. So I wish there were better options for most people. So anyway, my ideas on that are a little bit complicated, but yes, I really love people who go and support women in being able to keep their baby.
You don't have to answer this, but it sounds like your last pregnancy may have been terminated.
No, I carried her.
Okay.
I went through, I really wanted to just deliver her. I got really angry when my husband said, "You want an abortion?" I got really angry because I was like, no, I don't have any control over when she dies, but she's going to die, you know. But I did finally, I was struggling, and my good friend, I have to call out Kara because she literally saved my life. And she came over one day and sat with me and just said, well, when I was in this pregnancy, this dismal time, she just said, "Michelle, what can we hope for?" And I had learned something that really troubled me, that a stillborn baby isn't put on the records of the church. And with knowing that my girls always wanted to be together, I could not stand the thought of any list of our family that had one of my little girls and not the other one. So I knew that if my little girl wasn't born alive, we would remove our records for that reason. And anyway, so when she asked, "What can we pray for?" And I just had the impression that she could be born alive. You know, because with that condition, my understanding is about 1/3 of the babies die in utero, about 1/3 die during birth, and then the other 1/3 without intensive medical care. For the ones that aren't as severely affected, the rest of them will die within the first days of life. And
how many months did you carry your last?
I was 36 weeks. So, but I was measuring like 49 centimeters because I had, I can't remember the term. She couldn't swallow. So I had too much, so they were worried about a uterine rupture. It was hellish, but I'm here on the other side of it. And
so you didn't terminate the pregnancy, but you feel like there's a place for medically.
I just don't want to. I am pro-life. I'm very much like, I think lives are precious, and I don't want women to feel like they are facing that awful choice.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm not always sure that that law. I don't know. I have complicated feelings about it. I just want to.
It sounds like you want to preserve the legal right for
See,
a medical termination of pregnancy if health.
I will say I was thankful to live in a state where if I hadn't been refused medical care, that would have been an option.
Got it.
I felt very thankful for that.
So pro-life in terms of you love life and you don't want to ever support the casual termination of life, but a recognition of sometimes the medical need for there to be termination of pregnancy.
I think I want to be empathetic. I think that sometimes women think, what I object to is the idea that this is a solution, that abortion is just like an easy fix. And I think that isn't necessarily the case.
Yeah.
I think there are many women who are scarred deeply.
Yeah.
So I would like to prevent it whenever possible, but I don't want to judge other people's paths.
And you wouldn't want to force a law where it was prohibited to all people.
Oh, I'm probably going to get myself in so much trouble. I could just say I was thankful that the law gave me an option.
Okay. So the other question I had was around your epistemology, and this isn't me ever I believe people's beliefs are sacred. I really do. I actually don't do Mormon stories to try and take people's beliefs away from them. And I don't do it to challenge people's sacred beliefs. And I'm not trying to challenge yours. I am curious because, this idea, and you and I talked about this on the phone, this idea that we can communicate with God or the divine through our feelings and our thoughts can be beautiful, and it can be very problematic.
Sure.
Because you've told us examples that were very beautiful for you in many ways, but also the thoughts to have the children, that God wanted you to have the children, were horrific for you, making you think God was evil at some point. So there were points where those thoughts felt evil or bad to you in some way, or made you wonder if God was evil. And then you go to the worst extreme, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Franke, the Lafferty brothers, Warren Jeffs. Like, there's all sorts of atrocities done with sincere beliefs that God is telling the people to murder or, to do polygamy or whatever. So one option that many people go to is just to say, wait a minute, maybe God isn't behind our thoughts and feelings. Maybe we just have thoughts and feelings and we attribute them to God, but maybe we should have what some call epistemic humility and just say, right now I'm feeling like it's from God, but maybe it's not. And that kind of gets you out of this pickle of wondering whether God's evil, because instead of it being God evil, it's just, I had the thought or the feeling or the desire to have more kids and I attributed it to God. Did you ever go there and just say, maybe my thoughts and feelings aren't divine, they're just my thoughts and feelings? Did that ever occur to you as an option for you?
Well, sure. I mean, I think that navigating inspiration is something we all have to struggle to learn. I think so. When I used to teach in the homeschooling communities, my topic was called celestial education, and I would teach about like the different stages of learning as I believed them to be. But I used to talk about actually learning to receive inspiration and to interpret inspiration, right? And so I think that it is definitely, what should I say? I guess my instinct is to err on the side of faith, lean into faith, because I don't know how it serves me. My life has been outlined by doing what I felt God told me to do, specific direction to me. And so I don't know how it would contribute to my life to do that differently, to just assume. It would feel actually quite arrogant to me to just think, oh, I'm just driving the ship, I'm in charge. I of course wrestle with God. And anyway, I don't know if that's answering your question, but I do think it's an important thing to learn to discern. The Book of Mormon is all about discernment, right? How we learn to hear the good voices. And while I believe in inspiration, I also believe in deception. And I think there are some telltale signs of deception. For example, anything that sounds at all self-aggrandizing, I think, oh, be careful with that. Just file that away in a back drawer. Don't think about that too much. And then anything that you are inspired to do at the expense of somebody else is not from the right source. I wish that everyone would just like accept that as a rule of thumb. I don't think I can be inspired to hurt somebody or take something from somebody. I can definitely be inspired of who I can serve, who I can help, who I can love. And that's where inspiration serves me well.
And if somebody were to say to you, you are a victim of the Mormon Church because you were taught that your thoughts and feelings come from God, you were taught to have a lot of babies, and those deaths happened because you were way too old to be having kids, but the church's culture and doctrine influenced you that direction, plus to believe that your thoughts and feelings were from God. And in that sense, you and your family suffered incredible tragedy because you were under the influence of doctrine and culture that was just harmful. What would you say to that person?
So first of all, I would like come and punch you in the face for saying I'm way too old to be having kids, because my first little girl's death had nothing to do with my age. The second one, actually, genetic disorders can show up at any age. Yes, it was a higher risk. I took that risk based on my inspiration. So yes, you can say that I was a victim, but I would push back so hard because I love my children. I have loved being a mom. My kids are amazing, and there's nothing I would rather have done with my life. And again, I am so thankful to have been, and also how many people in my church were not necessarily happy that I was having more children, including, like there were people who were extremely supportive and people who were not, right? And so I don't think that this is a church culture to have 13 children in Mormonism at this point. This was me. This was my own choices. And I have dear friends who also have large families. So I guess we had our own little culture and we came together because we were this kind of mom that homeschooled and had a lot of kids. And so I actually am so thankful to have had my family, and I'm so thankful to have had my little girls. I would not trade that for anything. I still feel them. They're here, and I have grown so much. I hate ever making it sound like it's a good thing what happened, because it's not. But I can't be anything other than tremendously thankful.
Yeah. Powerful, beautiful. Okay. Thank you for sharing. And that's the passing of your final child was 2020?
2021.
2021.
Mm-hmm.
So I was in the middle of COVID, kind of?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Summer of July of 2021.
Okay. So I want to just talk really quickly, or ask you to just talk very briefly, and I'll have Brooklyn take notes so that I can come back and read what you answered and catch up on what I missed. But prepperism is kind of a thing in Mormonism, kind of end times, millennialism is kind of a thing. It's the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. There's the whole visions of glory kind of stuff. Prepperism, homeschooling is often kind of associated with that. And so I want to give you just a few minutes to just talk about, your decision to homeschool, how you view about the proximity of the end times, whether you were whether you had visible to you this prepper types of movements in Utah County, whether you had any associations with or visibility into people who love the Visions of Glory book, and or were stockpiling for the end times.
So I guess there is an overlap with homeschooling and prepping. I didn't think of it that way. So I will say my mom took me to, what's his name? The guy that wrote Dreams and Visions of the Last Days, Roger K. Young, I think. I went to some of those things, and I definitely was into preparedness. I was definitely into preparedness. I went through some experiences where I kind of learned, I felt like the Lord took me through some experiences where I learned all the things I was relying on other than God. And I came to a point of kind of feeling like prepperism. I don't want to say I was like a prepper. I just believed in the year supply, and I had like a water purifier, like I guess moderate food storage type. Nothing more extreme than that. But I kind of started realizing, oh, I'm trusting in this maybe more than I'm trusting in God. And so I really stepped back even from that, but I still do buy in bulk because it's really nice to just go down and bring up some more oats rather than having to go to the store all the time. So yeah, and I still have my buckets of wheat. So yeah, I guess I'm just normal Mormon prepper. I always wanted a cow and chickens, never got one, never got them. So is that, maybe you can fill in if is there anything he asked that I'm missing? Oh, the Visions of Glory. Yes. Okay. I do remember someone giving me Visions of Glory when it first came out, and I read it and was horrified. I thought it was the worst book for a variety of reasons. I mean, there were just weird scenes in it. I don't know if I recall them, but then also the whole idea that like Jesus comes and it goes through the church. Like this backs up just a little bit. Actually, my first thing that I really started struggling with in the church is the idea that like it's kind of like all about the prophet, right? That the prophet can't lead us astray. And that's just not true through church history. And I kind of felt like wasn't necessarily spiritually safe because we're putting our trust in the arm of flesh, and it sets us up to maybe not have our faith be as solid as it otherwise would be. So that was one thing that I struggled with, was that idea, and kind of got myself in trouble talking about it. There was nothing specific at the time that I disagreed with any of the prophets on. It just was the idea in general. And so, so the idea in Visions of Glory that like Jesus comes at General Conference and you get a ticket based on your righteousness, or anyway, there were several reasons that I really, really did not like that book at all and found it deeply troubling.
Do you, and I'm back, do you believe that the second coming is nigh kind of thing?
Do you know, I mean, I definitely have. I believe that the Book of Mormon is like what I kind of have been shown or interpreted is a series of people coming into the presence of God. So it's like I'm much more concerned with my relationship with God and my experiences with God than I am of things. I think that trying to understand scripture or trying to predict things or I've never seen anyone be accurate in any of it. Right. So I don't spend much time thinking about any of that. It's not, I know some people get really into it. It's definitely not my cup of tea.
Okay. So you're not sitting around thinking that Jesus is coming any moment. We've got to create food storage and get weapons and bullets to prepare for the second coming. And
that doesn't make sense to me. If Jesus is coming, why do we need weapons and food storage? I don't I don't know that Jesus needs our stuff. Mm-hmm. I think there's probably wisdom and basic preparation because life is unstable. But at the same time, if you dig into prepperism and you see how far it can go, how can you possibly prepare for every eventuality? You know, and I think of like the FLDS groups that just wasted so much money focusing on the end of time. So I think I was probably more like that when my oldest kids were little. They might be like, Mom, you were totally a prepper, you know, but I haven't been for quite a while.
Okay. Were you ever aware, I think Denver Snuffer kind of emerged around 20, I don't know, 10, 11, 12, 13 kind of thing. Were you ever aware of Denver Snuffer and his writings? This idea of the second comforter, of having Jesus visit you personally, being able to see Jesus in the face. Were you ever kind of exposed to or influenced by Denver Snufferism or second comforter kind of teachings?
Yes. So actually, when I was kind of going through that faith crisis of thinking that my cognitive dissonance of why isn't the church living up to my expectations?
This was in the mid 2000s.
Yeah, well, like 2005, 2007,
yeah.
around that time. And I did feel just completely led by the Lord to Denver Snuffer's first book, which I read, which kind of gave me permission to believe what I was believing. So I did read his first book, and I appreciated it. I thought, yeah, I liked it. So.
Is that something are you comfortable even sharing whether that's something you tried to obtain, the witness of the second comforter?
Oh, I think I thought about it for quite a while, but I that's another thing that I think I don't want to get myself in trouble because different people have different perceptions. My feeling is trying to quantify an outcome, a specific goal with the Lord or the Spirit is just not how I work. It doesn't feel great to me. I'd rather just like let my experiences with the Lord come as they will come rather than trying to say, I want that experience to happen.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So seeking a witness was not something you've settled to feel like you want to do.
Okay, how do I explain? I have experiences with the Lord. They don't necessarily fit into anybody else's categories of how they would define them. And I don't think that like need to have some kind of experience necessarily leads to good places for a lot of people. Maybe it does. I don't, but it's not my cup of tea.
Okay. So, let's go back a tiny bit. You talked about 2015 as a moment you were kind of thinking about leaving the church.
That was hard.
Can you talk about what can you tell us about that?
Well,
was that the first time that you remember like really seriously considering leaving?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I think so.
And
I think, and maybe it was it before that? I can't remember. Maybe it was a little before that. I did have a time, and I need to remember, I need to do the math of how old my kids are. It was when my oldest were all teenagers. So probably then, yes, in those years that I just felt like I experienced some ecclesiastical abuse. The November policy happened, which I found to be utterly devastating. And
for those who don't know, do you want to describe what was devastating about it to you?
Yeah, I felt like I had been in communities of people trying to make the church work with their families that had LGBT family members, and I didn't know I had gay children yet, and then I also was in a lot of communities of people that were, kind of going like just struggling with faith questions based on all of these problems, and I don't know why, but I just always have wanted to be an advocate for the church. I see a lot of good in the church, and I see a lot of good in people's lives when they're in the church, and I hate to see the church lose the people I love that I think contribute to the church. So it was really hard to have something happen that it just felt like a nuclear bomb, and anyone who was like sympathetic with the church and kind of active went completely like, no, the church is bad. Anyone who was already critical of the church went extremely critical of the church, and it just felt so sad to
me. Are you saying like a self-inflicted wound, that the church kind of gave itself a self-inflicted wound by the November policy?
Yeah, I mean, yes, but also it wasn't just the church that was hurt. So many people. Like, it's not like I grieved for my church, and I grieved for my friends and for myself. I'm being selfish, but I didn't like, it's hard to make these decisions, and it's hard to feel, I don't know. It just was hard. It was just a hard time for me. And then there were some other things that happened as well that made me feel like I needed to consider leaving.
Did you consider yourself an LGBT ally in 2015 when that stuff happened? You said you didn't know about your own kids yet. Mm-hmm. So did you have other friends or family members that helped you develop empathy, or was this just?
So again, I just had experiences with the Lord. I was actually so conservative. I was a big supporter of Prop 8, which, didn't understand. But I had some experiences with God that really changed my perspective, and some really profound experiences. And it's hard to talk about these things, but really here am I, send me, is something that I think that many people said, including some of our loved brothers and sisters who have really hard challenges if you're a member of the church. And then I also, I'll just tell a story. I've told this before, but I had gathered with a lot of friends and we were talking about, homeschool moms, we were talking about things. And I had had that experience, and I had felt really just told by the Lord that it was my responsibility and our responsibility to love people, to actively, aggressively seek out people and love them. Do you know what I mean? And people who didn't fit easily into the church structure. And so as I was thinking about that, this shows how the space I was in. But I was like, I totally love people. I want to love people. I wouldn't want them in my home. I wouldn't want them around my children. I wouldn't want that example around my children, was my thought. And it was one of just a few times that I felt, I felt like smacked upside the head by the Lord in that thought. And the words were, it is not their example of homosexuality that's damaging to your children. It's your example of lack of charity that's damaging to your children. And I learned that my children aren't going to learn to be gay by seeing gay people, but they're going to learn to be self-righteous and judgmental and lack empathy from a mom who models that. And so I just kind of came into the community because I wanted to share those lessons and wanted to try to help in whatever way I could.
Wow. So it wasn't necessarily personal experiences with immediate family or friends. It was instruction from the Lord that made you more LGBT empathetic or supportive. Wow. Okay.
It was.
So you regretted your Prop 8 support after that?
I did.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sympathetic with all of us. We're all growing and learning. Nobody, I think, knew and understood well enough, but it's hard. And anyway, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, no, it's all right.
Okay. Okay. So did that, you don't have to answer this again. I'm curious, did that make you think the church's policies on LGBT people were in error?
I really struggle with this one, and maybe I can put it in a context. There'll be this occurred to me a little while into my podcast, where I realized, because I have for a long time thought we need better answers. I don't know what those answers are, but I feel like we need better answers. And, so I don't have the solutions. I don't claim to. I just know that we need better answers that we have, I feel, but I don't, man, I wouldn't want the job of church leaders, that would be hard. But when I was studying polygamy in the scriptures, and I realized that the Book of Mormon really has next to nothing to say about homosexuality. But my gosh, there's an abomination. It talks about an awful lot.
Tell us what that is.
Yeah. The doctrine of many wives and concubines, right? And it's declared an abomination. And my feeling is that's part of, I guess, why I feel like this matters is we really need better answers on these things. And so for me, the fact that the Book of Mormon has so much to say about polygamy is actually a confirmation of its usefulness in our church and in my life. And, because how can we expect to get answers on these other things when we have our own pet abomination that we're carrying around in our back pocket?
Wow.
I feel like we are. I mean, I don't want to be critical. I know that we're all just trying, but it does feel to me like we're going to get that mote out while we've got a beam in our own eye. And I really feel like we desperately, desperately need answers to these other issues. And I guess it's just my little idea that maybe the Book of Mormon tells us throughout it that when we listen to it, we will receive more, right? We're told in 3 Nephi 26 that we're under condemnation for not believing what's in the Book of Mormon. Same thing in Doctrine and Covenants 84. And I just think that we can believe the Book of Mormon, and it has a lot to say about polygamy. And maybe if we heed that, maybe we'll get more answers on the other hard issues we're facing. I don't know. That's just my supposing.
So Julie and others are saying, wait a minute, isn't there only just one short verse on polygamy in the Book of Mormon? To explain what you...
The Book of Mormon is by far the most anti-polygamy book of scripture in the entire canon. So if anyone's curious, you can just search concubine in the Book of Mormon. There are 4 times that it uses the exact phrase, many wives and concubines, and another time that it talks about wives and concubines. And you know what those phrases are? First of all, Jacob 1 and Jacob 2, where it is absolutely condemned. And then also King Noah, wicked King Noah, did not do that which was right in the sight of God, for he had many wives and concubines, he and his priests, right? And then evil King Riplikish in the Book of Ether. And then also, if you go throughout, I didn't come prepared to go through the scriptures, but these are the things that I learned that I wanted to share in my podcast that first year. I do an episode, it's my 2nd anniversary episode called God is Not a Polygamist, and skip the first 3 minutes because I'm celebrating my birthday and it's embarrassing. But that's a good one to get the scripture overlay. Like I tried to just put as many of the scriptures about polygamy in it as I could. So I should go to this part for a second, if like my change of heart on polygamy and how I learned this, or did you have?
Can we come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay. We will totally come to it.
Okay.
So did you want to talk about the ecclesiastical abuse at all?
And maybe that's an unkind term. And that bishop afterward reached out to me and like really again healed me and, was just kind.
Okay.
I think that leaders are trying their best.
Was it around the November 15 policy?
It was a little before that.
But I mean, was it about that?
No.
Oh, it was about something else.
I've told that story on other podcasts. I gave a talk in church that I thought felt very inspired. And it was about Lot's wife my talk was not about Lot's wife. I included a tiny little bit about Lot's wife. In my healing process, I went and did a Sunstone presentation on Lot's wife and shared these ideas. I gave a talk on Jesus has no hands but ours and how we can help in our own little way lift the burden of Jesus. Any pain that we lessen is pain that Jesus doesn't have to suffer. Any pain that we inflict is pain that Jesus has to suffer, right? We are all engaged in this work. And then seeing the pain of during this time, I was going and speaking to groups of parents with LGBT children occasionally with some of the things that I had experienced. And the first time I was asked to speak to a group, I felt completely in over my head because I didn't have gay children at that point. I didn't know I had gay children at that point.
Yeah.
And I felt like, how can I tell them anything, And I had an experience. We were studying Lot, and I had an experience and reinterpreted like throughout that week. That story flipped on its head, and Lot's wife became one of my profound scriptural heroines. I think she is a rock star, and I think we need her story, and I think we as mothers need her story. And I can give you the really fast Cliff's Notes, but at the end of my talk, I just shared a tiny little bit of that, and the stake president's wife happened to be there and didn't like what I had said because it was just different. People sometimes just struggle to have something different. But it's awesome. If you look up the images, pillar of salt, it's actually like a profoundly complex, and it's like the biggest compliment God can give, that someone could become a pillar of salt. And Jesus, we wouldn't even know that much about Lot's wife any more than we do of any of the other Old Testament strange stories if Jesus hadn't brought her up and said, remember Lot's wife, right? And if you read it, I'm a big believer in the 12, the greater portion and the lesser portion of the scriptures. And if you read it and it says, in that day, who was ever on the housetop, let him not return in the house, remember Lot's wife. So it makes it sound like, remember, she was bad, But if you read it the other way and say, remember Lot's wife, whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it. And whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it. Preserve like salt. And when you realize Lot's wife had children and grandchildren in the city, right? If you read the story through those eyes, Lot's wife had, anyway, I love her, and kind of like I love Emma. I don't like women being derailed and vilified when I see something different in them.
So you're trying to redeem Lot's wife.
I felt like God did show me that we as mothers, there's so much. Maybe it's less in the church. At that time, there was a lot of suffering from mothers over their children leaving. Really, the empty chairs in heaven idea, And I wanted people to understand what Lot's wife teaches us, because a pillar of salt is power to save, right? Salt is good, if Jesus says, and salt was ounce for ounce as precious as gold in the old world, right? Salt is what saves, and a pillar is what sustains and supports and is a symbol of God, a pillar of fire, a pillar of a cloud, the pillars of the temple. A pillar of salt to me means power to save, and a mother who doesn't turn her back, but who keeps reaching out, who keeps loving, who keeps embracing and doesn't give up, has power to save.
So you were basically saying Lot's wife was righteous.
Well, in my talk, I just really quickly said, I gave my talk on the Savior, and then I just for the last few minutes said, and I feel like I should share this. I know it's unconventional. Forgive me for giving a different interpretation, but it's been meaningful to me. So in case it's helpful to anyone, and I gave a super Cliff's Notes version of pillar of salt and what Jesus said. And
but that she's not a negative cautionary tale, right?
Yeah,
you're redeeming her.
Yes, I think she's a story that I think we as women need her.
Yeah. Okay.
And I do not think Jesus is the type to like remember that really, really evil woman who doesn't have a name, right? Remember, like, why is it not remember Cain? Remember King David? Remember, I mean, there are so many examples. You have a mother who, like, the angel told Lot to go and get his sons and daughters, like his sons-in-law, right? They had children and grandchildren in the city. Nephi says, I will go and do the things which the Lord hath commanded. I know, right? Lot just came back and said they thought I was joking around. He didn't get the children. And so while they were tarrying, which I think is Lot's wife saying, go get my children, I'm not leaving without them. And the angels put their hands on them and transport them out of their city. What does a mother do if her baby is in a burning building? She goes back to get her baby. What do we expect Lot's wife to do, right? And I'm not saying that these stories are literal, or I never argue that. I just think they're profound lessons for us. And this is part of why I love the scriptures, because I think they can unfold themselves to us in really meaningful ways. That's been my experience. Okay. And I have come to love that story.
Okay. So you got called out for teaching an unconventional interpretation of a story.
Yeah.
But then it's been healed since then. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want to talk about your own kids coming out as LGBT and how that's impacted you? Nothing you don't want to share.
Yeah, no, I just will say that my kids are awesome and I adore them and I love them. That's, yeah. I was kind of, I was kind of happy that having my kids come out to me didn't change my perspectives. I'd already been taught what I needed to be taught by the Lord. I won't say I haven't been stretched. There have been a lot of things that I've had to go back to the Lord and say, what do you want me to do in this situation? You know, there are challenges and struggles when you're navigating a lot of children and and so I rely a lot on the Lord, and I give my kids their space, and I think they are fantastic humans. I love them very, very much.
Would it be putting words in your mouth to say that you don't believe that being LGBT, gay, lesbian, bisexual, or trans is like evil or an abomination?
Oh, being gay is evil?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think that, I mean, I guess we could go anywhere with that answer, but no, I believe God loves God's children. God made us, each of us, right? I think we all choose what we do with the lives that we're given, but I'm tickled with the lives my kids are leading.
So I don't mean to push too hard, but like if you had a gay son who decided to marry a man, or a lesbian daughter that decided to marry or partner with a woman in all the ways the polygamy affidavits alluded to, right or wrong.
I got to call you on that. That's not accurate, but keep going.
No, that was a joke. But would you be worried about the worthiness of your children if they had same-sex partners?
So one thing that's really helped me actually is in my faith transition is to let go of fear in parenting. I don't think fear is a great way to parent. And I recognize that as a young mom, while I was trying so hard to teach my children all the righteousness, that I was actually in kind of a fearful place. And I just know that God has shown me in so many profound ways that God has got my kids, and they are in God's hands, living their life, going on their path, teaching us the things that we need to learn, hopefully learning what they need to learn along the way. And I just love watching their lives unfold.
Beautiful. And you don't have to answer this, but do you consider yourself trans affirming?
Oh, that's probably a hard one. That's a hard one. I don't want anyone to be hurt. It just is hard when things overlap with other things, and it's hard to know who to support. I am trans affirming. I'm also woman affirming, so it's a little bit of a challenge for me and I know that that's radioactive to say to people. I'm just being honest.
So you're working through the tensions there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a struggle for me.
I think we all are. I think.
Yeah. There are things that I'm very concerned about in our society.
Sure. Okay.
But
definitely not.
But I have a sister. My oldest sister is like amazing, and watching her scoop up and embrace, like I've been to her house. She gathers people, and she'll often have multiple trans people there in her home. That she is a model to me. I love her. So I want everybody to be loved, embraced, included.
Beautiful. Okay. So you mentioned a second faith crisis in 2020-ish around the passing of your children, but also around COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know that a lot of people were upset that the leaders of the Mormon Church at the time were supporting the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, or supporting masks. Were you in that category of people that were either anti-COVID vax or anti-mask?
I will just say this. I felt like in 2020, all of the divisive forces of hell were unleashed on our society. That was how it felt to me. And I desperately, desperately wished that the church would have been able to teach messages of unity, love, faith, acceptance, understanding, rather than sort of picking a side. That was hard for me to see all of the division that there was. It was just really hard.
And again, only if you're comfortable answering, are you in the camp that felt like the COVID vaccine was bad or evil? Were you supportive of the vaccine? Do you have a position?
I guess I'm wondering your reason for asking, because I will say that how I was traumatized in the hospital affected my view of all of that. Like I viewed it all in a negative light because of what I experienced.
Yeah.
I spent, after being told I couldn't see my daughter, my nursing daughter, and then her last 2 days of life on the earth, I couldn't smile at her. I couldn't kiss her. I couldn't smell her. Her big eyes looking for my smile so she could return it. And the nurses just being so...
Oh, they were justifying it by COVID
sort
of spread kind of justification.
It was in April of 2020, and they threatened to kick her out of the hospital if I wouldn't let her be nasal swabbed, which shortened her life because her heart at that point, crying was not good. They forced me, like the things that happened felt to me unthinkable. And I felt like we as a society lost our humanity based on fear. That was my perception of it.
And those interventions were connected to COVID in some way. Okay. And that spoiled you maybe to that whole situation.
It was like having her ripped out of my arms and taken and being told by myself, oh, go get in your van and drive 45 minutes, go find your daughter that had never been out of my arms. And I'm driving down the freeway and see a helicopter go from, like, surreal.
Yeah.
So I was pretty messed up through that. And then to feel alienated from my community, I wasn't able to get food for my children. I wasn't able, because I was so traumatized by it. So it was hard for me.
And so then that made you feel what regarding the church leadership? Just that they weren't.
My attitude is very different now. At that time I was angry. And I was very vocal online. And if I had had a platform at that time, I would have been excommunicated because I was really, really upset.
At the leaders of the church.
I was very critical.
But now you don't feel the same way about those things?
I'm in a different place now.
Yeah.
Where I've healed and I can take it in stride. I think I still have my same views on wishing that it had been. I think we could have really used a message of unity at that point. And, but I'm not. I'm hesitant to say any of these things because I recognize this is not my stewardship and not my calling, and we can all have opinions. And I hope that I'm not getting myself in trouble by just sharing my opinions. I'm not trying to be critical. At that point, I was extremely critical. Okay. But things happened after that, again, that completely healed me. And that
towards the church?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So while I was pregnant with my, I mean, these stories are so multifaceted, have so many connections. I just see the Lord's hand throughout them, right? But I'll just tell this one portion of it. My previous stake president, I had miraculously been brought into association with him. I ended up speaking at his very first stake conference, and we knew each other, right? And then, and so he was patient with me while I was so angry during those years. And then see, that's another thing. Like, John, not many people in this day and age lose children, and not many people lose 2 in a row in 2 years. And I was so angry in so many ways. I had some people say to me things like, you better be careful with how vocal I was online. You have a little girl in heaven that wants to see you again. And if you keep criticizing the church, you won't get to see her again. And that was the first time eternal families had been weaponized against me. And I realized, whoa, like I hadn't experienced that before. And then also many, many different things that happened. But also, since the world was shut down, I felt completely alone. Like when I was pregnant with my 13th, my oldest son home was suicidal, literally. Then my little 14-year-old was like making peanut butter sandwiches for her brothers every night. I was pretty much down for the count. And we didn't have any support. There was no one that said, how are you? What do you need? What can we do? I couldn't.
Your ward wasn't coming through for you?
Because it was all shut down.
Yeah.
And it just, my ward is wonderful. And when my first little girl died, I don't want to be critical. My perception at that time felt, what have I given my life to? Why have I given my life to this church? What is it? And so I was really struggling in that place for a while. I eventually had a woman that, at the same time I was having beautiful, miraculous experiences, and a woman that that I saw one day, and I kind of unleashed on her. I was like, what is this? How, and so she and the compassionate service leader came over and cleaned the kitchen, which was exactly what we needed, So anyway, I was really struggling when the stake presidency found out that I was pregnant with another little girl we were going to use, they all 3 came over together and were very kind and ministered, and I kind of let loose again. I was so angry and so upset by everything that was happening, and I just voiced all of it because my son's suicide attempt, like, we no longer had young men's president, so the bishop was supposed to be, the young men had gone on high adventure and had left my son behind, and no one had reached out to him, and it was that night that I found him. So I just had a lot of reasons that I felt angry, Anyway, that stake presidency, because I said also, anyway, I'm making this story confusing and long, but my stake presidency came over 3 weeks in a row in jeans and t-shirts, those 3 men, and swept my kitchen, fed my kids, like, took care of us. And something about that, it's kind of like Jean Valjean, like, you have sealed my heart for God. I saw goodness in the church. It opened my eyes to be able to see things in the church that I hadn't been seeing before that are absolutely there.
That's the church at its best, when we're taking care of each other, loving each other.
And there's more to it than that, but that really, and then we were assigned the ward missionary family or couple that was assigned to us have kind of adopted us like grandparents, and they also like seeing people like this in my church, people that I want to be like, that I get to associate with and try to learn to emulate them. Like, there are incredible people. And then there's much more. There are many more reasons I stay as well. But that was the thing that really changed things for me, was just that pure ministering in the face. There were a lot of people that were really angry at me because I was so vocal online, and there were, but those people really saved us.
As you mentioned that about the reasons you stay, there are people asking, give her a chance to really enumerate the main reasons why she does stay. We could ask that later, but may as well ask that now since you brought it up. What are the main, after all you've been through, you've shared, I think divine guidance is probably your number one answer. I'm going to predict that that's it. But like, are there any reasons that you've stayed with the church aside from the service and the divine guidance that you would want to share?
Yeah, well, yes, the core of it is that I feel like the Lord has told me to stay. So, I'll back up again to the first time that I just felt like this black pit, like I cannot stay in the church after what I've experienced. I didn't want my children to experience anything like that. And it was really hard. And I was seeking the answer. I just was praying, God, show me what's better. Show me where to go. Show me what, I already homeschooled. I didn't feel great about just home churching, or not doing anything. And I was just desperately praying. And during that time, I had some really profound answers. One of the things that happened, because I would always counsel with my children, like I had boys who were in their teens, maybe their mid-teens. And so I remember talking to my second son and saying, I'm thinking of leaving the church. What would you think about that? And it was such a good learning experience for me, because he just got a little choked up and said, Mom, I know you know God, so I know you'll be fine, but I don't know God. All I have is the church. And that really made me realize the church is more than just what I want it to be. It's different things to different people. But what really happened, the main thing that made me stay at that point was I just had, again, it was divine guidance, but I felt this really profound answer from God to me. And people can, this is my answer. But I was just told Jesus stayed. Jesus stayed in the church. Jesus was more aware of all of the problems in the church of his day than I could possibly be of any problems of the church in my day. And yet he stayed. He continued to go to the feasts and the temple, but he didn't submit. I had been told in those interviews with the bishop that I couldn't make comments in class. I would never teach. I would never speak.
It's kind of being disfellowshipped, kind of.
Yeah, that word didn't come up at all. What it was, I could only say things that were directly out of the manual. And so I felt like that was part of the reason of like, how do I stay like that? And with what I had experienced, it was not a good interaction with the bishop for me. But I was told Jesus stayed, but didn't submit. Jesus did what God wanted him to do, not what the leaders told him to do. And that, in my perception, that combination of staying but not submitting led to the most important event of all time, the atonement, right? So I felt told to stay and not submit. And it was just after having that answer that we had a new stake president put in, and I ended up speaking at his very first stake conference when I'd been told I'd never speak again, And so I was told to stay that time, and became more aware of the needs, that it wasn't just about me. It was about many more people than me, So that was my first time that I stayed and really felt committed. And it was painful. It was painful. Like there are lots of things that I hear that I don't like. There are things that at that point that I was concerned that my children were being taught that I didn't agree with, But gradually over time, it started to be where the good would sink in and the hard would kind of, I just was kind of blessed to let the hard go more than I had and embrace the good, where I think before that I had been doing the opposite, And then in 2020, when I felt so inspired to stay, there was something else I was going to tell you. I'll have to think of what it is about why I stay.
While you're thinking about it, do you attend now every week?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I love being a member of the church. I really love the church. I, of course, mourn and grieve over people who like my twins do not want to be members of the church. And I think that
they're LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I think that, it's a little hard for them sometimes, that I still am, and we struggle with that, but for me, I feel God in this church. Like it has been through this church, not through this church, but in this church that I've come to know God. I really love the Book of Mormon, and being in class and being inspired with a comment that I can share, having my children have opportunities to teach and sing, being able to serve, being able to, all of those, like, this is something that I have shared before, but during those really hard years that we were having, my marriage was also ending. We didn't, marriage is hard anyway, but when you're going through things like that, And and there were some additional pressures being put on our marriage as well. And I went through a time, okay, I'm being really vulnerable here, but I went through a time of intense aggressive suicidality, where it was while I was pregnant, actually, where it was in my marriage. If I would feel powerless, unseen, unappreciated, and unloved, I don't even know what it was. I would go to this place where I caught myself like accelerating into oncoming traffic, or like one night after something happened, I ran out and, I was in my 12-passenger van and drove up to the canyon just to and I kept finding myself like accelerating toward the cliff, so I pulled over in the middle of the night feeling like a complete idiot and called the suicide hotline because I'm like, I don't know what's happening. This is, the suicide hotline is for adolescents and I'm a pregnant mother of 12. What is wrong with me? That was the space that I was in. And I went, anyway, the next night something happened again and I knew I couldn't drive because, so I ran over. It was in the middle of the winter. I was in the park in the middle of the night feeling like there was no hope. And I can't remember what I was talking about, why I went to this answer, but I'll just continue with this story, even if I can't remember why I started it.
Yeah.
So I was at the park feeling like everything has to end. I felt so powerless. There was nothing I could do to solve the problems I was having. And it was then that the best term I have is the wisdom of the mothers. I felt like this incredible wisdom, and I don't, as big as eternity, this feminine wisdom. I kind of think it's like the polygamist women, that learned these things from their experience. I know this may be goofy to some people, but I feel like I was carrying their feeling powerless and unloved and unseen, and like they didn't have choices and they didn't matter, that was affecting me so much. And I had this wisdom come to me that just said, that part of your marriage is not your whole marriage. That thing he did is not who he is. And it really healed me and allowed me to stay in my marriage, which I'm so thankful for, that we made it through that time. And I've had that same impression with the church. Like, the church has some really, really difficult things, but that's not the whole church. And that's what I've come to see. I mean, I've been struggling in this space for 20 years, but I've been really thankful over these past several years where I've come to see there is so much more to the church than the things that I struggle with. And I really, really appreciate the whole package. And I can just have more charity, just like I need to have more charity for those things about my husband that are really hard for me, and really appreciate all the good things. I kind of try to do the same thing with the church.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to just check in. Do you need some water or do you need a quick break?
I'm good.
Okay. You okay? Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
My voice is holding out, kind of. It's still raspy.
You're amazing. So thanks for helping us understand how you've been able to stay in the church and in your marriage. When did you first start your YouTube channel?
So this is, can I build on that story I just told? It kind of as a good segue.
Yeah.
So after that experience I had with the wisdom of the mothers, I was healed from that. I have not struggled with that.
From your suicidal ideation.
Okay. I haven't struggled with that since.
Wow.
It was just completely healed.
Dang.
And that next day I was so grateful. So I was just praying, like, what can I do for you? Like, what can I do to thank you? And the women that had given me that insight, I know that sounds strange, but that's really what I felt like. I just was like, what can I do in return? And I was given the answer, tell other women. And I felt like I had studied. So I guess I haven't talked about my transition in my beliefs on polygamy. Maybe I should go there first.
Yeah.
So I was a big believer in polygamy, right? Big old believer in polygamy. I'm on the record teaching in celestial education that polygamy is the law of Zion in heaven. And so it was, I told you this story before. It was my husband that came in and was like, I don't think polygamy was ever of God. So in order to save my going apostate husband from his false beliefs, I went to the scriptures to,
Around what year was this?
I want to say 2013,
Okay.
2014.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'd had all these faith transitions, but I still hadn't questioned polygamy, right?
Yeah.
It sometimes comes piece by piece. I hadn't thought about it a lot, but I hadn't questioned it.
So he concludes that polygamy wasn't of God 2013-ish.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yeah, based on the Book of Mormon. And so I started studying it because of course it is. We know that.
That's so weird when the husband's against polygamy and the wife is affirming it.
His great grandparents lived in the same little Mexican colony as my grandparents.
Yeah.
So,
Chihuahua.
Colonial Dublin, I think it was.
Okay.
And so anyway, I went to the scriptures and I was shocked by how little I knew about what the scriptures have to say about marriage and polygamy. And my mind was blown. And as I studied more and more and more, and that really was also another time of some degree of upheaval, because something that I had just assumed was true became antithetical to what the scriptures actually teach, right? And so I ended up starting a Facebook group. Well, I tried to bring it up because you have to talk about this stuff when, so I tried to bring it up in several Facebook groups, and no, polygamy is verboten. You cannot talk, you may not discuss that here. And so I started my own Facebook group that I was like, okay, fine, I'll start my own and we'll talk about polygamy. And because I had been in these really conservative homeschooling communities and had taught these things, I think that it actually was a blessing because a lot of people who were very pro-polygamy and actual polygamists ended up joining that group. And then they tagged a bunch of like the polygamy scholars. So in my association there, I was able to engage with the very best arguments in defense of polygamy. And that was the best thing that could have happened to solidify my like thinking that maybe I was wrong about polygamy. When I realized that's the best you've got, those are the arguments, it becomes pretty easy to be like, oh my gosh, this was never good.
Are you talking about like church historians, like employees who were church historians?
Fundamentalist, church apologists,
okay.
Polygamy,
FLDS,
or whatever, probably more AUB and different groups telling me that, because before that I had met people that were in the AUB and they had told me their theology. Went back when I was younger and selling bright music and I was in their homes, and they told me their theology of one day the mother and the father will come back together, and I was like, oh, sounds logical. It just worked with my perception at that time. So this was really a big change. So anyway, I ended up being able to encounter all of the best arguments in favor of polygamy, and I found them to be severely lacking and sometimes quite atrocious. Like if anyone has read Ogden Kraut, some of that is just...
We interviewed Ann Wild. My very first video interview on Mormon Stories was Ann Wild, his second or third wife.
His secretary. Yep. And she, I remember, I think in either your interview or like she made some claims and threw some things out. When you go dig them up, you're like, oh my gosh, that's what we've got, right? And so I became very, very convinced that polygamy was not of God. And that was what my study was that polygamy was not of God. Scripturally, absolutely bulletproof. I felt like that is a lockdown case. And so
except for DNC 132.
Well, I learned just enough about DNC 132. Like when I remember when I learned where it came from and when it was added, and was like, oh my word, like, are you kidding me? Because,
when you learned it was added much later.
Yes. That
made you question its validity.
Oh yeah. Well, whoever it came from, it wasn't from God, especially reading because I was engaging with these people. And so I had, sometimes people would challenge me. It was always polygamous men as well. It was like some women joined, but usually men. And it was funny. I learned that one of their biggest insults for women is, I would never want you as a wife. I got that often, which was like, what a strange insult. I guess that's the worst insult in a polygamist mindset, that you're not wife material. I'm like, I got a husband. I'm good. Thanks. But it was I was challenged several times, but one time explicitly someone said, Michelle, will you fast and pray about 132? And I was like, okay, yes, I will. I will. And so I did. And I knelt down and prayed after fasting, and I had this impression come to mind that was like, read verse by verse, asking which portions are of me. And that was the first time I had ever considered that might some of it be from God and some of it not be from God.
D&C
right?
132 specifically. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And so I started to go through that exercise. And then it was also when I read Jacob, the book of Jacob, next to D&C 132, it could not be more apparent that these are not the same God.
Because Jacob, tell our non-Mormons what Jacob says.
Oh, so
just paraphrase.
Yeah. So Jacob 2 is the famous sermon. There's more of there. You have to read 1 and 3 as well to get the full impact. But Jacob 2 starts out the first half all about pride, which is actually incredibly apt because polygamy is the most prideful doctrine there is. I'm convinced of it. So the first half is about pride. And then the second half is an absolute inescapable, unavoidable prohibition and condemnation of polygamy. They were condemned for just desiring many wives and concubines. They misread the scriptures of old, like David and Solomon, and those were the things. Anyway, we can go into it. People like to claim that 230 is a loophole, and so much work has been done to show that that does not work at all. In fact, in the church manuals, they'll often change the words. They'll do but or nevertheless and an ellipsis. When it says for, like it's building on what came before. And then they always ignore verses 31 through 35. I'm maybe going in a little, but it says, for if I want to raise up seed, I will command my people, as God is doing here. And God says in 1 Nephi 7:1 that God wants to raise up seed through Lehi and his sons. So they go back and get the family of Ishmael, and you can do the math. There's one each, right? God created Adam and Eve to multiply and replenish the earth. Noah and the 3 sons, and there were 8 souls on the ark. Monogamy, right? It's even good enough for the animals.
So lots of opportunities to raise up a seed in the Bible and in the Book of Mormon. God's not implementing polygamy to raise up a righteous seed.
Every time God wants to establish a people, God does it in monogamy without exception.
As far as we know.
Well, if we're going to look at the scriptures.
Yeah, right.
If we're going to look at the scriptures. And then the first polygamist is Lamech, who's this descendant of Cain, who becomes the next Master Mahan, the son of perdition, right? And that's the first time polygamy is on the earth.
This is where?
In both the Bible and in the Pearl of Great Price.
Oh, okay.
If you look up Lamech, and that's the first indication we get of polygamy anywhere in scripture.
Got it.
And then 132 claims that God commanded Abraham. No, God did not command Abraham. Go to the Bible. God has never commanded polygamy.
In the Holy Bible, the Old Testament, Abraham, Jacob, David, Solomon, God's not telling those prophets to take plural wives as far as you read.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would argue it with anybody.
Yeah.
And then
you have.
And then also, yes, as far as I read, but I read it right.
Yeah, of course.
And then also I'm sorry, my voice is starting to get a little raspy, so just ignore. But
do you need water?
Yeah. Also the claim that, what was the other claim I was going to say? Oh, I'll have to get back to it. Anyway, the question, I'll get back to it. But the question was, what is Jacob 2? It is an absolute unequivocal prohibition of polygamy. It calls it an abomination.
What are the words that actually prohibit it? Just say those words really quick.
Okay.
It's I, the Lord, view.
Let me just get there really fast.
I'm sorry.
I brought I should have the whole thing memorized. No, I probably do.
No, I put you on the spot. Whenever someone puts me on the spot, the words immediately escape my brain. I'm sure I've heard you cite this scripture.
I cite it all the
from
time.
Memory, but
I think the thing is, I don't want to just read that one verse. I won't do too much.
It's good. Yeah.
But it's important to see that it's they did indeed have many wives and concubines, which was abominable unto me, is one thing that he says about David. Having many wives and concubines is abominable. The Doctrine and Covenants tries to twist that to say only in the matter of Uriah. What? That is not what the Book of Mormon says.
Only to kill the husband.
Right. And why is it not the matter of Bathsheba? It's ridiculous that's the only way that he sinned. And then it goes on. Let's see. The word of God burdens me because of your grosser crimes. So in chapter 1, it's called a greater wickedness, and then it's called grosser crimes. For they understand not the scriptures, for they seek to excuse themselves and committing whoredoms because of the things which were written concerning David and Solomon his son. So pay attention that it says the things which were written. Behold, David and Solomon truly had many wives and concubines, which thing was abominable before me, saith the Lord. Wherefore, and then it goes down, and then it keeps going.
So the Book of Mormon is saying David and Solomon's polygamy and concubinery is an abomination.
Is an abomination.
Full stop. It's not making conditions for that.
Right. And if
Yeah.
you read this, it actually makes it quite clear that that was a big part of what Lehi was preaching against in Jerusalem, and part of why he had to leave. Is he was preaching against this perversion of God's establishment of marriage, right? Here you have God wanting to raise up a righteous seed, and this is what the people do with it. And so, so when it says, wherefore, and then it's interesting too, I love the scriptures. This is my favorite part. But when it says, wherefore, thus this people shall keep my commandments, saith the Lord, or of hosts, or cursed be the land for their sakes. And it goes on to curse the land and tell them that they will be destroyed. And isn't it fascinating that Wilford Woodruff claimed to have a revelation from God that said, if you don't knock it off, this is what's going to happen. The church will be utterly destroyed. Right? I see that as a fulfillment of what the Book of Mormon, says.
Certainly wasn't good for the church after a while.
Ever.
Yeah.
It was never good for the church.
All right. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And then it says, for if I will, saith the Lord of hosts, and it says, for if I will, meaning building on what I just said, right? Not in opposition to it. Raise up seed unto me. And it just says in verse 25 what it means to raise up seed. It's raise up a covenant people, which is what God said in 1 Nephi 7, he's doing with Lehi and his descendants, right? If I will raise up seed to me, I will command my people. This entire chapter is God commanding his people. Don't do this thing, right? And it says, otherwise, if I don't command them, they shall hearken unto these things, the things written about David and Solomon. Right. And if you look at it grammatically or in any other way, that's what it says. And then what's important is to go on to the next verse. For behold, I, the Lord, have seen the sorrow and heard the mourning of the daughters of my people in the land of Jerusalem. And because of the wickedness and abominations of their husbands. And the entire rest of the chapter gives the reason that God always condemns and forbids it. So if we want to say that God sometimes commands polygamy, then we're saying then just God sometimes doesn't care about women.
Why do you think so? Like Gerardo, Gerardo's interpretation of that verse, because he would believe Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon, not God. Gerardo wrote, it's obvious that Joseph was struggling with polygamy at a very early age. I'm guessing you wouldn't have that interpretation, correct?
Not at all. Yeah.
So, why was God worrying about polygamy during the time of Jacob in the Book of Mormon, do you think?
Well, it seems to me, and I hold my beliefs loosely. I'm never going to get into an argument with someone over whether this is a historical document or where it came from. I think I've also never seen it explained well, where we got it. So I tend to really love the Book of Mormon unapologetically, and I'm okay with that, even if I don't understand everything about it, right? But I do think that polygamy is something, according to this chapter, that was happening in the old world. Lehi was commanded, verse 3 tells us that Lehi was commanded that they should not practice polygamy. And so what was her, so he's
basically wondering why in Book of Mormon times in the New World, God wanted this in the scriptures. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, if I'm going to put on my faithful hat, the way the way that I see it, I mean, look what happened in the church. And we believe this is a book that was brought forward to our church, and it's telling us what we need to know. It's a book written for us, right? And so I actually find it to be profoundly
it's kind of prophetic,
miraculous and prophetic that it is telling us. I wouldn't
and them.
Right. No, I'm saying that. Like I wouldn't expect God to give us a book of scripture that condemns those other people over there.
Right. Yeah.
And so I actually think it gives us an opportunity to continue to be willing to believe it. Because like I said, it also tells us, warns us to not treat it lightly. And one of the things we can talk about, again, look up how many times it says many wives and concubines. And what's fascinating
in the Book of Mormon.
It uses that term 4 times at least to condemn it. And then all of a sudden in 132, we get the doctrine of many wives and concubines commanded by God in complete opposition to the Book of Mormon. So I would say if Joseph was struggling with ideas of polygamy, he could have just left it out, or he could have put it in somehow. And like 132 did, hey, David and Solomon had some pretty cool ideas, right? And he could also have, when he translated the Bible. So after Joseph died, the Mormons who came to Utah really wanted to get the Bible from Emma, the Bible retranslation. And the stories about that are pretty cool. Her faith in, she just felt very strongly that if she kept that safe, they would be protected. And they were trying to get it from her, and if they couldn't get it, they wanted to destroy it. So they tried to burn her house down many times. According to the history, she would find the house have set on fire, but it wouldn't catch. And so she preserved the Bible. And I think that's amazing, because now we can see that in Joseph Smith's translation of the Bible, which he did much later than the Book of Mormon, he actually increases the condemnations against David. There's no wiggle room for polygamy built in. And those things, I think, and then if we look at Doctrine and Covenants, we have section 42, which was given as the law unto the church. This was the law to the church. And verse 22 says, thou shalt cleave unto thy wife and none else, right? I think right before that, it says, thou shalt not lie for, you can't lie for the Lord. You can't lie for polygamy. Section 49 has another strong prohibition of polygamy that if I weren't fuzzy brained, I could quote for you, but we can look it up. So
don't forget DNC 101, the
original,
1835.
yes,
Yeah, you want
the
to
original
talk about
statement.
That?
Yeah, the original statement on marriage that Joseph added, that was
canonized in the original Doctrine and Covenants.
It was accepted by unanimous, universal common consent. Every single organization in the church voted on it. And it was another extreme prohibition against polygamy. It said, inasmuch as this church has been reproved with the crime of fornication and polygamy, we declare that one man should have one wife and one woman but one husband, except in case of death where either is at liberty to marry again. Can't get much more clear than that. And those are the consistent scriptures that we have coming throughout Joseph's lifetime and canonized.
And that lasted till what, 1876?
Yes.
In the Doctrine and Covenants?
Yeah.
The explicit prohibition by the Doctrine and Covenants of polygamy.
Yeah. So what became Section 132 did not show up at all until 1852, August of 1852, where Brigham Young...
Not in scripture yet.
Where he magically pulled it out of his desk. Brian Hales makes fun of me when I say magically, because he thinks I'm being literal. I'm just saying, poof, look what I've had locked in my desk, and none of you knew it. He says that. He says, nobody knew it was there. I've had this in my desk for many years. Well, where did it come from? Did it cross the plains in his desk, right? And so he pulls this out, and it's so problematic. If we can dive into that another time, like hugely problematic. That's the first time it shows up. And then it's printed in the Deseret News. So they are living in complete opposition to their canonized scriptures, because 132 is not in the scriptures, but 101 is. Well, it's 109 at that point, because in the 1844 version, it was 109. And that lasts almost throughout the entire period of polygamy, right? Only 14 years before polygamy ends is 132 added. And now for the rest of the time, we're living in opposition to our scriptures again, because we still have 132 in, where polygamy has been officially banned since 1890. So it's just an interesting history that people should be aware of.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the Book of Mormon and most of the Doctrine and Covenants and the Pull of Great Price all converted you to the belief that DNC 132 was not of God.
Absolutely. Yeah. Except the portions,
which is valid because they are contradictory.
They are. And God is in one of them. The God I know is in the Book of Mormon and is in the Doctrine and Covenants, is not in Doctrine and Covenants 132:63. God does not see women as possessions to be taken and given. God does not this is not of God, right? And so there was something else I was going to say. I'll have to. No,
Dan Vogel's in the chat, and he wants to. I think he and I both would want to have a conversation about the original revelation that Joseph Smith is reported to have received with Hiram, and that was
based on Clayton's journal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That there were many reports of that revelation being shown around Nauvoo.
Yes, that all come out later. We would be happy.
So Brigham wasn't necessarily the first time.
No, those reports all came later.
Yeah, right.
Right. I mean, like those reports of people having seen it came starting in 1869. So they backtrack and claim.
We'll get into this. But other than the Nauvoo Council in 1843, people saying that they were told, and there are other reports of people. So we have contemporaneous reports in Nauvoo.
The Nauvoo Expositor.
The Nauvoo Expositor. Yeah, and we'll get to all that. Anyway, I think Dan's just wanting to make sure people don't think that Brigham Young coming up with the document in 1850 whatever is like truly the beginning of the idea of a revelation. Okay. There were yes, we could get into that. We'll get into that.
But 132 in its current form first presented to the church, first read to the church, first seen and then we can get one thing I did want to say is that the portions of it that actually are about eternal marriage, and this goes into my model of
the
what
earlier
happened.
part of D&C 132.
Yeah, like the teens.
So you're praying, let's go back to that. You're praying verse by verse in the Doctrine and Covenants.
Yeah, and I didn't really make it through much. It was just the idea that some of it could be from God and some of it could not. So can I clarify something really fast? Because I do talk about my experiences with God, but I don't base my opinions on things on what God tells me, if that makes sense. I really like the scripture by learning and also by faith. And I feel like for me, the Spirit can tell me, like, what's the best language? I feel sometimes inspired, go look at that or go read that, or sometimes I can feel a confirmation of an idea, but I really like critical thinking and I really like evidence. So I just wanted to clarify, because some people say, oh, so God told you Joseph wasn't a polygamist. And it's so discouraging and demoralizing and feels inaccurate.
So I don't want to push that off. This is the type of epistemological conversation I might save till later, but since you brought it up, we'll hit it now.
Okay.
So what I hear you saying is that you value evidence.
I do.
And you value truth, and it would not be fair to just say she just felt that it was true, and that's what she bases her position on.
Yes.
Because anyone I will never, ever, ever, I'm just saying it now, I will never have the command of Mormon history that you do.
Okay.
So like what I'm trying to say is, like, you know a lot, and you've researched a lot, and you clearly care about evidence and facts and truth. That's very clear to me. And I think that's what you're also trying to say. It's not just warm fuzzies, that are your foundations.
Yes. Thank you for stating that well and understanding and believing that, because it's really frustrating to me with how much I work to really honestly, I love being proven wrong. I have a big track record of very visibly changing. I was, I'm on record very often speaking when I was teaching celestial education on believing polygamy was of God and the law of Zion. And I changed that. Did
you ever feel like God told you polygamy was right?
No, it was just
So have you ever been reversed on something you felt God had told you was right?
Mm-hmm.
You have.
Or greater understanding coming. Yeah.
Okay.
Homosexuality, my babies, like I don't know that it's been like that was wrong, but it might be that was partial or you misunderstood.
You misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you haven't shut the door of understanding or of being open about any of this stuff.
No, not. I know that people don't believe this about me, but genuinely, like when I would listen to the atheist debates, I loved it when a question was asked that bothered me, that I couldn't answer. I loved the exercise of talking to my kids about it and like really pondering and praying about it and then having whatever epiphany I might have. I like being challenged in my views. I know people might not believe that, but I really genuinely do. And when I was very slow. When I started my podcast, I did not want to get into the question of Joseph Smith for a variety of reasons. The main one of which is that I think the God question is so much more important. And I felt like the Joseph Smith question always like eats the God is like you can't even talk about God anymore because it's just about Joseph Smith.
Right.
And then also I knew what I was stepping in if I were to come out and say Joseph wasn't a polygamist. I knew that would be. I actually by nature am really high in agreeableness. I'm a people pleaser. I don't like having everyone hate me.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So it really was. It's been evidence that has convinced me. And if the second we find a child or some other really solid evidence, I will definitely have to grapple with that.
Let me just very quickly. We've gotten so many super chats. Life Take Two says, "Hey, Life Take Two, check out her channel. She says my cheating ex was a fierce monogamy affirmer." That's that's funny. That's ironic and tragic.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks for sharing. Boyd X, thanks for your support. I'll just go through these super quickly. EJS says, what about the October 5th, 1843 journal entry. I think she's talking about William Clayton there.
She's talking about the Willard Richards Joseph Smith journal. And we can go to that topic
what's she
really
trying
fast.
to say there?
I think what she's saying is there is one thing that has not been brought up in this study until the monogamy affirmer movement is the huge record of altered records, this huge pile of altered, changed records.
Yeah.
So we have many cases of Brigham Young writing in his history that they were engaged in revising the history of the church after Joseph's death, right?
Yeah.
We have Howard Corey, I want to say is his name, who was in Nauvoo after Joseph's death, but then left and joined the RLDS. And he said that he was very troubled by watching them alter all of the records to fit what he called the new order of things.
Yeah.
And then if we go in, we can see now that we have the Joseph
we
Smith
know that
papers,
Brigham Young rewrote Lucy Mack Smith's biography
and tried to have it burned.
Yeah.
And many. So if I showed you, like I could pull up right now 5 different documents right now that Joseph or Hiram, well, even more than that, preached or published or did something with like vehemently anti-polygamist that were changed to give it a little loophole, to give it a little out, that were changed by Brigham Young and the later polygamists. And that hasn't been part of this conversation. Those are some of the sources we're trying to bring forward.
Were you, and this isn't a gotcha, but it just comes to my mind. Were you aware that Joseph Smith changed his own revelations in the Doctrine and Covenants from the earlier versions? You know, he would flip meanings, he would delete stuff, he would add stuff to revelations that were supposed to have been received years before. I didn't really understand the depth of that till we did the LDS discussions episode about that. Did you know that Joseph Smith, and he's changed the Book of Mormon, he made several changes to the Book of Mormon. Mm-hmm. Not a gotcha, but I'm curious if you are aware of
I am aware.
And that changing maybe starts with Joseph?
Yes. Well, no, I would disagree with that.
Really?
Because Joseph wasn't changing somebody else's history to try to frame them as doing or saying the opposite of what they said. Joseph was changing his own history. And while that may
and the
be
First
troubling,
Vision too.
Right. Well, I know the different First Vision accounts. I don't want this to sound at all like a cop-out. It's not. But I have my hands full with polygamy. I am aware of the other issues. I can't dive into everything the same way.
Sure.
And I guess like I'm just kind of about where God wants me, what God tells me to do, you know.
You don't feel called to study that other stuff deeply right now.
Yes, I can't. Yeah, I'm doing all I can on this topic, and I feel like, well, I can tell you why I came to I feel like I'm not finishing stories.
It's my fault. I'm sure it's my fault.
Oh, it's okay. I can't even remember what I was going to say. I should read the the October 5th, 1843 journal entry because it's fascinating.
Because someone asked about it?
Yeah, we could save that for another conversation. But Joseph said, walked up and down the street with scribe, preaching and teaching against polygamy, I can't remember if it says it, polygamy, saying that anyone who's practicing or teaching polygamy, but it just says, Joseph forbids it on this law. No man shall have but one wife. That was the original journal. Then we can see, so how they created the histories of the church was they would take all of these sources that they would get and put them into a draft history. And it was where they would leave spaces, make changes, alterations, right? And then they came up with the final history. And that's a really fun one to look at. I can post it below for anyone who wants to see it. I'm not able to share documents in this conversation. It's good to see the documents, but you can see the original journal entry, the draft history, where it is written with lines in between left to change it. And then you can see it's crossed out, and in a new pen, it writes in and says, for there's none but only but one on earth at the time unto who these keys are forgiven. And I have constantly said, no man shall have but one life unless I command otherwise, or unless I, Joseph, give permission otherwise, right? You can see to be revised written over in the corner. Then you can see the revision, and then you see the final history, which is what we all grew up with. Right? It's not until we had the Joseph Smith papers that we can see these things.
Yeah, I was this morning, like at 3 a.m., I was trying to prepare for this episode, and I was trying to learn more about the Austin Cowles.
Mm-hmm.
And so I learned that Austin, it's alleged that Austin Cowles' daughter was sealed to Joseph Smith, in 1843 as a precursor to him stepping down from the Nauvoo Council.
Oh, see, those are all assumptions that we can argue, but yes.
Well, I'm telling you what I read.
Right.
So I'm reading that, and then I'm reading, okay, so that's one. So Austin Cowell's daughter was sealed to Joseph Smith. So then I go to look at some of the records that seem to be suggesting that. And it literally had her, as I read it, and this is something that came from, I think, Gary Bergera, where somewhere it was annotated that she was sealed to her husband. And then that was like crossed out. And I think it was Joseph F. Smith that wrote in sealed to Joseph Smith. I'm like, what the fetch? Like, come on. I thought I was going to something really solid. And I'm like, why is Joseph F. Smith crossing out a record and then putting in she was sealed to Joseph Smith? Now, that doesn't mean she wasn't sealed to Joseph Smith, but it is like weird.
It is weird.
It's like deflating. I'm like, oh crap.
Yes.
Why is Joseph F. Smith writing that?
So this is so interesting. This is what I started to find. Every single piece of evidence has huge problems. There's nothing in my mind. Everything I have seen is better explained as this later created evidence than it is as actual contemporary factual evidence.
So frustrating.
It's so frustrating.
I was trying to, I'm going to get her.
Yeah.
I'm going to get her.
Right.
And I'm like, I'm so glad I didn't run with that. I'm so glad I looked at the footnotes this
time. Good, you
because
learned.
You would have called me on that, right? You
Yeah.
would have busted me.
But
so freaking Joseph F. Smith.
Joseph F. Smith was like the first correlation committee and kind of the correlation committee on steroids.
He wasn't the first. I'd say Joseph Smith was, but we can talk about that later.
Okay. I guess, I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. But Joseph F. Smith, after the Restoration, was the first correlation committee. He's the one that took the lectures of faith out of the Doctrine and Covenants because he agreed with some point in lecture 5.
Yeah.
And then he's also the one that tried to compile evidence. And we have him writing a letter to Orson Pratt that says that he was shocked by the fact that there was no evidence of Joseph Smith's polygamy. He's asking Orson Pratt to write his story of polygamy, saying that he needs to create them because there's nothing. And Orson Pratt doesn't do that. And then also Joseph F. Smith, in one of his exchanges, I believe it was with Joseph III, if not, it was with a different RLDS leader. And I'm going to say Joseph III, but he said, I challenge you to find one thing that my father ever said in favor of polygamy. And Joseph F., the only thing he could find is this October 5th journal entry that was altered.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And so those kinds of things, let me just make this point. Can I just quickly?
Please.
This has been an interesting thing to me because I actually was very slow to be willing to accept that Joseph Smith didn't originate polygamy for a variety of reasons. But one thing that I find fascinating is the more evidence we get, the more access to documents, the more people studying the documents, the more scientific evidence, DNA, whatever, the stronger the case against Joseph Smith's polygamy becomes.
In your view?
Well, I actually no, like it was much stronger before we had this monogamy affirmer movement. I haven't seen anything come out of the Joseph Smith papers that has strengthened the argument that Joseph Smith was a polygamist.
Interesting.
Or studying the affidavits. And I would expect the opposite to happen.
I don't know enough to agree or not agree, but I do think you know more than me. Okay. So I'm not going to argue with you.
That was unfair.
For sure.
I will acknowledge that I...
No, it's good. Super quickly, I want to thank those who donate, make this possible. So Les Adams, thanks for the support. Same with all the opposed. Donnie Lee Gringo in Brazil is asking a question about how you deal with the affidavits of Joseph's plural wives. We're going to get to that.
Oh, yeah.
Donnie Lee Gringo in Brazil, but just know.
I can answer that really quickly now.
You want to answer
so
now?
Cheryl Bruno and I are actually writing a book on the affidavits that we're hoping will be out early next year.
Okay.
So that will be exciting.
Stay tuned. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will just say this. The affidavits are not what you think that they are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it almost sounds like in some instances, these women were given a template.
It was Joseph F. Smith making a form letter and then later filling in the names.
Yeah. I mean, some of them, not all of them, but some of them.
Joseph F. Smith's mostly are.
Okay.
The 1869 and 1870 that Joseph F. Smith did.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay.
So
there are later ones that are more in the women's voices.
Okay. So you're looking at DNC 132. You're finding that it just doesn't hold up muster. In your story, where does that take you? So you're in this homeschooling group, Facebook group, learning about polygamy. You start to question and doubt DNC 132. What happens next in terms of leading you to your YouTube channel?
Podcast.
Yeah.
So I'll actually jump ahead because I had that Facebook group for several years. It was a lot of fun to engage with a lot of angry polygamists that a woman would dare question, but it was really good. I learned a ton. And then I just kept having my babies. And then I had that experience when I was pregnant with my 12th, when I was told to tell other women. And then, and then I went on to have another baby. And it was after that, it was in, I want to say January of 2022, that one day I was just told it's time.
So this is 3 years ago.
Mhm.
3 years ago you started.
Yes. And yeah, everything I've learned about church history has been in the last 2.5 years.
That is, my mind can't wrap around that.
It's been a lot. Yeah.
You've learned more in 3 years than I've learned in 55.
It's a very narrow and dedicated focus. And I think my ADD hyperfocus works. And then I tend to have, be able to grasp things well sometimes, So, but anyway, I was told it's time, and I actually was still in that dismal space. But I ended up one day, because I just felt overwhelmed. Like, I don't know how to do this. I can't do this,
Do
and
what?
start a podcast.
Oh.
I'm not techie.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not,
Yeah.
I don't design. I had no idea what to do.
Right.
And I knew I wanted it to be called 132 Problems, because it's section 132. And I thought that was a fun name. And so I one morning woke up, and it was just like, I compare it to Nephi being told how to build a ship, because because we still had, I don't even know how many kids we had home at that time. We have 7 at home right now. So we must have had 8 or 9 at home. 8, I guess. I'll have to remember. But I was just kind of shown, this is the room you can use. This is how you can set it up. I was told to call my son, my second son, I was told call him, and it just all came together like miraculously. And I just went up and recorded my first 15 minutes episode, feeling like a complete idiot, because who cares about polygamy? What a random, bizarre, dumb topic to talk about in 2022, right? Like I was just like, okay, I'm feeling like I'm supposed to do this, so I'll do this. I had no idea what was going to happen.
How much of a consumer were you of like other YouTube channels or other podcasts prior to 2022?
I had listened to Lindsay Hansen Parks, for example.
Your polygamy, like all the way through?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I started late, but then I went back, but I was frustrated by it because I had different information. I'd read Carolyn Pearson's book, and that's also
Ghost of Eternal Polygamy.
Mm-hmm,
okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought she did a great job, but I still was kind of frustrated because what I wanted was sort of the scriptural exegesis, sort of this is theologically why you can know that polygamy is not of God for people, because that's who I was. Like, when I still believed in polygamy, I don't know that I would have read Carolyn Pearson's book, but if I had, I might have been like, "Ooh, this is really hard." I really like the scriptures. I needed here's what God says. Here's what this scripture says. Here's what this scripture says. Here's what this church leader said compared to what this scripture said, right? Like, there is no defense for this. You cannot defend polygamy. And that I also went through before, when I learned that polygamy was never of God, I went through a period of really, just repentance, feeling like, because of course, when I had imagined polygamy, when I was so busy with my big family, it was like, there'd be someone there to help me. And so it was so prideful and selfish, like, oh, another woman's life is just to help me with my children. That's what her life needs to be. I hadn't stopped to think about these things. And then I also, and I've heard this from so many people, there's sort of a repentance process of believing that that's who God was, of believing that that could be the nature of God. And it's like, that is not God. And I'm sorry, like, I really object to a human tendency to blame God for the mistakes of man. And I think we need to not do that.
That's what many of the church's gospel topics essays do, is if something really like the priesthood ban.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it wasn't that the members were racist. It's that we don't know God's mysterious ways.
Yeah, but I so appreciate that Deseret Book printed Paul Reeves' book.
Yeah.
And that we are, I mean, I know it's hard and it's frustrating. I also know that the church leaders, I was thinking about this the other day, like when my kids are in a fight and they all want the same thing and I'm trying to make them all happy and feel like I don't even know how to make my own kids happy when you're running a big church organization. And, I don't want to be critical of the leaders, because while there are things I disagree on, I just want to do my part.
Yeah. And I'm not asking you to be critical of them. I'm just noting that oftentimes in the church, when we really don't have a good answer for something really awful that happened, like the priesthood and temple ban for Black people, like polygamy, I don't think whoever writes those documents, and it's probably not the leaders, whoever writes those documents tends to fall back to God. God's ways are mysterious, which for my Christian and theist friends is so frustrating, because many of my Christian and theist friends believe that blaming of God for the horrific practices of humans kills God and creates ex-Mormon atheists.
I 100% agree with you. I could not agree with you more, and it breaks my heart, and I find it very troubling and upsetting.
Yeah.
I think, I just, it's very, I mean, repentance is a universal, and all that God wants from us is a contrite spirit, a broken heart and a contrite spirit, and a willingness to repent. I think that God is actually cool with us being like, whoa, really messed that up. I'm really sorry. I'm going to try to do better.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's what we as individuals do. Like, I'm really happy to be someone who can tell my kids, I'm so sorry I did that wrong, rather than, the kind of parent that my kids can't criticize. And I would love it if we as an institution could have that same approach a little bit more easily.
Totally. Yeah. So you wanted, when you were listening to Lindsay Hansen Park's Year of Polygamy, you were hoping for some sort of doctrinal, scriptural, theological, spiritual denunciation of polygamy, and instead it was more historical.
Well, I actually, and I don't want to, I was disappointed.
Not as a criticism of her, just of what you were wanting.
Well, I'm just kind of, I might make it a little criticism. I don't mean to, but I was actually disappointed, because I felt like what she was doing is making a podcast out of Todd Compton's book. Like, I felt that's basically
what
much of it
she basically,
of.
Each episode was a chapter in Todd Compton's book. And I don't think she hid that.
Right. Okay. So
I think that was the model.
That was the model. And I didn't feel like it was very,
was it original? Is that your concern?
Well, so I've had Todd Compton on my show, and I really like Todd. I'm thrilled that he's coming to our conference. I believe that he wrote his book when he was in a place of being quite frustrated with the church. He actually wrote his book to kind of give the church a black eye. And I think his book was a fantastic groundwork to say, hey, let's focus on these women and let's tell these stories. But the fact that we kind of treat it as the magnum opus and now the work is done, rather than a first foray into the topic, is really troubling to me.
It's basically all the documents he could find about each of Joseph's 30 plus wives in a chapter. Is that right? Yes. But I feel like it's also a lot of speculation, a lot of almost historical fiction type storytelling at points. Todd does that?
Well, I mean, who am I to criticize Todd? No, that's just my impression, know? Yeah. And then I also, when I go back and look at the sources, this is kind of what I think has happened with the polygamy debate. Can I go into that?
Please. Yeah.
So I think that this is what has happened. So first of all, the RLDS church, as you said, there was a tug of war between the LDS church and the RLDS church, and Joseph Smith's polygamy was a big part of that. Another part was the succession, that it had to be lineal, which is why Joseph F. Smith, who was really a troubled guy, was called into the apostleship quite young and groomed to be a leader, right? So that they had, look, we've got a Smith too, So, but the polygamy was a big part of the tug of war. And then in the, well, I don't know when it started, but I know it was happening in the 60s. The RLDS church, they were training all of their leaders and historians at a very liberal Methodist college called St. Paul's. 1960s. Okay, yes. Yeah. I sometimes get my century.
No. I just want to make sure our listeners knew which century.
Yes, it is that century. And so, and there were several things that happened. The position papers that the leadership was working on were released sort of like a Mormon leaks, and caused a huge rift and a huge division. There was a segment of the church that was most of the leadership and historians that had been trained in this liberal college that really wanted to become more ecumenical and less distinct. So they were wanting to separate themselves from Joseph Smith. They were wanting to separate themselves from their Mormonism and become more Christian, right? And when those position papers were released, that caused a huge uproar. And then several other things happened. We started to get the, Flanders, I want to say, is it Robert Flanders wrote his book, is it Nauvoo Kingdom on the Mississippi, something, which is the first one I'm aware of that kind of opened the door to Joseph Smith starting polygamy. And then we had Richard Howard's paper that caused a bit of an uproar, but it was really the women in the priesthood that caused the church to split.
The RLDS church allowing women to have the priesthood. Yeah,
which was quite early in the early 80s. That was quite avant-garde, know. And so
in Mormon land.
In Mormon land, you're right. You are correct. And so anyway, it was that whole movement that caused the split. And actually the my understanding is the largest and most sort of faithful, highest tithing congregations split off and formed the Restoration branches. And so I think it's a misnomer to believe that the RLDS church they wanted Joseph Smith to not be a polygamist, but the evidence was so strong they just couldn't deny it anymore. That's actually not accurate. They were motivated to separate themselves from Joseph Smith, and that was one thing that they did, and also and to separate themselves from the Book of Mormon as well to some extent. I don't want to speak for Community of Christ people. I know there are people in faith everywhere in the community.
It is
of
very
Christ.
possible that leaders and historians in the RLDS church just looked at the documents and decided that the evidence weighed in favor of Joseph being a polygamist, right?
So, I think they brought their bias to it there, because we can read. So what I think is more useful to do, rather than saying the RLDS church admits it, was actually isn't quite true, because the RLDS church that didn't believe it split off and became the Restoration branches. And that's where we get Richard and Pamela Price and others that did all of did so much research to show that Joseph was not a polygamist. And the ones who were wanting to go in the liberal direction did that, but I'm moved that direction. But what we can do is look at their books and papers and see what evidence they rely on. Does that make sense? So we don't need to just say they changed their mind. That's not good scholarship. What we should do is say what made them change their mind and see if it's as solid as they claim it is. And I don't think it is.
Dan Vogel is saying the split was also about the historicity of the Book of Mormon.
Yes, I believe that's true. Thanks, Dan. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, they wanted to separate themselves from Joseph and from the real connection to the Book of Mormon is my understanding.
Okay.
And so, but why I think that's important is because the RLDS church dropping their side of the tug of war let the narrative just stand unquestioned, right? And so from that point on, anything that was discovered, I believe it was around that time or after that, like the affidavits were discovered, or that so every new discovery was like, oh, more evidence of Joseph's polygamy. And it was never questioned. It was never critically examined. It was just accepted with excitement as telling us this narrative. And that's where we've come since really the 80s. And that's why I think this is emerging, because we're going back now that we all have access to those documents and re-examining them and going, okay, now let's rethink this. There are a ton of problems here.
So the lack of a tension, you're saying, led to some lack of scrutiny.
Yes.
Of the sources.
Yeah, like if I forgive me, but that's one thing that Cheryl and I said in our response to your episode.
That we didn't have you on the LDS discussions episode, right?
Well, yeah, I just said the only way I know to overcome bias, the only way I know to overcome bias is to engage with someone who disagrees with you.
Yeah.
Because I know that you and Julia and Nemo were trying really hard to look at things fairly and without bias, but I think it's impossible if there's not someone pushing back.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree. So I apologize to you. I apologize to Cheryl. Humble pie. I know you're not asking me to do that, but I agree.
Well,
I agree.
So what I'm wanting people to realize is that is what's happened in the broader polygamy discussion as well.
Of course.
So I keep trying to tell people, you guys want us. We are making everyone's scholarship better.
Yeah, I agree.
Instead of just shutting us up, you need to dig deeper and do better and come up with better arguments and find better sources, because we're poking holes in what you have so far.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Yeah. Any scientist / scholar should welcome scrutiny.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So you weren't crazy about Lindsay Hansen Park's Your Polygamy podcast in some ways.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so what happened then? So,
I don't know.
Did you read Todd's book?
So most of those books, I spend most of my time in the footnotes. So I don't necessarily read them through cover to cover.
Wow. So you're an original source person.
100. I think that is the only way to study polygamy.
Interesting.
I think anything else you do is asking for these problems.
Oh, wow.
Because what we have at this point is interpretations based on interpretations of interpretations.
So Todd's perspective just is it puts you at risk of just being misled.
Yeah, it's interesting to engage, because there are a lot of people who've read a book, they've read Todd Compton or they've read something else, and they're like, oh my gosh, she is a flat earther. She's and all it is like, I've been told this, so I know it's true.
Yeah.
And I'm just asking for people to hold a little space, that maybe there's more to this story than you. That I did compare it to people who leave the church. Can I go into that?
Yeah. Sure. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So I messaged John. I don't know how long ago it's been, but a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And
because I didn't ask you this, but I know that the term conspiracy theorist is offensive. And you don't even like the term polygamy denier,
Well,
right?
well, I do think it's a pejorative. And it's not that. I think it's also misleading. Like when I watched during Julia's and Nemo's episode, I saw that it looked to me like you actually believe that term, which isn't an accurate term. I don't deny that polygamy happened. I don't deny Nauvoo polygamy, right?
Right.
So I think, and I also think that anytime you call someone a denier, you are calling them a conspiracy theorist. That's what it's intended
Holocaust denier, 9/11.
Yeah, all of that. And so, and I think this is just more accurate and takes us out. I would like to move. So far, the discussion has been so hampered by ad hominem attacks and appeal to authority, which are both logical fallacies.
Yeah.
And calling someone a conspiracy theorist or a flat earther or a polygamy denier is just ad hominem.
Yeah.
And then saying the whole historical consensus agrees is just appeal to authority. And I'm like, okay, let's talk about the documents. How about that, right? And so there was one other question you asked that I was going to answer, or one other thing I was saying.
Oh, so I think you were just wanting to talk about the value of engaging
that's
and
what it was.
having you in the conversation. But also how ex-Mormons have been mislabeled and you connecting with that.
Yes. So I messaged John with what I thought was a really good point. It was one of the times that you did an episode on polygamy denier or something or other, I think.
Yeah.
And so I sent John a message. I sent you a message, and I just pointed out, like, I have really valued your research you did on why people leave the church, and I've really been an advocate for that. I'm troubled anytime we're sitting in church and they're talking about people who leave. I tend to speak up, because I just don't like us to label people. So anytime we talk about people who leave and say they just wanted to sin, or they never had a testimony, or they were offended,
or even calling them anti-Mormons.
Yes, yeah,
which is a pejorative from our perspective.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Do you like ex-Mormon? What do you like?
I mean, everyone's different.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
But I'm not even speaking for me.
Okay,
generally, like you with polygamy denier. The label anti-Mormon has been used to kind of dismiss people instead of the source documents being legitimate or legitimately concerning. Oh, they just have an axe to grind.
Yes.
They just wanted to sin. They just wanted to drink beer.
They can leave the church. They can't leave the church alone.
It's a way to dismiss. Labels are a way to dismiss.
Right. And so that's what I pointed out to John is that just the same way that it's hurtful when a lot of people who leave the church want to say to their family and friends, maybe I've read things that you haven't read. Maybe I've learned things that you haven't learned, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there are reasons that I am actually a logical, thinking, good person who made a decision based on evidence, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I wanted to say is, like, with the polygamy denier label, when they just say, oh, she just couldn't handle her cognitive dissonance, or, oh, she just has her bias. She just had to have Joseph on a pedestal. And she learned about the 2014 essays, and it does the exact same thing where it dehumanizes and minimizes the experience, where I want to say, maybe there are things I've read that you haven't yet read. And maybe there's a conversation.
Which is for sure true. For almost everyone in the world. You are in the 99.9th percentile of reading stuff on Mormon polygamy.
I feel like I'm setting myself up for a fall. Just so everyone knows, there is a lot more I need to read.
I am your witness.
Okay, I feel like I've been like drinking from a fire hose trying to master this.
No, it's
this
impressive.
Body of work.
It's impressive. Okay, so you decide you want to do 132 problems. YouTube. You created originally. It wasn't going to be a deep historical dive, or was it?
No, theological.
Okay, theological.
Scriptural. And I thought maybe I'd have 132 episodes. Maybe that might be fun.
But kind of scriptural and theological. Okay, and then what happened?
And then, okay, I don't want to. Then, as I studied, I really argued against people and pushed back against people who were talking about Joseph's polygamy, because I kept being lumped in with that. And I was like, that's not the important question. Whether it was Joseph or Brigham, we have the same problem in the church, is kind of what I was
Polygamy is the problem. Doesn't matter who did it.
Yeah. Like the church has the same problem, whether it's Joseph or Brigham, right? It was my perspective. So that isn't the important question. The question is it from God, right? That was my perspective. And I also felt like it detracted from that more important question, right? But I eventually learned that so one of those times I came to believe differently. I felt like I got a very different answer and learned actually it is important, and it was time for me to start delving into that more. And that was challenging. I'll jump ahead a little. I told John this. I was reading the things that people were writing saying Joseph wasn't a polygamist, and I was really taking it seriously, but I had some real hangups that I was like, I don't know how you get past that piece of evidence. Like, do you need to do a super chat? I can pause.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. And I really had some hangups, and then gradually just something would happen and I would go, oh, and see that evidence in a new light that I hadn't considered before. Or that happened a couple of times. And there were still things that bothered me, but that kept happening. And it was then.
Are you comfortable sharing what some of the biggest early problems were that then you got over? Just because it would show that you had empathy for the people.
I absolutely do.
So when you had hangups, what were some of the biggest ones?
I thought William Marks. I could not find a way past William Marks.
Tell people what that means.
So
he was a stake president, right?
Yeah, he was the stake president in Nauvoo, and then he joined the RLDS, and I think he became an apostle. Cheryl's going to kill me for not knowing because she did his biography. But he has some statements that I was like, I don't know how you get past that.
Saying what, basically?
Just saying, so he talks about, and he tells the story multiple times, saying that near the end of his life, Joseph came to him and said, I'm going to root polygamy out of the church. I feel like it will be our destruction. I should look at the quotes exactly because it matters.
But he's basically saying, number one, I was with Joseph and he was teaching polygamy. And then late in life, Joseph backtracked.
No, he was saying that Joseph said to him that I have been deceived about polygamy and I fear it will destroy the church.
That Joseph shouldn't have been practicing
it. Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you found that to be compelling.
Very compelling. I was like, I don't know how you get past
as
that.
evidence that Joseph had practiced it. Okay.
Because I find William Marks to be very reliable.
Okay.
And then another one, I was really troubled by, I didn't understand the documentation of Fanny Alger, but I was really troubled by it because
trying to understand, was it an affair? Why was Joseph before the sealing or the polygamy revelation come? Joseph is allegedly having an affair with a girl who
lives in his home. Mm-hmm. Like those, and I didn't know the documentation well enough. I couldn't find a way through that. I was like, something happened with Fanny is kind of what I thought, you know? And for me, I tend to have a high bar, a high standard. If like I go crazy with the arguments of, oh, this is what happened with Fanny. It was just a sealing, or it was just a whatever. I'm like, if Emma felt betrayed, it was not okay. Right. So if he betrayed Emma,
you were kind of feeling.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, if Emma was betrayed, I'm not on the team with, I should go back. When I did think that Joseph had originated polygamy, I just based on some other conversations I'd had with some people before telling me their personal experiences, I just believed that he had lost his spiritual protection and that's why he was able to be killed. That was my.
So maybe Joseph went into apostasy.
Well, just I don't know if
he was a fallen
that's too
prophet.
strong of. No, I wouldn't use that strong of language.
You never got there.
I think
plenty of people do.
Yeah, sure, but
plenty of people believe that Joseph just was a fallen prophet.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ever used that language. It was just like he dabbled in this at least.
Okay.
Like he at least dabbled.
Yeah.
And that's not okay with God. Is kind of where I was.
And that's how he was allowed to be killed.
Yeah, that was my perspective.
So you got to that point. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I was there for quite a while. Once I learned that polygamy was not of God, that's kind of.
Was this before 132 problems?
Mm-hmm. I thought that for many years.
So there's never been a point during your YouTube channel where you still believe that Joseph Smith probably practiced polygamy?
No, the first almost year of it I did. I started my YouTube channel in that place.
Do those episodes still exist?
Mm-hmm, I just avoided it because I was just talking about the scriptures. I was just saying no matter who started it.
So for the first year of 132 problems, you were just concerned with polygamy as a practice
is not
and of the scriptures, not of whether or not Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
And I used to say, like, it doesn't, like, I would be frustrated by the Joseph conversation because I felt like people were kind of saying, if Joseph started it, then it's of God. And if it's not of God, then Joseph didn't start it. And I that bothered me.
Yeah.
Okay. It felt just like a bias that I didn't have evidence for.
So what turned you?
Yeah. So it was when, it was actually when I did my episode on Emma that I was like.
Talk about that.
So I did.
Most people don't know anything about Emma other than they think she's awful or, whatever, they praise her, but they really don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did a deep study of Emma, and you can read, we have
Did
several.
You read Mormon Enigma?
Uh-huh. Yep. And we have several letters.
Well, the footnotes in Mormon Enigma.
I did read many, many, many of the footnotes, all of the relevant footnotes. And we have many letters that she wrote. We have histories of people talking about her. And Emma, from what I have been able to see, other than some late bias sources like William Law or Joseph Jackson in Nauvoo, like some sources that I tend not to hold to the same level as the universal sources coming from somewhere else. Well, and also Brigham Young is a source that I don't give as much.
Also Clayton, right? Clayton says he talked to Emma about some of the polygamy stuff.
Well, yeah, we can get to Clayton because yes, that's a good point.
He's a problematic source
Yeah,
for
I
Emma,
believe.
from your perspective.
Well, I believe he's a problematic source, period.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, but he does have things to say about Emma.
Yeah.
But as I read everything else that didn't come from the polygamists or the, I don't know what I could call, in Doctrine and Covenants refers to them as the testimonies of traitors. It tells Joseph, thy friends will not be swayed by the testimonies of traitors. So we can call like Bennett or Jackson or Law that if we want to. But everything I read about Emma talked about how wonderful she was. And when I read her letters, the intellect and sincerity and goodness. And when I read through the journals of when Joseph was in hiding in 1842 and the letters back and forth between them, I just came to, and then I read what Brigham Young said about Emma. And he had a lot to say about Emma once the RLDS church missionaries started coming out, even though, remember, she was not the head of the church, right? But he had a lot of things to say about Emma, and I just didn't believe it was true. I'm like, these stories do not fit with this woman who was talked about this way by everybody else. Her
Basically,
mother-in-law.
smear job. You felt she had been maligned by Brigham Young.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I'm really it's painful to me that we still tend to see Emma through the lens of Brigham Young. I think that does a disservice to Emma Smith for sure, but also to all of the women in the church throughout the rest of the church. I think that I did an episode on this a little while ago when there was that uproar with something posted on Instagram about the Relief Society. Anyway, I just think that redeeming Emma is important. And it was when I studied her life. For me, saying Joseph Smith didn't practice polygamy was not about Joseph Smith nearly as much as it was about Emma. Because if these things are true about Joseph, then they're true about Emma, right?
So it's not that no man would cheat on a woman so amazing. That's not your argument.
No. It's the polygamist. If Joseph is a polygamist, then we have a version of Emma that she's a raving lunatic, shoving women down the stairs, screaming at Joseph, having him beat her, like
disagreeing with it, but then agreeing with it, but then disagreeing,
wishy-washy, having no moral compass. Like it does not make sense. Also,
and then lying about it later and saying it never happened.
Yeah, I cannot find this, like her biography is called Mormon Enigma because it does not make sense. The polygamist narrative of Emma doesn't make sense at all when we look at who the woman actually is. And also, there are several things that people just kind of poo-poo and brush away that they shouldn't. Like, what polygamous leader puts a woman in high position in charge of the church who fights against polygamy if he wants to practice polygamy, right? Like, Brigham Young's relationship with women was so different from Joseph Smith's. And all of these things fit really well with Brigham Young's personality and relationship with women. We have talks from Brigham Young as early as 1845. What does he say? No woman will get to heaven, but that a man leads her. And any man that is led by a woman will go to hell. God knew what Eve was. So he's, there's some strong language from Brigham Young that fits with the polygamist model and the polygamist mindset. And I can't find that in Joseph Smith.
This is just a comment that I'm seeing that just because I respect Dan Vogel, I'll show it now. He's saying when you think of Emma, think of Hillary Clinton. In other words, I think what he means by that is you sigh. I assume what he means is like you're in a marriage, you've got a unfaithful spouse,
an opportunist, and so you'll go along to get along because there's something for you. Like, I don't think that generally people think of Hillary Clinton in the highest terms. People, at least, that look at that, like we see her.
It depends. Some people think she's great.
Do.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, what I like to think of is Eleanor Roosevelt. Like, FDR is one of the most. He served 4 terms. I mean, he died in his 4th term, but he's a loved president.
But again,
he had a mistress, and I think Eleanor Roosevelt had a mistress, but they also both believed in his presidency, in saving America, and they were partners, but they just understood maybe sexually they weren't super compatible. It doesn't have to be. So I'll say Eleanor Roosevelt, not Hillary, to take all the negativity around Hillary off the table. But I could see a couple saying, maybe maybe I'm lesbian, or him saying, sure, I need other things. Maybe we don't have the same libido. It's the 30s and 40s. We're trying to save America. So there are things bigger than just whether or not we're monogamous. So we have an arrangement, right?
I hear you, but
there's nothing evil about that in my mind.
Sure, I hear you, but I think it's missing the point.
Yeah,
if we had some people claiming that he had this affair and that Eleanor was throwing people down the stairs and was trying to poison him and was out of control, but every other, it's not about that Joseph was cheating on Emma. It's about who Emma is in this narrative. It's about who we have to believe Emma is and what she did. That's what I object to. It's not just that I say, oh, he couldn't have cheated on her. It's like, no, the things that the polygamy narrative necessitates Emma doing don't make sense to me. Yeah. But that was just my first, that's not what I base my entire opinion on.
Sure.
But that was kind of the thing that made me, and then in addition to that, there were other things like, I mean, learning that there is not a single record of polygamy in Nauvoo, of Joseph's polygamy, not a journal entry, a letter, a sealing record, like you just can't find anything. And we can find quite a bit of other Nauvoo polygamists, even before Joseph's death, but we can't find anything from Joseph. But we find constant, ongoing, like I don't even like to call Joseph's and Hiram's and Emma's actions denials, because what it actually is a massive anti-polygamy campaign. Constantly, almost every day, they were fighting against it. And that's in the records that we can find now. So I have a really hard time. Like, people say that I have a conspiracy theory, and I'm like, wait. You're telling me that Joseph had so much power and control that he was doing this and keeping it so secret that no one even wrote anything in Nauvoo anywhere. And I'm the one with the conspiracy theory, I think it's a conspiracy either way. I just think that the conspiracy with Joseph is much harder to get behind. It requires way more people. It requires much more effectiveness. And
I don't know enough to contest that position that there's no contemporary evidence in Nauvoo affirming Joseph Smith's polygamy.
There are things like the Nauvoo Expositor, which we could talk to, because that's an important issue.
We will, yeah.
But that does not, what I'm talking about is a journal entry, a letter, a sealing record, anything we would expect to find, not to mention a child, right? And we have other, like, I was really amused that Julia and you pulled out the other Nauvoo polygamists having children, as if that is surprising to us or hurts us. For me, that's a huge point in favor of our argument. That here we had these other polygamists barely dabbling in polygamy compared to Joseph having children. We claim Joseph had this huge polygamy and there's not a single child. That's a big problem.
There were polygamous children born pre-Joseph Smith's death in Nauvoo, at least 5.
Yes.
But none from Joseph, you're saying?
Yes. So we know that we have a lot of evidence of other polygamists in Nauvoo, mainly that inner circle. People don't realize Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball were best friends their entire lives. Willard Richards, I want to say, was Brigham Young's cousin. And Heber C. Kimball was the mission president in England when they trained him up in England when they were on their mission there, and he came over with him there. So we can find that little core group.
And people are saying, what about John C. Bennett? We're going to get to all that. We're not quite there. Gerardo really wants me to make one point. And this is not related to where we are right now, but I'll forget it if I don't. He says, John, I think you need to make the point that the LDS discussions episode that you and Cheryl responded to was not about responding to you, Michelle Stone, or 132 problems. It was more about Brian Hales and trying to reflect. Because as you said, as I think you and Cheryl have said, other than Brian Hales, there hasn't been a lot of
work done
around Joseph Smith polygamy and potentially Joseph Smith's sexual polygamy other than Brian Hales. So I think Julia just basically relied heavily on what the work he's done, and she was trying to reflect that.
That's good to know.
We weren't thinking, let's refute Michelle and everything she said. I think just because I never watched anything you've ever done until after that episode and until we started engaging.
Right.
Not 2 minutes of anything you've ever done. Not out of disrespect. It's just, I don't have time.
But see, isn't it interesting that you knew all about me as a polygamy denier, and you knew I was crazy, and when you hadn't engaged with anything I've done.
Sure.
So that's what I'm talking
embarrassed.
about. So I want to thank you for having me on, and I hope that other people will listen to that. I think this is huge of you, John, and I want you to know how much I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Being willing to talk to me.
I'll tell you honestly, like, I I went to some of my most trusted friends. I'm like, I think I want to interview Michelle. And I think even people very close to me are like, never interview her, never platform her. And there are a lot of people that are like, I'm not going anywhere near that. I don't touch that. Even saying it's dangerous or, problematic to even platform Michelle. And I feel strongly that I disagree with that. I think that your command of the history and even just the position you're taking, like we've already said, is going to make us all better if we engage, but also just your intellect and your command of the history deserves respect and attention.
My goodness. Thank you.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate that.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean I agree with your interpretation.
You don't have to. Yeah. No. I will say this. The thing the dragon I am fighting right now, the battle I have is I just want people to acknowledge that there is a discussion to be had.
Yeah.
We haven't had the discussion yet. So it would be,
we're about to.
It would be premature for anyone to jump to it. Well, I don't even think we can have the discussion now. This is the Journal of Mormon Polygamy. We need the scholarship to continue to be done. Yeah. And I just want people to recognize, the scholarship, people somehow think everything's been said about polygamy that needs to be said, which is
no, it's not even close.
No, and it's actually the most fascinating part of Mormonism. It's like there is so much work to do.
Yeah. Really quickly, Brooklyn wanted to make the point that we've discussed, that the absence of evidence is not evidence.
It's not
evidence
of absence,
just because Joseph there's no evidence of Joseph fathering children in no way means anything about whether or not he practiced polygamy or had sex.
I think that's a little too flippant. I mean, if there...
I just want to hear, that's what people think or
feel.
Sure.
Yeah. If there are things that you would expect to see, then that can be taken into consideration. So I'm not claiming that no children alone is proof that Joseph Smith was not a polygamist. I'm saying that the documentation I have seen is Joseph, Emma, and Hiram and others fighting vociferously against polygamy throughout their entire life, records being altered, a body of records being created much decades later in Utah by the very motivated polygamists who needed to say, this is Joseph doing this, right? And on top of that, there are no children. So, right, and there are no records.
It's a data point.
Yeah, it is a data point and an important one. It shouldn't be ignored.
But doesn't prove anything.
No, it's not. I'm not here saying Joseph had no children, therefore.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it was Emma that turned you to gaining the position, I won't say belief, that Joseph Smith did not practice polygamy. You don't so you said earlier it's really important that you not be viewed as someone. In the Book of Abraham discussions, there's this apologist named Kerry Mulstein. Have you ever heard of him?
I have heard of Kerry Mulstein, but I'm not sure why.
Okay, no, it's okay. So in a moment of real candor, he once admitted, so I'm going to paraphrase, I'm a Mormon apologist. I start with the position that the Book of Abraham is inspired and that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God. And so any of the work I do as an apologist then flows from my desire, and I'm using my own words, flows from my desire to buttress the position that I began with, which is that Joseph Smith is a prophet and the Book of Abraham is inspired. So he admits that, which is honorable, but also shows a problem, which in RFM is used different quotes too, I think from Sherlock Holmes or whatever, that, you don't start with the position and then selectively use the evidence to buttress your position. You start with the evidence and then arrive at it. And I'm not saying it's a problem, but when you say you read about Emma, formed an idea in your mind about who she was, and then concluded that Joseph wasn't a polygamist, you could see how someone would go, wait a minute, that sounds like something similar to Kerry Mulstein, where you decided for yourself who Emma was and what she would or wouldn't allow or do. And so from then on, you're going to selectively look at the record and buttress that opinion from that starting point.
I really appreciate this question. I think it's a really good one and an important one. So first of all, what Kerry Mulstein
like
said.
that, yeah.
Like, no offense, but I hate that. When I homeschool my kids, we would watch the I think it's Harvard Introduction to Philosophy courses that you can watch on YouTube. I highly recommend it for people wanting to teach their kids critical thinking. And every once in a while, a kid would stand up and say, as a Christian, I believe, and I just would want to pull my hair out, because as a Christian is not an argument. It's showing a lack of ability to make a good argument. So that's what I would say to that. So what I had tried to say is that actually the barriers that I had that I couldn't get over had already kind of come away. Like, I'd already seen, oh my gosh, there's a completely different way to interpret Marx. Oh, there are a couple of different ways, which actually Cheryl Bruno agrees with, right? But I hadn't seen them before. Then when I dug into the evidence of Fanny Alger and saw, oh my gosh, there's another story here that is so much better supported by the evidence and makes better sense. And that happened continually with different evidence. And then I started digging in and seeing that every piece of evidence, when you pick it up and look at it, it like falls through your fingers. Like, there's very little there. When you go to those affidavits and see what they actually are, right? So it was all of those things had set it up. And it was when I studied Emma that I kind of was like, okay, do you know what I mean? It was not that Emma turned me, or that I based my view on Emma. It was kind of like Emma was the final straw.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Or was a final straw, because I still was really, really hesitant and terrified to come out as a monogamy affirmer, right? But but I just the more I have dug into it, the more I have been like, oh my gosh, every piece of evidence, this happens to it. So I've become much more confident than I was when I first said it, as I've studied more.
What I will say is that, number one, I will agree with you that the Mormon Church is not credible at all in how it's handled its history in many ways. In some ways, it's a world standard for like keeping records and, genealogy and diaries and all these minutes. Like, wow, why did you write that down? On the one hand, that, on the other hand, we've already talked about Brigham Young and Joseph F. Smith and Joseph Fielding Smith and all the ways the church has been sketchy with its history for 2 centuries. I think you and I are on the same page about that.
Right. I'm uncomfortable saying that, but yeah, that is one point I've made as well, is that it's so interesting to me that people like people who ex-mos, if that's what, I don't want to use the wrong term, but that ex-mos tend to be like, I think the guy said this before, the Mormon Church lies about everything except polygamy. And then everything they say you can take to the bank.
That's great.
Like, explain that one to me.
Yeah. Well, we're on the same page there.
Okay.
So I think now is the point where we transition really quickly to what I imagine might just be a 10-minute section, even though I allocated an hour for it.
Okay.
I think that it's important to at least understand that while polygamy has an entire context that you need to understand to be able to understand polygamy, I think Joseph Smith and the founding of Mormonism has a broader context to understand, not just because they're historical documents that are problematic related to Joseph Smith and the Mormon Church's truth claims, but also that many feel really touch on Joseph Smith's credibility. So I have a list of like 10 or 15 little things that I'm not expecting to go into detail on. This isn't a gotcha. It's sort of like, are you aware of this thing? And you can just say yes or no, I'm aware of it. And then 2, have you thought about it? And if you have, how you've reconciled it. And literally, it's fine if this is a 3-minute segment that I meant to be an hour, and all you say is, I've never heard of it and I've never thought about it, or yes, I've heard about it, but I haven't really thought about it. And I'm not pretending that all of those answers, let's just say in the negative, invalidates everything else we're going to talk about.
Okay.
But I am curious, because if you have thought about these things, and if you have come up with ways to think about it, I really want to know.
Okay.
Because your understanding of polygamy and your knowledge about polygamy is very impressive. So I don't want to leave 5 hours with you without at least giving you a shot to help me understand things that cause me to struggle.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
So I'll do it really quickly.
Okay.
And so this will be like 15 or 20 quick little things, hopefully. So okay, so the treasure digging thing, the fact that Joseph helped people find buried treasure, allegedly, got paid for it, used a stone in the hat, folk magic, occult stuff, never really found any treasure, was tried, was charged with criminal behavior, that was all illegal. Would you agree with those things that I just said?
So I have to, again, as I have seen what the narrative is on polygamy versus what the documentation says, in my opinion, I'm willing to withhold judgment to some extent. That might make some people crazy. I, of course, have read all about that, but again, I have my hands so full with polygamy, and that isn't to me nearly as pressing of an issue.
Okay, but is your understanding that stuff happened, or is it possible? Are you holding open a significant space in your mind that's all hogwash and that none of it happened, or are you like, oh yeah, that happened?
I think it happened. I think that there are arguments we could have about interpretation and about belief systems, right? I think that that's a place that presentism may come in a bit, where we're like, oh, that's wacko, but we don't know what Joseph's believing. Do you know what I mean? Like, having some wrong ideas that you believe at one point doesn't necessarily invalidate that you could grow in whatever gift you have. I'm spitballing. This is not something I've studied in depth, but again, it's not something that I find to be like, oh, this is really troubling my testimony. It just hasn't hit me that way, like polygamy did. But
so you're saying, as far as you understand, he did do the treasure digging folk magic stuff, and you agree that it was illegal and that he was charged with criminal behavior.
Well, we have the court record. So but I'm like I said, I know people might go crazy. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about other people.
I don't like to form firm opinions of things I haven't studied.
I respect that. But for you, it's not a problem.
I mean, yet. Yes. Yeah. I'm hoping that at some point I can dig into everything, but this is doing all I can do right now.
Okay. All right. So the next thing is, what do you understand the surroundings of Joseph and Emma's elopement, why they eloped, how Isaac Hale felt about Joseph Smith, both his treasure digging and the whole Book of Mormon enterprise?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I understand somewhat. So is your question
I mean, Isaac Hale did not want Joseph to marry Emma.
Yeah.
Isaac Hale saw Joseph as a charlatan.
Mm-hmm.
He felt like the treasure digging was fraud and illegal, and he felt like the Book of Mormon was a foolish enterprise. And so instead of this beautiful marriage with all the family surrounding, Joseph and Emma basically had to disappear and go get married somewhere else and live apart from Emma's family.
Right.
Does that speak to you about Joseph's character at all?
Oh, interesting question. See, I center Emma. So it actually is kind of a interesting question to me, where I, like, Isaac Hale in some ways was a jerk, is my understanding. I don't, and was kind of like disapproving. I don't think he's the only father that's disapproved of his daughter's choice. And sometimes those judgments are correct, sometimes they're not. But I look at Emma's choice, and that she never seemed to second guess, and she was a full partner in everything that they went through. So it would be very, in my opinion, patriarchal to prioritize Isaac Hale's bias over Emma Smith's choice.
Or to paint Emma as someone that Joseph deluded or absconded with.
But I just see that as a love match. And I actually love the story that Joseph had to take the right person with him to get the plates, and that was Emma. He thought it was Alvin, but Alvin died and it became Emma. And to me, I just like, I don't like thinking of God as male. I think we need the feminine on every level, everywhere. And I love that God established this church, as I see it, through a matriarch and a patriarch together, united. That's meaningful and important to me.
Okay. And so Isaac Hale, as a witness to Joseph's credibility, you wouldn't put much stock in that?
I wouldn't necessarily not put much stock in it, but I would put more stock in Emma's choice.
Got it. Yeah, good. Okay. As far as the Book of Mormon goes, are you familiar with the mound builder myth? Is that a term you've heard?
Is that the like North American
It's
geography?
Just the idea that it's this well-established idea in let's just say post-colonial America, that all these wonderful formations and mounds, Indian burial structures, were so impressive that dark, savage Native Americans could never have created them.
Okay.
So there must have been a white-skinned version of
Okay.
Native Americans that would do the culturally civilized stuff, which means that the dark Native Americans must have killed off the white Native Americans.
Yeah. So this
and
is
and that they all have ties to Israel, sort of
Yeah.
the view of the Hebrews, but there were probably 5 or 10
sure
different books that had
coming
that
forward.
sort of core Lamanite Nephite narrative
Yeah.
that existed as common understanding about trying to explain Native
Mhm.
Americans and their origins
Mhm.
that predated Joseph Smith. So then when you see them showing up in the Book of Mormon, along with like 19th century Protestant theology,
Mhm.
the Book of Mormon really starts to look like a 19th century
Sure.
work of Bible fan fiction
Mhm.
that I think even people like Terrell Givens and Richard Bushman and Patrick Mason and other progressive Mormons are now pretty much admitting that the Book of Mormon and then you add the anachronisms, the horses, the steel, the chariots, the rice, the weeds, all the anachronisms, and then all the Christian theology. And before Jesus is even born, Lamanites and Nephites are baptizing in the name of Jesus as Christians. You know, Benjamin and Mosiah are giving Protestant sermons. Like, there are so many ways that the Book of Mormon just reads like 19th century fan fiction, Bible fan fiction. Are you aware of all that? And do you have thoughts on, because I know you love the Book of Mormon, but I think objective people looking at it would say it looks like fiction. What would you say to that?
Sure. I am aware of that. And I've said for a long time that I would never spend time arguing over the historical literacy, historical,
Literacy.
What's the word I'm looking for? But yes, the literal history of the Book of Mormon, right?
Yeah.
Any more than I would spend time arguing over the literal existence of Adam and Eve, right? The Book of Mormon isn't useful to me as a history lesson of what happened in America. And I have a lot of questions about it. I do. Like, I'm really open, and I've gone through periods of my life where I've just kind of shut it away and haven't, like, I was like, just leave it alone. But in general, maybe this is an answer. The story of the Good Samaritan is valuable to me.
Yeah.
Whether it's an allegory or literal, right? And the story of like Uncle Tom's Cabin was a very foundational book when I read it as a young mom, And so I don't need it to be literal. I know that we have the problems of Joseph Smith claiming it was literal, and I'm aware of that. I have different ways that I think about that. I can put, to all of these things, I can put my super believing hat on and say all of these other, that this is a position I can step into. I'm not saying it's what I believe, but all of these other mound builder myths came because the adversary was trying to confuse, you know what I mean? I know people could go there with it, and you could go to, it's a complete fraud on the other end of the spectrum, right? And I'm just somewhere in the middle because I don't have a good explanation for the Book of Mormon. I know people, it's another one kind of like children, like Joseph not having children. The existence of the Book of Mormon, I haven't seen a good explanation for it. And then in addition, it just blesses my life. There are beautiful principles and doctrines taught in it that have blessed my life. So I don't value it because it's literal historically.
Okay. And so do you have a mind space where you could still be a believing whatever you are, but that the Book of Mormon maybe is not historical? There wasn't really a Moroni or an Alma or a Nephi, like, that it could be in your spiritual religious worldview, the Book of Mormon could be more fable and myth, but inspired fable and myth than an actual historical document. You're open to that.
Sure.
You think there's a decent probability, there's some probability that is.
I would, if I had to guess, I would say I think that's what it tends to be. Just like I think that's what Adam and Eve tends to be.
Wow.
But I don't want to. I mean, I can hold openings for anything.
Yeah.
But as I read it, if I start trying to think about the literal, and then I lose the point. I lose the thread. And so.
But also the evidence points you.
I don't want to argue. I don't ever want to be in a position of arguing against strong evidence. It's just, it does not, I refuse to be an apologist. I'm willing to be an advocate.
Okay.
I will not be an apologist.
So for you, the evidence of the Book of Mormon gives you more questions than answers about its historicity.
For
Is that
sure.
fair? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's
and
fair.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, good.
And if people disagree, I'm okay with that
No, that's
too.
good.
I
That's
don't
good.
want people to get mad at me on either side.
Okay. So then, quickly, I'm sure you can see how if people are like, well, the Book of Mormon, if it's not historical, but Joseph claimed an angel brought him plates, and Joseph claimed that those were real characters, that starts, for some, gets into fraud territory.
Sure.
Then you add the Book of Abraham, where we now have the papyrus that Joseph used to translate. The word Abraham isn't anywhere on the papyrus, which then becomes possibly two sets of scripture that Joseph produced, with the second really looking like potential fraud. What do you do with the Book of Abraham?
Oh, the same thing. I these are the conversations I sit with friends and discuss all night, right? I don't have a settled position on them that I'm comfortable going, oh, this is what it is. And for me, it doesn't eliminate the value of it. And so I'm willing, again, to withhold judgment and go, I don't know exactly the answers on these things, but there are things I love in them.
Yes. So I get the valuing part.
Okay.
And I myth and Uncle Tom's Cabin and yes, Jonathan Steinbeck, all the yes,
Right.
Bible 2. But there is the credibility problem that if Joseph now is producing two potentially fraudulent or fictional scriptures that he alleges are historical and divine, some would say that starts to pick, and then you add to that the folk magic and the treasure digging and the illegal stuff. Mm-hmm. For some, that starts to pick away at Joseph's credibility as being a prophet of God.
Sure.
How do you think about that?
Sure. I'm very, very sympathetic to that. I can step into different, this is the part I meant. I talk late at night with my husband or my friends about, because I can step into different perspectives. On the one hand, it can be that Joseph was receiving inspired things and believed what he was saying. On the other hand, he could have been telling a benign story for good. It could be. I can't find an explanation for the coming forth of the Book of Mormon without God's involvement somewhere. Like I haven't seen anything that makes sense to me. So I don't have an explanation that solves any of it for me. So I can't really answer the question other than to say I just withhold judgment because I know the problems. I'm sympathetic to people who are like, that problem does it for me. For me, there are other issues that are more important.
Yeah. Okay. So last question, maybe this will be the last question about non-polygamy stuff. Some people are complaining in the chat that I'm asking about non-polygamy related stuff. I'm surprised that everyone can understand why Joseph Smith's just general credibility is at least something to be considered as a contextual element to then look at polygamy, but maybe it's just a rogue comment.
Can I maybe just
sure.
fill in? Because I think what you're doing is try to establish, I do want to clarify, this is not because I have Joseph on a pedestal or had Joseph on a pedestal and so have to defend that. I have, I actually don't agree with everything that Joseph Smith said or wrote. And I don't, I'm willing to grapple with the troubling aspects of everything. I think polygamy is its own issue that needs to be investigated. I really get frustrated when people say, oh my gosh, even if he didn't do polygamy, still the treasure digging, still the Book of Abraham, and I'm like, okay, let's adjudicate each of those on their own. Maybe he's guilty of all of those. That doesn't mean he betrayed his wife. That doesn't mean he slept with all the teenage girls, because I think we can all agree that polygamy is the most malignant, the most, the worst part of what Joseph Smith did. And I think that deserves to be measured on its own. Even if he was guilty in all the other ways, that doesn't mean he did he originated polygamy.
Okay. I won't belabor any of these more points, but one of the really interesting things that shocked me was to find out that one of the three Book of Mormon witnesses, David Whitmer, later published a pamphlet where he says that whole Melchizedek priesthood, there's no date. People never maybe stop to think that there's a date for the Aaronic priesthood. There's no date for the Peter, James, and John bestowing the Melchizedek priesthood on Joseph and Oliver. And then one of the three Book of Mormon witnesses ends up saying later, Joseph added that later when he was trying to justify his authority. When you look shocked.
I haven't presumed that Joseph added it. I think it was added later, but I didn't think it was Joseph that did it. So I would have to study that out. That's a new thought for me. Maybe you're right. I just didn't realize that it was Joseph that added it later. I know it's in Warren County's signature. Writing the last entry in that journal, I believe, if I'm recalling. And I know that there are issues with it. but and it doesn't matter. But
you may know more than me.
I could be. I don't know.
I guess all I'm saying is like one of the 3 Book of Mormon witnesses upon which the Book of Mormon stands is saying Joseph let's say not Joseph, that Melchizedek priesthood stuff was added later. It never was part of the early church.
Right.
And it was added later to justify something. When you combine that with all the ways Joseph Smith changed, added, changed, edited, deleted versions of that 1835 version of the Doctrine and Covenants and or Book of Commandments, and the changes he made to the Book of Mormon and to his first vision story to sort of adjust and synchronize with his evolving theology, there's a lot of, some would say there's a lot of sketchy behavior that you would say, that you would sort of accuse Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball and others of doing. Yeah, some would say there's a lot of evidence for Joseph really changing documents, changing revelations, changing narratives, changing the Book of Mormon, changing his first vision story to adapt to challenges or questions or problems. And then in some ways, if Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball and Joseph F. Smith and Joseph Fielding Smith were bad actors, changing stuff and doctoring stuff, they came by it honestly, learning from Joseph.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very sympathetic to these things. I could turn that back around and say, even with those concerns, David Whitmer still believed in the Book of Mormon, right? And that's another thing to consider.
Sure.
Is that, and so we can either way. And I would need to study all of that much more in depth to be able to speak. I don't like to make positions that I haven't studied for myself. I've read the stuff on it. I've done a lot of the study, but I'm realizing, I need to look into that more because I don't know when that was added. I'm not saying that I don't think Brigham Young added that. I just wondered if it was Warren or somebody else. I didn't know if it was Joseph.
Totally fair. I appreciate you taking those questions.
Yeah.
This is kind of a slightly different angle, but like age of the earth, is it 6,000 years old or billions of years old?
Are you really asking me these questions?
Just because I'm curious.
Let me just settle this. I like evidence. I like arguments that are based on evidence. I try to not form opinions on things unless I've looked at the evidence. So maybe we can just wrap that whole section up with that statement. If there are things that there are strong evidence for, I will, and I feel inspired to dig into them, maybe I will. But no, I would not say the Bible says 6,000 years. Therefore, I would never do that. If I got into studying like geology and was like, they've got some problems here, then maybe I would consider that. But I've not seen anything that would make me, do you know what I mean? Like at this point, no, I believe what it looks like there is evidence for.
So like you wouldn't say evolution's of the devil, for example.
I would look at the evidence and see what it says. I know that we had church leaders that said the evolution is for the devil. I do have, maybe I'm exposing myself. I have questions about evolution. I don't think it's quite as locked down as we like macroevolution. I think there are some reasons to have some questions. I haven't studied it enough to form a solid opinion. And I also don't like being like, this is the consensus, therefore it is true. And anyone who disagrees is an idiot or a conspiracy theorist.
Sure. But let me ask you a different way. So the scientific evidence as you interpret it today, maybe, would you agree, points towards billions of years old Earth?
Yes.
And that maybe the idea of Adam and Eve as literally the first humans as being.
I think I already said this.
You did. But I think for people on my side of the aisle, you may think it's weird that I'm asking you these questions, or a global flood. That a global flood probably isn't, there's not enough water to cover the whole earth.
I don't know that I've deeply studied that one, but I think
or all the animals
have a lot
fitting
of
on the boat.
Yes, I think that we have. I think the Bible and I think Scripture is useful to us because of what it teaches about us, because of the it teaches us. It's designed to teach us about human nature and about connection to God. That's how I interpret Scripture, not what it tells us about scientific endeavors.
Well, you may feel insulted by the questions. Trust me that people on my side, if you want people to view you more credibly and seriously, once they know these things about you, I promise you it's going to help a lot of people want to take you more seriously. Because like there's the Rod Meldrum group, not to disparage anyone, but if you're believing that the Earth's core is water and ice, not molten lava, and that the Earth is 6,000 years old, and that, people are going to tend to dismiss other things you have to say.
Sure.
If you're a science denier. And so for you to say, I'm not a science denier, I don't know. I don't mean
Okay.
to be
That's helpful.
obnoxious.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I think we can move on from it though, because I'm not a science denier.
Well,
So.
thanks for answering my questions.
Okay.
I mean no insult by it.
No, actually, I wasn't. Thank you for explaining, because it is a little bit like, what are you asking me?
Okay. Well, I'm very happy to hear those answers. Okay. So let's turn to polygamy now.
Okay.
So the first, and I don't know anything. I know very little. The first sort of emergence, other than the Book of Mormon stuff that you've highlighted, about some openness to polygamy-like behaviors that I'm aware of related to Joseph Smith, is that 1831 revelation to Indians. And I'm going to massacre this, but the idea that Joseph basically said, hey, you Mormon missionaries going out to the frontiers of Missouri, if you happen to have a little Native American concubine on the side while you're out there being a missionary, I'm okay with that. That's my summary of what I understand to be the 1831 Indian revelation that I think the church often references. When you read the church's defense of polygamy, they often mention the year 1831. Mm-hmm. And I really believe that that's what the Mormon church believes is the first real attempt at Joseph to float the idea of polygamy. What do you have thoughts on that revelation?
Yeah, I strongly disagree. But first, let me clarify something, because I've seen a lot of comments about like, the church admits it. How can you deny it, right? Like, can I just back up and talk about the LDS church?
Yeah.
Because what people I think don't understand is the LDS church, ever since Brigham Young, has had to have, they believe, I disagree with them, but they have believed that they have to have Joseph Smith be a polygamist in order to justify and validate Brigham Young's polygamy, right? Like in the Temple Lot case, the LDS church was trying to argue that Joseph Smith was a polygamist. That's been their stance. And so saying the LDS church admits it is not a strong argument at all, because I disagree with what the LDS church says. Also, it's the historians that are giving that are creating the topics essays, that are giving the talking points, the sound bites, right? And so anyway, I just wanted to clarify that saying the church admits it is not at all a good argument for me, right? I know that the church admits it. I disagree. Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, I totally know that when I asked the question.
And the church is very motivated to clean that. And so now I didn't come prepared to discuss specific documents, because I thought we weren't getting into them.
No, I just meant a general reaction.
Right.
If you have a general.
So a general rule of thumb in polygamy, this is what I called our response to your episode. What I've gone after others. Sources matter.
Yeah.
You can't just say in 1831, Joseph Smith said, you have to look who made that claim, where is it written? What are the motivations of that person? How consistent is it? What supporting evidence can we find, right? You have to dig in and actually critically examine these sources, rather than just like accusations are not fact.
Yeah.
Claims are not fact.
Sure.
Right? You have to adjudicate it critically before just accepting it.
Did you do it? But did you do an episode on this letter?
I haven't done an episode on that yet, but I've touched on it. I just don't have it right. I know that there was a Phelps letter in 1966 that was the 35 claim about the Indians. Okay. But if you give me some of these topics, I will come very prepared to discuss them. And
I'm not trying to gotcha you.
We can show, right? Yeah. It's really important. I don't want to say this is my opinion on it. I want to dig into the document.
Got it.
And then let people decide their own decisions.
You haven't done that yet with this particular document. I haven't done that.
Well, I've looked into it, but I haven't done an episode on it. And somehow doing an episode gives me more mastery than just looking into it. For sure.
Dan writes, the 1831 revelation wasn't about polygamy, but W.W. Phelps made it sound like it. That's Dan's answer to my question.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks. I wish I had all of these memorized.
No, this is me just running stuff by you.
Okay.
Like it literally, I'm saying, I'll bring up something. Is this something you've dug into? If so, what's your conclusion about it based on your understanding of the evidence?
Okay.
I'm not trying to, dig into the sources
we can do this. I just want you to understand it would be more useful to do it with documents.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. Okay. The next one's Fanny Alger. Mm-hmm. And, as you know, Oliver Cowdery was co-president of the church with Joseph at the time. He's one of the, scribe to the Book of Mormon, one of the three witnesses. He's saying Joseph Smith was having an affair with a girl living in his home. What have you come to conclude about those accusations based on the evidence?
So, okay, again, I will tell you, but I feel that this is actually not a good way to go about it at all, because people can just go, oh my gosh, she's so ridiculous, if I can't show you why I conclude what I conclude. But a couple of Cliff's notes I can give you. I mean,
you did it. I'm sure you've done an episode on Fanny, right?
Well, I've done episodes covering elements of it. I haven't yet done the episodes on each of the wives. I need to, but I have looked into Fanny quite deeply, and actually will be in our part 2 of our response to you. We'll be talking about Fanny, so people can look at that. I will say that a lot of the sources we rely on for Fanny are extremely problematic. I am actually shocked that people use William McClellan. It's very surprising to me that historians like unabashedly consider McClellan a good source. And then we have Levi and Mosiah Hancock, very late sources, right? The Oliver question is a good one, but what you have to realize, the letter that Oliver wrote to the High Council when he was defending himself didn't bring up an affair at all. It didn't bring up adultery. And Oliver never went on to accuse Joseph. In those High Council minutes, Joseph, it was just recorded as Joseph explained the girl business. And to me, that implies that it was such a non-issue. I have my perspective of what it was. It was such a non-issue that he just explained it. They were all fine with it. That is evidenced by the fact that several of those High Council members left the church very soon thereafter, including Thomas B. Marsh, who went on to make all of the accusations against Joseph Smith and contributed to the mobbings and like Marsh was instrumental in that. He made all kinds of accusations. One accusation he did not make was anything having to do with Fanny or infidelity or adultery. And that's true of several of the others as well. So again, it comes down to documents and sources. I have my explanation of what happened with Joseph and Fanny. And I'm a little hesitant to say it here without the documentation, because I don't want people to be like, to push back when I can't show what I'm talking about. But
so it sounds like you're not convinced that Oliver.
So here's what I think happened. Fine, I'll just say it. But John, I'm really mad at you that you're making me come and talk about these things without documents. But I will do my best. I think
I understand your point, and I think it's valid.
Okay, okay, because we weren't going to do sources, but it's okay. I'll do my best. But I'm asking people to please just be patient and don't tear me apart because I'm just saying it without providing the sources, right? Because that's what I like to do, is show the sources and then talk about interpretation. But okay, I'm going to get myself in trouble if I tell this story, I'm afraid. Okay, I'm just going to tell it anyway, and people can do with it what they will. But I was actually, my husband and I were going out of town for the first time in many, many, many years. And I was on an airplane for the first time in many years. When you have that many kids, you don't travel. And I was reading a book I was reading Whitney Horning's book about Joseph Smith Revealed. And it got to where she was talking about Fanny Alger. And I didn't like the way that she handled it at that time. I think she's changed her perspective, where she said it was a ceiling, and that upset me. That I'm like, that doesn't make it okay. If Joseph is sealing himself to girls and Emma's mad, I'm not okay with it. It makes me mad. Like, I do not think we can with a straight face claim they were having sex. I do not think there's good evidence to say that. Again, McClellan is not a good source. But so I did in the airplane, I just prayed. I was like, God, can you help me understand what happened with Fanny? Because I was so troubled by Fanny. I can't be okay with Joseph if something happened with Fanny, even if it was just a ceiling. I'm not okay with that. Right?
And also the sealing power hadn't been given yet.
Right. Well, I mean, even for me people try to fudge the dating.
It came later, right?
Right. You can't.
So he didn't have the power to seal yet. He didn't have the polygamy revelation yet. If you said he never had it, but certainly it couldn't have happened in 1835.
Right. So I'll just share what happened. But again, I want to clarify, I don't base my opinions on spiritual experiences. I appreciate the inspiration to help me find answers or sources can we please understand that? So I did. I just prayed, and I was really upset and kind of desperate, because I was doing this podcast and people were yelling at me that Joseph Smith wasn't a polygamist, and I was like, yeah, he was, even if it was just a ceiling, he was. And so I prayed, and while I was praying, a picture came to my mind from my freshman year of college at BYU that I had no idea I even remembered. And it was we were working on a show called Lucky Stiff. There were three girls. We were the three dancers that played the roles, and we had the pianist. The pianist was a guy. And so we were having a rehearsal. And then after the dance rehearsal, we were over around the piano practicing our vocals and all kind of flirting with the pianist, right? It's just three girls. We were kind of flirting with this guy. One of the girls was giving him a back rub. We were working on the music, but it was kind of flirty. And all of a sudden, he stiffened up and like moved the girl's hands off his shoulders. And we saw him get up and walk over, and his wife had walked in. And none of us had even, like, I remember being sick to my stomach going, oh, I hadn't even thought about it. I hope they're okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, I felt very much like this had been inappropriate, but nobody had really realized it. And that came right to my mind. And I was like, I've never thought about that since, you know? And so it gave me an opening to consider a way. And then when I went and investigated those documents, the possibility that Fanny was flirty and that Joseph was maybe being nice, to me, fits the documentation better than any other argument I have heard. That Emma was like, no, you're out of here. You know, this is not okay. Joseph and Emma worked out. Joseph went to the High Council and was like, okay, this is what happened, and it was a non-issue. And so I had the inspiration to give me a way to consider thinking about it as I went to the evidence. And the evidence seemed to me to back that story matches the evidence better than any other story I had considered.
So in that case, Oliver Cowdery would have just jumped to conclusions?
Yes. Oliver Cowdery misunderstood, which I think, I can't speak above my pay grade here. I don't know that he later said he misunderstood, but it seems to me quite clear that he did, because he didn't continue to make the accusation.
And he did die, I guess,
he joined the church again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And there are, I can't speak about sources that I can't cite to you, but I know I've read about Oliver feeling bad that Joseph didn't reach back out to him and invite him back into the church. Like, he kind of always thought the rift would be fixed. Oliver was mad at Joseph for many things. There were many issues. And if you look at the High Council minutes, they were throwing everything at Oliver. They were accusing him of everything. I think counterfeiting it. I can't remember, but it seems to me that it was kind of I'm mad at you, so I'm going to accuse you kind of a culture to some extent as well. And I think Oliver misunderstood that, but also wasn't necessarily that sad to misunderstand it with how mad he was at Joseph. Possibly. I'm throwing out possibilities. I'd rather go to the documentation and let people see what they think.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
do you want me to talk about McClellan really quickly, why I say he's not a good source?
Sure.
Or do you want to just...
I'll just note that, like, it is common I'll say it this way. This is a trick about doing history. Like, it's hard to know people's motivations.
Right. It is.
And so that's a tricky thing that oftentimes historians try and stay away from. And critics of the church sometimes flock to is making assumptions about people's motivations. So it cuts both ways. But also, I think one thing I see a lot in your responses is going to the credibility of the people. If there's a source or a witness or a journal entry, it's common for you to talk about whether they're credible, whether the document's credible. Mm-hmm. Which probably is okay. Like, that's what we do at a court of law. Yeah. We would question a witness's credibility, and we would make sure the evidence was credible. So, yes, please tell us about William McClellan.
Well, first I will say this, that good historical practice is you want sources as close to the time and the person as possible. And you should prioritize those sources. So that's one thing that to me is goofy in polygamy. The historians will say that, like that Keith Erickson fireside, he talked at one point about how we want sources that are close to the evidence and that are close to the person and close to the time period. But then he ignores everything we have that is close to the person and close to the time period and prioritizes everything that comes later. And one extra challenge in polygamy is that we do have people who were motivated to tell different stories. So if I were to bring to you Emma's many, many statements about polygamy. People know about her deathbed claim, which they write off as a deathbed claim, which is surprising to me when they try to prioritize Sylvia Lyon's supposed second-hand deathbed claim, right? But we have a first-hand deathbed claim from Emma, as well as seven published interviews that she gave about polygamy, plus many other things as well. And
where she denies it.
She says the first time she ever saw the revelation was in Orson Pratt's The Seer. She is very logical, consistent, right? And it's easy to see consistency in her, and it is consistent with what we find in Nauvoo. So it's shocking to me that everyone just goes, oh, Emma was lying. And we just write her off. But then all of these really problematic sources that are, I would say, more motivated than Emma, at least as motivated, we go, and with people who have a long track record of lying for the Lord or saying what needs to be said for the kingdom, whatever it might be, we're like, no, those things are all true. Emma was lying, Joseph III was lying, Joseph Smith was lying, Hiram was lying. And we come to that like from the outset. We make up our mind before we come to the evidence. So when you say that I'm questioning the credibility of sources, I would be like, yes, and so are you, and we should. And I would say, the sources that I'm questioning have less credibility than the sources that you're throwing out, from my perspective.
And so McClellan is not credible because too late?
Yeah. Well, no, okay. I should probably show the documents if I go into him. So we have published in, I can't remember if it's the Deseret News, but that McClellan, while Joseph was in prison, he raided Emma's barn and robbed her house. And that he also, while Joseph was in chains in prison, he asked the jailer if he could beat Joseph. And the jailer said, only if it's a fair fight and Joseph can beat back. And then he said he wouldn't be willing to. Joseph wrote a harsh letter that included McClellan, right? But then after all of that, we claim that McClellan went and visited Emma, and she bore her soul to him and told him things that she didn't tell anybody else. And he gets the names wrong. And then also we have a newspaper where McClellan published that what he was going to get from Emma. And he doesn't say anything about this. It comes up later in his letters to Joseph Smith III. So there are many reasons that I'm just like, why are we giving? First of all, McClellan is secondhand from Emma, right? And a very troubled and troubling source. And we have other documentation to show that he's not credible. We throw out everything that Emma actually says, but believe Emma's voice through McClellan. That bothers me.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for explaining that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm just going to say, I know you're probably, I really respect that historians focus on source documents. And I know that that's the best place to have these conversations. It's also a real problem with helping educate the masses, because there's a lot of people that just are never going to be able to have time or the luxury or the privilege to dig into the primary sources.
Right.
So while I don't expect anybody to form a solid opinion based on your summary of what you gathered from the sources, there's massive value in people hearing a Dan Vogel, or forgive me for saying a Michelle Stone, to hear what your summary is. So,
okay.
But if people are going to then use this episode to try and hang you, I will condemn that right now and say that's garbage. I'm putting her in this position. Be charitable and engage her with the primary sources. Don't draw any conclusions on anything we say today, anything I say, anything you say. Believe the source documents. I think you would agree, right?
Absolutely.
Don't believe Michelle Stone. Don't believe John DeLynn. Don't believe Dan Vogel. I think Dan would agree with this. Believe the source documents.
I hope so. Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you for saying that. Again, I appreciate it.
Okay, good. Because I still think it's valuable to hear your conclusions, even if we don't have the documents right in front of us.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I had this question before we get to John C. Bennett. This question came up for me. If somebody said to you, Michelle, like 3 of Joseph's relationships, regardless of where you are on the credibility of the scandals, Michelle, 3 of Joseph Smith's relationships with, you could argue, his closest counselors, Oliver Cowdery, John C. Bennett, and William Law, ended in rumors of sexual scandal.
Absolutely.
Is that, like, what do you do with that? You know, a lot of people will, and again, I have personal experiences of defamation where, like, I know how I would answer this if somebody said to me, where there's smoke, there's fire, as it relates to my life. Not that I claim to be perfect in any way, but like if somebody says to you, come on, Oliver Cowdery, John C. Bennett. Okay, you don't like John C. Bennett as a source. He certainly is probably the biggest scoundrel even if you hate Joseph Smith, you have to acknowledge that John C. Bennett's worse than Joseph Smith. John C. Bennett, Oliver Cowdery, even if you hate John C. Bennett, you still have to acknowledge Oliver Cowdery, one of the three witnesses inscribed in the Book of Mormon, and then William Law. They all had relationships with Joseph that ended in allegations of sexual scandal. Where there's smoke, there's fire. What would you say to that?
First of all, I'm glad that you pointed out that accusations do not equal reality, right? And that's something we need to take seriously. We've already discussed Oliver Cowdery.
Yeah.
And then William Law is an interesting one. And again, it's getting into the Nauvoo Expositor, the accusations that he actually makes, what evidence he actually has is not. So when I still have one at least episode to do on the Nauvoo Expositor, if not two. And that's where it'll get to the juicy stuff. I got derailed by that by doing my episodes on other topics. It's just a lot to try to get done. So I'm sorry for anyone that I haven't finished my Nauvoo Expositor episodes. They will be coming. Actually, this is what I should say. So the Journal of Mormon Polygamy is actually doing a full edition on the High Council, the August 1843 High Council, which leads to the Nauvoo Expositor. And we will have different perspectives all published together so people can really dig in and get a broad understanding of that. So I think that's very useful to mention that people will want to pay attention to as soon as that comes out. But there's a scripture that actually people might not think this is interesting, but it is interesting to me. And one thing what I was going to say when I did the Nauvoo Expositor, I realized that Joseph did not choose counselors in the way of the most righteous man, or that he did it kind of like a presidency. And William Law was somebody who had a lot of property, had a lot of land, kind of had maybe a different faction that he could bring in. And so Joseph was kind of making a coalition with is how it appears to me.
Oftentimes it's talent and experience and skills and assets, right?
Yes, very much.
I mean, modern day Mormon general authorities aren't always farmers and teachers, school teachers. They're lawyers and successful, rich businessmen, right? Because they're running a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Right.
And that's I think similar to what it was like, oh, we can be kind of the useful people to lead the society.
Management.
Is kind of, well, I don't want to say it in a demeaning way, but you're trying to build a city and a church. So get competent people with clout and assets. That would be great.
I think managers are crucial.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean that manager is a pejorative at all.
Okay, good. That's good to know. Yeah. And also it's interesting, like I want people to also realize I'm answering your questions that are pushing me on the best evidence for your side and the hardest for me to answer. What we are neglecting are all of the things I could press you on to say, how do you explain this? How do you explain this? So I just want people to know that this is a really big, this isn't meant as an insult, but it's a really big home court advantage, right? Where I'm just answering the hardest sources and the hardest charges, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're in the hot seat. You're in the hot seat.
And there are other conversations we could have that would put someone with your perspective
in the hot seat.
I wouldn't. A historian with your perspective in the hot seat, right?
I'm not a historian.
And so
so Dan Vogel in the hot seat.
Yes. I have asked and asked.
Were you about
Dan
to
Vogel,
say I'd love to have Dan on the hot seat?
No, not necessarily on the hot seat. I've really wanted him to come and engage. He makes a lot of comments, but I would love him to come and talk back and forth instead of just doing a response video. That feels very safe. I would love him to come and have a conversation.
She's saying, talk to me, don't talk about me, Dan Vogel. So there it is. I will say, from ex-Mormons, totally secular, Joseph Smith disrespecting historians, they were really disappointed at Brian Hale's engagement with you.
Yeah.
When y'all had your discussion, that he did not engage you in a way that even secular, non-Joseph Smith believing historians would have loved a true historian to engage you with. Anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And especially because he came under false pretenses. He was supposed to come and discuss is polygamy of God and then is polygamy of Joseph Smith. And instead he had a different PowerPoint.
It's almost like a worthiness interview.
I know.
Like, are you an apostasy?
Right.
Isn't that how it evolved?
And you know what really, really frustrates me that I hope we can find our way through is that there is a coalition of people, polygamists or members of fundamentalist groups posing as members of the church, as well as very pro-polygamy church members who are actively trying to manipulate ecclesiastical decisions. And what really bothers me is I feel like they want to win on unfair terms. Instead of engaging with the evidence, they just want to see me excommunicated so they can say, see, we were right all along. And I hope that that won't happen. But even if it were to, I hope that people could see through it and see that that is not a winning argument.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I know that that might be easier for people in your community, but I hope that people in my community could see that as well. So really quickly, I like this scripture, and people can do with it what they will. But in Doctrine and Covenants 10:37, Joseph is told that he cannot always judge the righteous, as you cannot always tell the wicked from the righteous. So he's told that in that verse. And I think that that's actually interesting that Joseph Smith, and I'm sympathetic to this because I tend to do the same thing. I've learned that I am really sincere, and I tend to project my sincerity onto other people, and that sometimes gets me in trouble.
Me too.
Okay, and I believe that that's what Joseph Smith did, right? But some of the things we can look at is the fact that Joseph actually sued in a court of law Francis Higby for the allegations that he was making of infidelity and polygamy. And if you're going to sue someone, that opens you up to discovery. It's very unlikely for someone who is guilty to sue. And if you go and look at the actual claims that Law made, he didn't have much evidence at all about Joseph's. Like, Law got mad, and I think it was mainly over financial things, if you look at the evidence. And then again, what is the thing to accuse Joseph Smith of after Bennett's letters have come out, after this whole, like, oh, let's build on this polygamy narrative, which if you read the Expositor, it seems to me is what he's doing. And then we can look to Bennett, and I do think that Bennett was a bit of a scoundrel, to say the least. And anyway, we could talk about Bennett another day, because that's a bit of a discussion.
But you're saying that even a prophet of God cannot be the best judge of people and can be fooled by bad people.
Why would we think otherwise, right? Yeah. And I will just say about Bennett, the question that I've kind of used as shorthand recently is, I would like it if someone could show me evidence to show that Bennett's accusations, or the Buckeye's lament, or any of those other accusations are more likely to be insider, literal information, legitimate information, rather than rumors that are either being spread or created. And I think that's important to consider, right? Yeah. Because we know that Bennett was, apt to spread rumors, and just using the first initials, not naming any actual women. And, it's just like, I think when we hold it in the balance of all of the other evidence, it really pales in comparison. It's not nearly as solid of evidence as the evidence that I look to.
That's fair. Do you have a sense for why, the 1835 D&C has section 101 denouncing polygamy, but it says something about giving rise to the rumors that there's polygamy going on.
As the church has been accused.
Do you know why there were rumors that polygamy is going on in the church in 1835?
I would need to dig into this deeper, but this is my strong understanding at this point. I don't think that was an uncommon accusation.
Any church?
Yeah. These kind of this was right after the restaurant. What was it called? My head is starting to get.
There were other polygamists.
So like we had just had the Cochranites, and we had other groups that were playing
the Great
with
Awakening.
The Great Awakening, yes.
Okay.
And then we had these different groups, the Oneidas, the Shakers, that and there were also groups emerging in England. It seemed that this was kind of
polygamy is breaking out lots of places.
Polygamy is breaking out. And if you want to accuse a new church that you don't like, that is not an uncommon accusation. Just like people accuse me of being a conspiracy theorist or a flat earther, because they assume that I must be if I make these accusations. So if they're a new branch and they bug us and we don't like them, then we'll accuse them of that. That I see more evidence for that, definitely, than evidence that there was any polygamy going on. Especially,
or like the Fanny stuff.
Yeah.
Contributing to that.
Well, you would have to show me who got information about the Fanny stuff and started making those accusations in 1835, right? Like we would, it's easy for us to afterwards, with our bias in mind, lump things together, but that's not necessarily a great way to find what actually happened.
Okay. So jumping back to John C. Bennett, I'm just curious about your theory. So clearly you would agree that John C. Bennett was engaging in sexual predation, spiritual wifery.
I think that's pretty well validated in the documents.
Do you think like Brigham Young and Heber C were engaging that early during the John C? Do you think that it was bigger than just John C. Bennett in that sort of 1841, 1842 time frame? Do you think it was more than just John C. Bennett, or was he the author? Was he the Adam?
No.
In my opinion, of spiritual wifery in the Mormon movement?
Not in my opinion at all.
What would be your opinion be of who was the originator?
Well, I don't know that it's an originator. John C. Bennett came to Nauvoo in order to predate women, right? In order to
That's why he came.
be a predator. Well, he had a wife, and psychopaths, whatever we want to call him, need to flee once they burn all the bridges and go get a new start. This was a great place for him to come and pose and make a great start. When the claims came that he had a wife that he had left, Joseph launched an investigation, right? So he wasn't a good guy from the beginning. And he came with, I don't know what, anyway, like, I think it would be a mistake to say that everything grew out of John C. Bennett starting it. We do have evidence, strong evidence actually, of things happening in England in 41, 42, when the apostles were there. There's actually some very strong evidence. I have a friend who's doing good work on this right now that's going to be presenting at the Journal of Mormon Polygamy conference, that we can show. Brigham Young multiple times throughout his life claimed that he had the revelation in England before Joseph said anything about it. He knew it for himself in England before coming home and claiming that Joseph told him in 1842. We have also letters and journals, and we have evidence that William Clayton's England journals show all kinds of, I don't know what you would call it, spiritual falderal, spiritual adultery happening in England before they came and claimed that Joseph taught it to them. So I was actually talking to a friend about this the other day, because I don't have it nailed down at this point, exactly the timeline and where it came from, and but what I was kind of like, it is interesting to see these overlaps, but also I don't think they were all in the same group. I think it was just kind of a thing that was happening with different people.
So, in your theory of what may have happened, it seems like as I said,
sorry, I just wanted to point in, as I said, polygamy was growing in England as well, independently. So while the apostles were there, it didn't have to have a scene. It's kind of like someone doesn't have to teach a man to commit adultery.
Yeah.
Right.
But to claim it's of God is a different thing.
Yeah. And we do see that starting. I thought it was so interesting when I saw in the back of Brigham Young's England Journal, written upside down, it says questions to ask Joseph, question to ask Joseph. And it talks about children who die, and it says, was David a man after God's own heart? That was interesting to me. I don't know if I'm interpreting that correctly, but it sure seems like it could be interpreted as Brigham planning to make his claim to Joseph, to convert Joseph.
Okay. So, in what I've listened to of your YouTube channel, it seems like Brigham Young and Heber C are kind of the OG bad guys in your mind. Is that fair to say?
Well, the Godfathers, because I did an episode called "The Godfathers of Mormon Polygamy." Yeah,
and who are the Godfathers of Mormon Polygamy?
I think Brigham Young, Heber C. Kimball. I think Willard Richards was right in there. I think William Clayton was like the ultimate wannabe. He really wanted to be included, but no one really liked him. But he was involved.
Okay. So do you have a sense, so they're what, 1840, 1841, 1842, they're starting these
1842, 1843 for sure. And there were others, I haven't fit, I think it's Turley in, he was an early polygamist, and there's more work being done that is coming out.
But in your view, they're the ones that start the polygamy shenanigans, and just Joseph doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I don't want to overstate and say it was just them, or it was, but we do have Brigham and Heber claiming to different people that Joseph had a revelation even before 1843, right? Like Brigham claimed to Augusta Cobb. They both claimed to Martha Brotherton. I've tracked down several sources of people claiming there was a revelation from Joseph, right? So I do think that they were highly involved, and I don't know that they were the original. I can't say that yet, but they were the ones who emerged as the leaders afterwards, so it's the easiest to track theirs earlier.
So for you, Brigham and Heber claiming that there was a revelation from Joseph about polygamy isn't a suggestion that it started with Joseph and that Joseph gave some sort of permission. It's that they were making stuff up and trying to pin their sin and their evil on Joseph as a justification or as permission.
Yes, I don't think they had enough clout to have their own revelation that they would carry out. So this was the path they wanted to pursue, and blaming it on Joseph, or saying Joseph did it, validated it for the people that they wanted to convince in my model.
Okay. So, but you see Brigham and Heber C as kind of the ringleaders.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Yeah. Again, I don't want to speak past what I could, I don't want to.
Right now, that's your theory.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I would want to get in and see. I haven't done enough research to see who else might have been involved early, but from what I have seen so far, I would say that Brigham and Heber, and I'd put Willard Richards in there too, because he became Joseph's scribe, and that becomes important.
And then John C. Bennett.
Well, John C. Bennett's journals are, they're a big problem.
I mean, also an OG. If he's in 1842.
Oh yeah, he was for sure. If you read his England journals, it is we have. So my friend Whitney found a journal of Heber C. Kimball's that there's a ton of foot washing and hair combing and spending nights together. And, with women, there are lots of shenanigan looking things. And there's one page that is just fascinating, that it says, washed our feet and went to bed. And the "and went to bed" is scratched out, right? That's just one example of things we can find in the England, materials that I think have not been addressed by the standard narrative.
And that all these OG polygamous shenanigans were happening and Joseph wasn't aware.
I think, we have evidence. We have strong evidence that Hiram was trying to root it out. They were aware it was happening. They were trying to root it out. They knew that this was a problem. I don't think they automatically knew everyone who was involved.
So, because if Brigham and Heber maintained Joseph's support to the end, that would mean that either Joseph looked leniently on their shenanigans, or he didn't know about their shenanigans.
Yeah, I don't think it's as unlikely as people try to claim that he didn't know. This was not a, I mean, if you think about how much time Joseph spent in hiding, how busy he was, people always say he didn't have time to sleep with his wives. He was too busy. And yet we think he had time to know everything that was going on in other people's private lives. There's not evidence that Brigham Young was at all close to Joseph Smith. In 1842, when Joseph has that meeting on the island when he's in hiding, and he has people there that he speaks so highly of, Brigham's not there. You can't connect Brigham closely to Joseph Smith. We do have a source, and it's William Smith, and he's complicated. So, but it's a source to consider, at least, where William, at a breakfast at the end of Joseph's life, told them that, I don't know if William told them or if he heard Joseph say, I would need to read it again to refresh my memory, but that Brigham and Heber are involved in polygamy. And Joseph said, as soon as I get done dealing with these problems, I'll take care of that. And I'm going to have problems with Brigham, is what that source claims. And then we have Hiram writing something. We have a letter from, oh my gosh, see, this is why I need to look over my sources so I can be more fresh. Also, I'm sick, so I'm a little fuzzy brain. So forgive me if I can't remember the details as well. But we have a letter from, I want to say it's Willard Richards to Brigham Young, but it might be William Clayton to Brigham Young or someone else, saying that Hiram is trying to set a trap to catch the men of the secret priesthood. What should we do? Right. And there are a lot of sources like this that, if they are included in the histories, are not really taken seriously enough, in my opinion. So I think we have strong evidence to show that Joseph and Hiram were trying desperately to root it out.
Yeah. You've mentioned this in terms of when John C. Bennett writes his tell-all, he lists initials of alleged wives of Joseph Smith that correspond to names that now the church claims are women who were legitimately sealed to Joseph Smith. So some people say that successfully implies Joseph. I heard you respond once saying something about if magicians can make it look like a woman's cut in half.
Oh, yeah. I can answer differently,
okay,
but go ahead.
No, to do your answer now.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done. I did that episode responding to RFM, and I tried to fit too many things in, and I hadn't done as much research as I've done now. So people should know about my podcast. It's as I've been going. I study something deeply and then put it out.
Great.
So I can't necessarily, if anyone wants to point out something I've said and say I disagree with you, then I would love to go, oh, that's a really good point. Or I disagree with you because of this. I don't want people to cherry pick something and say she's an idiot. So what I will say is we actually have evidence that the historians, the polygamist historians, had John C. Bennett as a source. They include the Happiness Letter. The only source we have for that is John C. Bennett, that he published it, right? So if they
I don't know if that's true, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and it says William Richards instead of Willard Richards wrote it, and it comes from John C. Bennett. And so we So I don't, and then also we know, like I just had an exchange with Dan Vogel either last night or this morning talking about Benjamin F. Johnson. And Dan even said that Benjamin was, that we know he was using the journals and the histories to create his affidavit and to create his narrative. I was like, exactly, right? So the fact that they, like, it really is concerning, but they really needed Joseph Smith to be a polygamist. So even if the accusations came from an enemy, how would John C. Bennett have insider information? If he was a polygamy insider, as Brian Hales is wont to call them, why wouldn't we have all of these claims that Joseph was like forcing men to take extra wives and pushing them into polygamy. So if John C. Bennett was this polygamy insider, why wouldn't he have been told to take other wives, right? And if he wasn't a polygamy insider, if that even existed, why would he have this information that nobody else had? And why would we put so much credibility into him? I think it's much more likely, and I think we can show that the Utah polygamists were using prior sources to create their narratives and their affidavits. Some people might disagree with that, but I don't. I think it'd be hard to say that absolutely is not the case.
So for you, the fact that John C. Bennett lists initials of wives that he believes Joseph Smith was marrying, that now the LDS Church lists with corresponding initials were in fact, according to the LDS Church, Joseph's plural wives.
I find that deeply, deeply sad and troubling. I think we're still following the Brigham Young narrative. And I don't want to call it just the Brigham Young narrative, the polygamy narrative. That was Joseph F. Smith, even more, and I think that it deserves to be reinvestigated.
Because some of these women are the ones that later their names are associated with the affidavits.
But there are many that are not. Louisa Beeman never did an affidavit. She's LB. Agnes Smith never did an affidavit, and even Ina denied it, right? And what am I trying to say? Oh, she's AS. Also, we would need to say, why is Bennett using initials instead of names? It could
be to protect the confidentiality,
right? But
victims.
He's not into that, right? There are other names that he uses, so it is something that has to be argued back and forth. But I think that there are, again, if you look just at what we're doing right now, where I'm just arguing against John Bennett, people might go, "You're ridiculous." But what I would want to do is bring the rest of the body of evidence to the conversation and say, what is more likely to be a credible source? I think that it is more likely that John C. Bennett was spreading and or creating rumors and accusations against Joseph.
Okay.
That were then later utilized by the church.
Okay.
Despite the women never having a voice in that.
Okay. And to the question why Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball weren't excommunicated, you would say at the same time as John C. Bennett, you would say it's because Joseph didn't know.
I think he was trying. Yeah, I think he was trying to keep. I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think people can keep secrets from you. You could say the same thing about a president of a company. How could you have your vice president embezzling and you don't know?
Yeah.
Right? Like, people can keep secrets,
Joseph
and it's not
in your world.
It's not that surprising.
Okay. If it's okay, I'm going to ask your forgiveness ahead of time for one thing. I kind of really want to talk about the Nauvoo Expositor as really the only thing I'm going to talk about in depth, not to try and put you on the spot. I'm going to relate to you my superficial understanding, just spending a few days trying to understand the details. And I think it would, if anything, I think it's going to invite our viewers and listeners to want to investigate the sources, because I think it's a fascinating discussion. Mm-hmm. And to me, I think, and I have to give credit to RFM. I watched his, I did an episode with him about the Nauvoo Expositor, and I went back and listened to his episode where he responds to you called "No, Ma'am, That's Not History," where he talks about it. But I think of all the ways to talk about whether or not Joseph Smith practiced polygamy, I think if there was a silver bullet, I think most of the people that I talked to would say it's the Nauvoo Expositor. So can I share with you how I read the source documents that I've reviewed, and then just have you kind of respond to it?
Yeah. Do you have an Advil or a Tylenol in the meantime?
Yes.
Massive headache.
Yes. So absolutely. Get some water. Okay. There is Advil over there near the kitchen. Let me read out some super chats really quick.
I'm gonna walk in front of the camera.
Get some water. Everybody. It's okay. Get some water. Okay. Go get some snacks.
Thanks.
Get an Advil, take a nap. I will read a few of the super chats because you've been a real sport. Oh my gosh, we're 5 hours in. Oh, I didn't realize the time had gone that fast. Okay, well, maybe we'll end. I don't want to end on the Nauvoo Expositor, but I do want to cover it. And then I want to end on some personal things just about how you're feeling and about church discipline and that sort of thing. And we'll just say we'll do it another time. But let me just read a few super chats while you're taking an Advil. I feel bad. Thanks to Boyd K for his super chat. Let me just read a couple more. Cheryl Bruno. Hey, Cheryl. She says, John, I really appreciate you clarifying points that are hazy. This is a lot of information in a short period of time. Good job. Thanks, Cheryl. Cheryl and I go way back. We go back, I want to say to like 2005, 2006. So it's really fun to reconnect with you, Cheryl. And I know that these are tricky kind of things to navigate, but it's fun to re-engage with you, Cheryl. I hope to re-engage with you more. Rivercrest Lodging says, I hope she finds peace. So much trauma on so many levels. It's hard for me to follow her thinking, but it's easy for me to feel her sincere pain. And I would say her sincerity and her command of the knowledge of the data. So anyway, thanks for that super chat. Donnie Lee Gringo says, how does she decide which apostles, prophets, seers are lying and which ones are telling the truth on any topic? I don't expect you to answer that, but I'm just going to read it out. And you can address that later if you want. I want to get through these. Riley Hyatt writes, what's her interpretation of the happiness letter? I think you answered that. I think you think it's tainted by John C. Bennett being associated with it. Is that right?
Yes, I can't say for sure if it comes from Willard Richards or just John C. Bennett, but it comes through many hands before we should attribute it to Joseph Smith.
Okay. Another B asks, what's the harm in believing Joseph Smith practices polygamy? I think she's basically saying what's wrong with non-monogamy.
What's wrong with believing that Joseph Smith practiced polygamy?
What's wrong with non-monogamy? Polygamy, polyandry.
Oh, she's asking,
is
like,
there
why is it
anything
a problem?
inherently immoral?
Yes.
About, and we can get to that.
Polygamy is very, very abusive to women. It dehumanizes women. It's the equivalent, in my book, it's the equivalent of a form of slavery. It's just gender-based instead of race-based. It does the same thing. It turns humans into property for the benefit of others that want to control them for their own good. And I think that it should be decried. If people want to come up with their own systems of marriage, I'm quite traditional in my beliefs, but polygamy, Mormon polygyny is different than even just it, than other systems.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of polygamy either. And then SH Kyoye 786 says, thank you so much for doing this. Love you guys. Okay.
Oh, that was nice.
All right. Well, yes, thank you for that super chat as well. So, yeah, is it okay if we do just like a little more?
Yeah, we'll try. Yep.
Okay, you're such a great sport. I thought we were at 3 to 4 hours, not 5. So
yeah, I wish I hadn't gotten sick yesterday. So I'm doing my best.
All right. Well, we'll try.
Yep.
I want to talk to you about Nauvoo Expositor, and then I just want to ask you some more personal questions just about how you're doing, about possible church discipline, about that sort of thing. So I'll just share with you what I learned, if that's okay. So I started by going to the Nauvoo Expositor and I hear the affidavits. There's 3 affidavits. So I go and look at the affidavits and I read them, and it's William Law, his wife, and then the 3rd affidavit is Austin Cowles, which is a name I would have never even known, believe it or not. Even though I've read it before, I forgot it. So I'm like, Austin Cowles. Okay, interesting. And then I read those 3 affidavits and I listen to RFM's episode, which basically says, there you have it. In a printed newspaper, the main tenets of Doctrine and Covenants, section 132, including many of the elements that I think you would say were added by Brigham Young later. The latter parts of D&C 132.
No, it's the first verse too.
No, the first and the last. But I'm just saying,
yeah.
You could argue that most of the main substantive elements to the entire D&C 132 can be found written in the Nauvoo Expositor between these three affidavits in print before Joseph Smith dies, before you could sort of allege that Brigham Young came later and added a bunch of stuff. Like, I think it's reasonable to argue that the meat of D&C 132 can be found in these three affidavits in print in the Nauvoo Expositor before Joseph Smith dies. Okay, that's what I concluded. Now, RFM led me to that, but then I went and read the source documents, and I read through each of the three statements, and I'm like, yeah, the comprehensive spirit of D&C 132 to me is reflected in those three affidavits in print in April of 1844, June of 1844.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm seeing you kind of look up a little bit. Are you are you kind of tracking?
I understand the argument. This is the strongest argument on your side.
Okay.
I agree. I want to clarify. It's not evidence that Joseph had sex with women or that he practiced, but
I'm not claiming that.
But it is evidence that Joseph Smith brought forth a revelation on polygamy. So I would agree with that it's the strongest claim for your side.
That it wasn't necessarily Brigham pulling out a document out of his desk and trying to push D&C 132 back. It sort of seems to suggest that the principles of D&C 132 were in the air, and people claiming that Joseph Smith revealed those principles from D&C 132 to them as contemporary sources written in print without Brigham Young's likely influence.
Okay, so let me get into a couple of things. So first of all, the first big problem is that there are very important elements of D&C 132 that are not found anywhere in the Nauvoo Expositor. Anything about eternal marriage, which is unavoidably, inescapably monogamist, right? That's just one example that we have a lot of that.
Well, you can have eternal marriage that's also polygamous, right?
No, not in 132. In 132, it says, if a man and a wife go through this process together.
This is the thing you and Greg talked about on the Quick episode where
did we?
He kept saying,
oh, that was so.
I know, that was.
I'm like, okay, then go have affairs, because if you're not sleeping with all of the women at the same time.
All polygamous marriages are it's one man covenanting with one wife at a time. Go listen to that. That was.
I hope we can all agree. Like this is why in some ways engaging with some Mormon men is so frustrating, because they tie themselves into the stupidest arguments in order to defend polygamy itself, right?
So your view is that eternal marriage in D&C 132 only was monogamous in its nature.
Yeah, if we could.
That's your reading of it.
Well, I mean, yeah, if we look at those verses, and so what I will say is this: we have strong evidence that Joseph Smith received a revelation on eternal marriage that was monogamist, and he taught it publicly on June 6th. Oh, okay, let me get the dates right. Sorry, my head is starting to get fuzzy.
No, I've got them here. 12th, June 7th, 1844 to the Nauvoo Council.
No. July 12th, 1843 is when, I don't know what to make of it.
Oh, yes.
July 14th, 1843, or July 12th, 1843 is when Clayton writes that Joseph wrote the revelation. But what's interesting is, I don't know what to make of Willard Richards, Joseph Smith's journal, but he records that there was a revelation on that day, but doesn't say that it was about polygamy, doesn't say more. And then we have Joseph Smith teaching publicly July 16th, 1843, 4 days later, speaking extensively about eternal marriage, nothing about polygamy, and saying the temple needs to be done before we can teach more. But it is very much an eternal marriage sermon 4 days after. So we would be claiming that he had a polygamy revelation, and then 4 days later taught all day long and didn't say a single thing. But
he wouldn't want to be admitting polygamy in a public sermon, right?
Right. But again, be careful to not just bring the bias to ignore the evidence that, because you can have this idea that, oh, he received this revelation, and Hiram's going to go read it to the High Council with no problem, right? And William Clayton's going to record it in his journal, but it's not anywhere else. It has to be kept super secret, except for these big times that we expose it. And then later on, when we have all of these claims of people saying, Hiram read it to me, Hiram showed it to me, or right, like it becomes very murky. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to go into it very much. I'm really running out of steam. But Joseph Smith did, I believe, have a revelation on eternal marriage, which he taught publicly on July July 16th, 1843. We have multiple records of it. And then if you go forward and read the city council minutes regarding the Nauvoo Expositor on June 8th and June 10th, 1844, responding to the Nauvoo Expositor, they, like, people again just throw out everything that Joseph and Hiram says because they already come to it with the presumption that these other guys are telling, that we have to believe everyone except for them. But they say they turned the truth of God into a lie, and they disavowed all of it. And so I would like to, I again, I'm not loving having this conversation right now while we're not able to get into the documents and when I'm not feeling great. But what I want to say is, we have strong evidence. Hiram again taught eternal marriage on April 8th, 1844, and completely condemned and forbid polygamy, right? And so we have this strong line of them teaching eternal marriage, and we have a portion of that in 132. And then we have these other revelations that they claimed were going around Nauvoo on polygamy. And I don't know what might have been going around, but I believe that 132 is an amalgamation of true and false sources. And that is borne out by William Law himself saying that the document he saw that he claimed was a revelation was much shorter.
Where did he say
than
that?
was 132 in his interview with Dr. Weil. So Wilhelm Weil
You don't like
wrote
that interview, do you? Isn't that a problematic interview from your perspective?
I don't think, well, you can't just say an entire source is problematic. You can't just say an entire person.
Well, if it's really late or if the person is antagonistic to the church, can't you say it's a bad source?
Well, William Law.
Not credibly, but I mean, don't
William
historians do that?
William Law, why would William Law be motivated to say that 132 was something different than what he saw? Dr. Weil he corrects Dr. Weil in several of the points that he makes in his book, and some of them, and then he takes a lot of the information from Dr. Weil, and they write some letters back and forth and then have some interviews. And he says that the document he saw was much shorter. Then we have James Whitehead saying that he saw a document on eternal marriage and it was much shorter. And then we have the RLDS missionaries that came out have several accounts of who they were told worked on creating the revelation, amalgamating it, W.W. Phelps and William Clay and others. And so there are a lot of questions to ask about it. I appreciate RFM's research. I would love to engage with him about it as well. I do not think the case is nearly as solid as he claims. And I have a lot more reasons to say that as well. Just, again, it would be good to have the documents right in front of us. So I think he did some good work and some good, I mean, this has been pointed out, like this was pointed out forever ago by the polygamists in my discussion group. So it's not a new argument, but it's already been hashed out and done. And I think there is much stronger evidence to show that Joseph was teaching about eternal marriage, not polygamy, which is amalgamated in what became 132.
Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to call an audible because I can tell you're running out of steam and I don't want to be a jerk. So I'm going to but I also want to talk about this on this podcast. And so I'm going to free you.
I'm okay to keep going.
I'm going to free you from having to micro respond to what I came up with. This will be fun. I want to put this out as an exercise to those of you who either like Michelle and like D&C 132 problems and tend to think Joseph Smith wasn't a polygamist. And I want to throw this out to ex-Mormons and critical Mormons and believing Mormons that tend to think he was a polygamist. I'm going to share with you without you needing to respond. You can respond, but I'm not expecting you to respond because I know I've already kept you 5 hours and you're sick and you're running out of steam. So I'm going to just share what I learned.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it. I'll do it from start to finish. It'll take hopefully just 5 minutes. But I'm doing it because I think it's really interesting. I think it's important. And I think it's a fantastic field as a launching point to have a lot of other interesting conversations with the documents in front of them. So I'll lay out I'll call it a straw man. It's not a straw man. It's my best attempt at sort of highlighting what I think and what RFM thinks and other people think is like the biggest problem. And I have a little bit that RFM didn't mention that I'm proud of myself for looking into that I didn't get from RFM. I'm going to lay it out. You can respond to what you want, but I have no expectation that you do because I can tell you're tired and not feeling well.
Okay. I want to give the same call out to RFM. I think it's funny, John, that that RFM is sending his questions through you rather than just engaging with me. So
No, he didn't do that. He just
I
said,
hope RFM at some point will
Yeah.
be willing to have a conversation with me, because I like
Yes.
RFM a lot. I'm sad that he really doesn't like me. I think we could be friends.
oh, yeah, absolutely. He's big-hearted. And he didn't give me questions to ask you. He let me know that he did an episode relating to you, and then I went back and listened to it.
Oh,
But it
okay.
wasn't like RFM's filling
So
out
is
my
that
outline.
what this is? Because I felt very misrepresented in that episode, which is okay. I should have done a better job and shouldn't have set myself
No,
up for
this
it,
is
but-
just me taking some of the stuff RFM shared, looking at the source documents, and trying to do my own understanding
okay.
of what happened. So I'm going to lay this out, and I'm going to challenge all of you to listen to my story, check out the source documents, see what's wrong with it, see what you agree with, see what you don't. And if you want to respond to anything at the end, of course, I'm going to give you a chance on this episode. So, okay. So I start with looking at the 3 affidavits. And of course, I knew that William and Jane Law, were behind the Nauvoo Expositor, but I knew nothing about Austin Cowles. So I start looking into it, and I hear about the Nauvoo City Council and a report, reports that Joseph Smith. Well, in the affidavits, I read, if I'm remembering right, claims that Joseph Smith shared his revelation with the Nauvoo City Council.
That Joseph did or Hiram did?
Hiram did, yes, thank
With
you.
the
That
High
Hiram
Council.
did, yes, thank you. Yes, that Hiram did. So that makes me want to look a little bit more into Austin Cowles. And what I found out was that according to both according to the LDS Church, but also apparently according to Elvira Annie Cowles' own affidavit, which again, after you can contest if you want. What I learned about Elvira Annie Cowles, who I'd never thought about really until yesterday, was that she was a maid in the Joseph Smith home, like Fanny, in, let's just say around 1842 through the end of 1842, that she marries Jonathan H. Holmes, December 1st, 1842. So she's in Joseph's home up until the time she marries Jonathan H. Holmes. And then according to her affidavit, as I understand it, and to the LDS Church and to the Joseph Smith Papers Project, that on June 1st, 1843, this would be 6 months after she marries Jonathan Holmes, that Elvira marries Joseph Smith as a plural wife. That's definitely what the Joseph Smith Papers Project claims. And it lists a whole bunch of sources. It claims her own affidavit. It mentions Joseph F. Smith and his affidavits on celestial marriage. It mentions Brown, Nauvoo sealings, adoptions and anointings, Todd Compton and sacred loneliness, all sorts of evidence the church would provide saying that Elvira was one of Joseph Smith's plural wives. So that's June of 1843. And then in July 12th, 1840, did you want to respond?
Well,
You're about to fall asleep.
Well, can I just pause you?
So-
Because I appreciate that, but I would like this so much better if we were to say, hey, let's discuss the expositor. And then we could both bring our evidences and have an actual conversation. Because
No, we will. I'm happy to do that. You
Okay.
don't, well, can I just share this
Okay.
one thing?
Yep.
And I know this is your interview, but I think it's interesting.
Okay.
I think it's interesting. Are you saying I'm massacring?
No,
the
I would
history?
like to push back on some of these things. I'd like to add some.
But can that be a teaser for our next episode?
Okay.
Can that be a
yeah,
teaser?
Yeah.
And I want to challenge our viewers and listeners to go do their own research so that when we do have a second episode, I'm laying out a homework assignment.
Okay.
Is that okay if we frame it that way?
Okay.
That way you don't have to feel like this is the final word or that what I say is right. This is a homework assignment to you, the viewers and listeners, to see if I'm wrong, if if you've got alternative explanations. Is that all right?
Mhm.
Is it hard for you to do that?
That's okay. Yeah, of course. I always want to
Okay.
say my piece, but I'll just let you go.
Okay. So then I read that after Elvira is allegedly married to Joseph Smith as a plural wife, that July 12th, so about a month later, 1843, allegedly, according to, I guess we would say, William Clayton and maybe Hiram Smith, that the polygamy revelation is dictated July 12th, 1843. So
Just
June,
William Clayton, not Hiram Smith.
William Clayton. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. And that's from his journal, right? Okay.
And his later affidavit that Joseph F. Smith actually wrote, that Cheryl and Bruno and I are releasing a paper on in the next couple of weeks.
But it is in his journal, his diary, right?
His recopied, highly problematic diary that
Okay.
still hasn't been released. Yes.
Andrew Ehat's copying of a diary that he had access to that the Mormon Church is still holding and hasn't
That is
released
a
yet.
recopied. It's not a contemporary diary. It's been recopied. It's a clean copy.
Okay, that's
So
good.
that
That's
could have
good.
been, it's very possible that he was creating it just as other evidence was created.
Okay,
to
maybe,
paint this
maybe.
narrative.
Maybe. Yep. So Mormon Church released that freaking diary. Okay. Right? Right?
Yeah, we already do know that it's recopied. That's not a question.
Okay. So according to William Clayton, July 12th, 1843, the polygamy revelation is dictated by Joseph Smith to Hiram, right? And then August 12th, 1843, like you mentioned, allegedly this polygamy revelation is read to the Nauvoo High Council. And there are several attendees who stated under oath that Hiram, as you corrected me on, read that revelation to the Nauvoo High Council. And again, the Joseph Smith Papers Project lists a gazillion affidavits of different people: Thomas Grover, Joseph F. Smith, Jane and William Law, all sorts of sources the LDS Church would claim support the idea
Jane
that
and William Law didn't claim that he read it. They claimed that they saw it. Those are just the Expositor affidavits because they weren't at the High Council meeting. So they say that Hiram showed it to him. We have a lot of affidavits of people claiming that Hiram showed them the revelation
but
in addition to theirs, but they're all later.
But Austin Cowles would have been at that Nauvoo City Council meeting, correct?
I would need to look at the rolls. I'm embarrassed that I am not coming prepared for this. I'm just too
No,
fuzzy-brained.
no.
He had stepped down from the Nauvoo High Council.
Well,
He was
yeah.
objecting to, you can see he wanted somebody, and I'm just too fuzzy to remember this. There was somebody that he wanted excommunicated, and he didn't win that argument and stepped down right after that.
Okay.
And I think that's a better explanation of why he stepped down.
But
Because the Expositor didn't come out until a year after that, almost a year later. And he never made a
I'm getting
claim
there.
about,
Yeah.
never made a claim about Elvira or, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm slumping in my chair.
No, it's okay. So my understanding is that Austin Cowles was at that Nauvoo City Council meeting
Okay.
where he alleges to have heard Hiram Smith
I will not argue with that. I'm
present
sure
the
you're correct.
revelation.
Mhm.
Okay. So we're trying to understand Austin Cowles. Why would he end up participating in the Nauvoo Expositor? And why would he, be mad at Joseph Smith? And what I'm piecing together is it's possible that he found out that his daughter had been polyandrously married to Joseph Smith at some point. Maybe, I'm speculating, that maybe he didn't want to believe, like William Law, according to some accounts, didn't want to believe that Joseph was involved in the spiritual wifery. But then he's sitting in that Nauvoo City Council and he's having Hiram present to him this revelation that ends up being reflected again in the Nauvoo Expositor, that also the substance of which appears in D&C 132. So a month after Austin Cowles allegedly attends the city council and has the polygamy revelation revealed to him by Hiram, he sorry, I'm getting that wrong. So August 12th, 1843 is when the revelation was read was read to the Nauvoo City Council. Then September 12th, 1843, a month after that Nauvoo City Council meeting happens. So September 12th, 1843, Austin Cowles resigns from the Nauvoo High Council. So within a month of that meeting, he resigns. And what I was able to read is that Austin Cowles was always against polygamy. He was always opposed to it. He was opposed to it after he resigns from the Nauvoo City Council. And the explanation for his motivation for signing the affidavit and participating in the Nauvoo Expositor was that he hated polygamy, was led to believe that Joseph Smith was a part of it. And I would add probably that he at some point found out that Joseph Smith had married his own daughter. And that provides a lot of explanation for why, with very sincere and I would say potentially laudable motives, that if true, I would think you would respect, he hated this idea of polygamy, associated it with Joseph, and that's why he included his affidavit in the Nauvoo Expositor, which, by the way, along with William and Jane Law's affidavits, reflect a lot of the substantive doctrines that are allegedly presented in D&C 132. And all of this has nothing to do with Heber C. Kimball or Brigham Young injecting, forcing affidavits or doctoring documents. These are contemporary sources, people close to Joseph, who with firsthand accounts are expressing concern about learning about Joseph Smith's polygamy, learning about the revelation, and then objecting to it. So that was interesting to me. That's stuff I had no idea. I feel like I at least tried to go to the primary sources.
Mm-hmm. I think again, I would rather have a conversation about this that we could both come prepared with, but I want to point out, I acknowledged that this is the strongest evidence your side has. And did you hear how much speculation you had to build into that explanation?
Sure.
Tons and tons of speculation, tons of it. And I, again, didn't make my points. And then also, yes, I would love to, like pushing back on RFM, he made some claims about why there are no children in Nauvoo that were like completely, it was kind of like your episode where you just hadn't studied it enough, right? He made some outrageous claims that showed a huge lack of understanding. So I think maybe we could do another episode and we could bring up those two issues. Maybe RFM would want to come, I think that would be great. I just am not up to engaging on this topic in depth right now.
Do you feel like Austin Cowles is not a credible source for the same types of reasons you do? You don't like William Law?
So I've tried to say this several times. I feel like if we look at the totality of evidence, right? If we look at the full body of evidence on each side and see what's happening, it is far easier for me to explain why Coles, some people pronounce it Coles because it's written that way at times. So Cowles,
I'm sure
Coles.
That's right.
I'm not sure. But it's far easier for me to explain this than it is to explain the huge, massive body of evidence on the other side. I think that you are actually not correct about why Cowles stepped down. I think it's a huge problem that he didn't ever claim that his daughter was married to Joseph Smith, right? And I don't see any evidence of that. I just see a much, much later affidavit that we could dig in and has problems. It has problems. I have found so many problems with those Nauvoo Expositor affidavits. We have several of them that we can show they were just not telling the truth for a variety of reasons. There are no notes from that August 12th meeting that show what would have happened, and it would have been explosive. Marx was co-teaching with Hiram that day. Also, I asked the question, and I think that this should be considered and not just thrown out, what revelation did Hiram go across the street and get to take to the Expositor? According to the stories, the one version that Clayton wrote was burned, and we only had one other version written by Kingsbury that was tucked away and secret. And so we would have to, these are not all of the arguments, but there are a lot of things that we would point to. But then I would like the opportunity to push on you on some of my strongest arguments and have you try to explain them. Because again, we're arguing just like I'm playing complete defense here, which I don't think is the best way to get to the truth.
And I'm not, I hope I was clear. My intent wasn't to attack you or even to say that I proved anything. Yeah. I don't think that I can barely remember things that I have right in front of me on a piece of paper.
I feel bad that we're ending it on this topic rather than starting a fresh one on this topic, because I feel like it leaves a taste in everyone's mouth that I have bad arguments or something, but hopefully it doesn't.
I don't think so. I think hopefully people will take their homework assignment to go study this story and the original sources. Read
the High Council record. It's a little bit tough, but John Dinger wrote a good book on it. Read why, so you can see what happened right before Coles stepped down, that I think is much better proximity. Explain why they waited a year to publish it, and then look into the deeper story behind the Nauvoo Expositor. There's a lot going in there. Law was starting a new church. He was trying to take over for Joseph. He wanted to be the leader. And so those who wanted to side with him had more motives than just exposing what they saw as the truth. I'm not claiming there wasn't a revelation. I've already said there were a quote, a pretended revelation. There are many claims that there could have been something that they saw. What I am saying is that 132 is a later amalgamation.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of evidence for that.
But the revelation you believe does exist, there's no evidence for a different revelation, right? There's no document, there's no source. That's speculation.
What do you mean?
That there is you sort of seem to have the belief that there was some revelation that was shared,
Joseph Smith
but that it didn't have polygamy in it. That's speculation, right?
No, Joseph Smith taught publicly on July 16th, 1843, and there are numerous records of it, that he taught on eternal marriage, right? And then in the city council minutes, both he and Hiram say that. They explain exactly what the revelation was. They explain what verse it was based on. It was based on the Sadducees' trick question to Jesus about they neither marry nor are given in marriage. Joseph explains exactly what the revelation was, where it came from. It matches perfectly the notes on July 16th. He says, this is the revelation that I had. This is a lie. And for us to not recognize the consistency between those sources and just throw that out, I think is irresponsible. And then we can show a lot of problems with those later affidavits of people claiming that Hiram read it. And then we completely lack any notes in those high council minutes. They have to come up with the day of August 12th, I think, by going through the notes. The fact that we claim that Hiram would be team teaching with Marx, who we know was an anti-polygamist and didn't really believe it was happening. We could talk about these other things. I'm just saying there are a lot of things on the other side that need to be looked at.
Love it. Okay. All right. Thanks for going through that exercise with me. The viewers and listeners are really mad. They're like, end the interview now. How do you feel? Is it okay if I ask you now, switching away from source documents, any of that, just a couple personal questions, just to kind of
Sure.
to end on a more positive personal note?
Sure.
Are you sure?
I'll go home and take a hot bath.
Okay, me too. I love baths. Okay.
Thanks, guys, for watching out for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Some people feel like you not just believing the affidavits that the women write, even into the late 1800s, is sort of a suggestion of not believing women,
Sure.
of not trusting women, of disrespecting women in their own voices. Give a quick defense for why, because I know you believe Emma and I know you believe in women. And I love that I'm hearing that your motivation is about empowering women and giving women voices. Mm-hmm. So when somebody says you're disrespecting these women who wrote these affidavits later by not just believing them and trusting them, what would you tell people?
So again, the majority of the affidavits are actually the words of men, and women are being used, right? There are later affidavits and later writings that we can look at. And I think each one needs to be taken on its own merits. And so this is kind of a difficult question to answer, but maybe I could give a better answer, but maybe the shorthand is, look at the FLDS women. Did I already talk about that when the compound was raided?
Yeah,
right?
No, please.
When the compound was raided, we saw these women going everywhere saying Warren Jeffs would never marry underage girls, and saying, no, I was 18 when my baby was born, right? We have to be careful when we believe women that are trapped in a rather totalitarian society. If you look at Brigham Young brought the church thousands of miles away, and they were very, very isolated in Utah. And then they were taught constantly that it was their responsibility to follow their priesthood head. And in some ways, Mormon polygamy is the most pernicious of all of these systems, because I don't like to compare, and I'm sorry if I offend anyone with comparisons to slavery. Please don't think I'm saying this is worse than slavery. But what I think is a useful comparison is that people who were enslaved, or in the old world, women that were trapped in a king's harem, had the hope of a better future. The American enslaved people had spirituals that they sang, and they hoped for Moses and deliverance, right? In Mormon polygamy, the women were taught that this was their eternity, that there was no escape from this. They had to be faithful and silent and obedient for any hope of not going to hell, right? And so we have to think of these women in that circumstance. And I never want to say I don't believe women, but we also need to look at their stories. Helen Mar Kimball's book that she writes highly, highly problematic. It's basically an anti-monogamy screed. It's saying that monogamy is of the devil. It will destroy the earth. It will, right? And then we have all of these sort of fanciful, melodramatic, romantic claims that she makes, right? We need to also understand the climate and culture of Utah at this time period. These women were not trying to say, Joseph Smith did this to me or he victimized me in this way. This was in a culture where the more you sacrificed for the principle, the more righteous you were. So Helen Kimball and Helen Whitney and others that were writing these, like she was maximizing her sacrifice in order to elevate herself. Also, these women were asked to write their reminiscences for these purposes. And like Elizabeth Ann Whitney's, her reminiscence was actually written by, I think Emmeline P. Wells. I'm sorry if I get any names wrong, forgive me, but at the behest of Eliza Smith for Edward Tullidge's book, right? So, and if you look at her affidavit, her reminiscence compared to the affidavits, compared to the other claims, none of it matches up. These are much easier. These documents are much easier explained as later attempts to claim earlier events. And I will just say, anyone who is curious at all about this, please go read the Temple Lot testimonies. 3 of Joseph's wives testified. I think it's Lucy Walker, Melissa Lott, and Emily Partridge. And if you read through their Temple Lot testimonies, and then read like Joseph Smith III and compare them, and you can see what I'm talking about. I mourn for these women who were put in these positions to defend this. I think it's a mistake to say believe women without taking into account the situations the women are in. If we say believe Elizabeth Smart when she says, no, I'm not Elizabeth Smart, we are not doing her a service.
I think that Warren Jeff's FLDS point is really powerful, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. And again, if you're annoyed by what Michelle's saying or by what I'm saying, go check out the source documents and think through it yourself. I love it. Anyway, really quickly, I'll end on a couple more. Like, I'm sure it's not lost to you that, from Brigham Young to George Albert Smith, all those LDS church presidents practiced polygamy, that, Russell Nelson and Dallin H. Oakes and several other LDS prophets, Howard W. Hunter, Joseph Fielding Smith, were sealed to multiple spouses in the eternities. Like, to say that polygamy was a mistake, and that Brigham Young and Heber C. Kimball and John Taylor lied and hid and sinned and pushed this on the church, and that just the prophets, seers, and revelators from then to now all got it wrong. Number one, I'm sure you can see how that sort of potentially puts them in the light of being evil people, because that's making up things, sexual predation, forging documents, rewriting history. That's the work of evil. And so, there's so many different ways to ask this question, but how does that not, number one, condemn a bunch of prophets, seers, and revelators that, according to the LDS Church, God called? You know what I'm saying? That's, how can the church be true? How can God be at the head of the LDS Church if God is calling horrible men to be prophets for a couple centuries?
So I don't know that I would agree with the characterization of horrible men or evil men. I think it's more important to get in and try to understand their moral framework, try to understand them. I am deeply troubled by many things, particularly about Brigham Young. I also try to give grace and see the value that he brought and some of the good things that he accomplished. That is, so anyway, I don't know if I should say that. I had a real struggle. So my 16-year-old, people are going to make fun of me, but some people are really mean, but my 16-year-old is named Brigham. And I had a real crisis realizing I had done that. My husband did not want to name him Brigham. I argued for it just because I thought it was a cool name. I didn't love Brigham Young. I just thought it was a cool name. I went to high school with a cool kid named Brigham, had good associations with it. And anyway, and I've had to deal with I went through a time of feeling like I named my son Adolf, and so it's been good for me to try to go in again and try to see from a different perspective, and have more grace. But I do struggle with a lot of things. It's true. However, when I read the scriptures, I don't see perfect people and perfect leaders, right? I see a pattern of God doing something, establishing a people, and then spending the rest of the time trying to get them to come back to the terms of the covenant, or whatever we want to call it, to stop doing things that are pretty wrong. I think the whole I mean, we can look throughout the scriptures. I could talk about Eli's sons and how evil they were, that he called them as priests and let them keep sexually predating the women and taking all of the feasts. We can look at Samuel and his sons. We can look throughout history and say there are problems with church leaders at times. However, that doesn't necessarily invalidate what God did through those people. And I don't believe it invalidates us. I think the message of Jesus Christ is you can always turn back. You can always come again, right? You can always repent. We don't say, oh, sorry, you did that, therefore it's all over. You're done. And I just, as I have looked into, like, for me, the roots of this church are really, really good. I know people agree, disagree. For me, as I have delved into this research, my heart has been really softened for Joseph Smith. It's really been a redemptive process, because I had the same challenges, the same biases and grudges against him. And as I have studied things that I didn't know and sources that aren't talked about, and seeing how he dealt with things, how he dealt with people coming after him consistently, time after time, it's really easy to look at the sources of what other people said about him, but it's something else to look at his own words and his own actions. And it has honestly amazed me. I have come to really, I know this will ruffle feathers, but I have come to love Emma and Joseph Smith. And I feel that's one of the reasons, like when you guys were doing your episode, I just want to cry sometimes, because I feel like people misunderstand him so badly from what I have seen. And so I think the roots of reliance on the Spirit, forgiveness, love, Christ-like attributes, believing that God can commune with man, believing we can live our lives this way, being taught to ask God each day, what can I do today to make the world a better place? How can I serve you? The roots that I see, the power that I think of Mormon and so much of the Doctrine and Covenants, right, combined with the fruits that I see of the people around me and the goodness and being able to feel the Spirit and I had my son who attempted suicide, who served a mission. And my gosh, missions have been good for my kids. I don't want to just take that away from them too quickly. And I know we have all kinds of questions, I've had to have answers, but I know that there are troubling branches, but I don't think that branches define the entire tree. And I think that if we're up there trying to do our best to just cut some of those branches off, to make the tree a little better. I went through a lot of time of not having much hope at all for the church, just thinking, okay, it's condemned, it's over. And the Lord has really changed my perspective on that. I was called kind of in a surprising way to go back to the temple. My PTSD, I had had a couple of experiences in the temple, and I was not going to go to the temple again. But after I was healed, I was told to go to the temple, and I had some profound experiences. And I was shown that there is so much hope for the church. We're not done yet. It's not over. And I really, really love so much of this church that if some of the leaders got some things wrong, God's bigger than that. I have learned there is no mistake I can make that's too big for God to fix. And I think that's true of all of our leaders as well.
Beautiful. I have to ask this before we go. I'm sure somebody wrote that it's kind of people who don't like the church win either way. If you're right that Joseph Smith never practiced polygamy, that makes all the subsequent prophets, according to this person, horrible people, and the church is false. Therefore, it loses. If Joseph Smith was a polygamist, then the church was founded by a sexual predator, and the church loses. So it's kind of a people sometimes view your position as being a lose-lose for the church.
It's irrelevant, right? That's exactly what I said earlier, why I didn't want to get into Joseph Smith, because I was like, it doesn't matter who started it. It's the same problem for the church. And so somebody would then say, then you're on the chopping block for excommunication, because just talking about this stuff sort of maligns the church from the church's perspective, and that would make them see you as a threat.
So like, I'm sure you do this knowing that excommunication is a possibility. Do you have thoughts and feelings about that?
I pray all the time that we can have room in the church for loyal, faithful, good members who disagree on a historical point, who say, like it is surprising that saying our founding prophet was faithful to his wife and told the truth might be considered an excommunicable offense. That's really something to wrap your brain around, right? I know that I am putting my leaders in a difficult position. And I love and appreciate them so much. They're such incredibly good men, and I hate that I am making their job harder, and I recognize that our church sometimes struggles with people having a different view. I never want to say what the church should do. I try really hard not to be critical, and if I have overstepped in any way, then I'm sorry. Let me retract that. I look back at Mountain Meadows Massacre and think, one, maybe the only thing we can feel good about in that whole horrible episode is the fact that we didn't excommunicate Juanita Brooks. I think that is a really beautiful thing that helps give us some amount of redemption from that terrible episode. I compare that to like Helmut Hubner, right? Who was excommunicated when he was fighting against Hitler. I know that I am making people uncomfortable. I understand that, this is uncharted territory. I do pray, and I ask your audience to pray that that there can continue to be room in the church for me and my family, because it blesses us a lot.
Beautiful. And I think we already discussed that you are seeing people being excommunicated for having the public position that Joseph did not practice polygamy. Is that right? I
think, well, like anything, it depends on what is your term, Bishop Roulette, like leadership. And I do understand. I just think, in general, excommunication is, I don't see it in general doing more good than harm. And I really do mourn at the people I know who have been excommunicated. I'm hoping that, I know some people think like I don't go sound off at my ward. I don't say things, I feel like Sunday service is a very sacred space where I hope that everybody doesn't bring their own pet issue in and make it hard for us to all worship together. So I hope that that's helpful. And I try to be very respectful. I don't try to convince anybody that I'm right in my life, but I do hope that I can continue to read the scriptures and believe what they say, testify of the goodness of Joseph and Emma Smith, and study history. That's basically what I'm doing, and I hope it doesn't become a problem. I don't think it should become a problem. I don't think historical questions should be like articles of faith, right? We should be able to study a historical question. The fact is, for anyone who wants to claim I'm hurting the church or leading people out of the church, the truth is polygamy hurts the church. Polygamy leads people out of the church. And one of the arguments I say is I hope that as a church, we don't want the only people talking about it to be people like you who really are quite critical of the church, right? And I mean, that's not an offense, but I would like there to be room for my voice to talk about polygamy in a way where I really am genuinely an advocate for the church, even knowing the challenges. I hope, maybe this is presumptuous of me, but I hope that my church could see me as part of the solution. Look, here's someone who has studied all of this in depth and has felt strongly compelled to stay. And, and I hope that can be something that that won't I feel bad that I'm causing more problems for any of the church leaders who already do so much.
Beautiful. All right. Well, I'm having a mutiny by my staff and the viewers saying, let Michelle go. Free Michelle. Free Michelle.
No, it's an all-nighter. We're here for good. No, I'm just kidding.
Everyone's mad at me. In fairness, we did agree that it would be a lengthy interview, but you've been a great sport.
Well, and it's been delightful, John. It's been really fun.
Did I do okay?
You did. I was a little concerned. I was a little mad last night, but I think we came through it.
Was this okay?
Yeah, this was great.
If people are mad at me for this, you're telling me I'm okay?
You're okay. Just tell them to send me flowers or bubble bath or something.
Do you accept donations? Do you accept financial support?
I do. I would love.
How can people
donations.
support you financially?
Yeah, just on 132 Problems. I accept Venmo or Patreon or just on YouTube. I really do. My husband would love it if I were helping with an income. Now that I don't have babies, he funds my passion project. So I appreciate any donations, especially also while we're trying to do this journal and do this conference and build the journal. I really do want to ask people, please consider attending the conference, the Journal of Mormon Polygamy Conference. You'll rub shoulders with a lot of people here. If you've been interested enough to sit in through, what has it been, 6 hours? I think this might be something that you would really enjoy and appreciate. We would love to see you there. We'd love to meet people. I think it's going to be a great opportunity.
And I think you want me to show that screen again, so I'll just show it there. There is the website for the Journal of Mormon Polygamy, and there's the registration button. What are the dates again, and who's there?
March 21st, 22nd. I will remind people that my co-founder of the journal does not agree with my perspective.
Cheryl Bruno.
Cheryl Bruno is a hardcore polygamy affirmer. I'm a pretty hardcore monogamy affirmer. So we are bringing that opposition into everything we do, which I think makes us a powerhouse. It's really a good combination.
All right. Well, I've really cherished. It's hard for me to get super excited and engaged in interviews sometimes after 20 years and 2,000 episodes. I loved preparing for today, and I loved every minute of our 5 hours and 47 minutes that we spent together. I'm sorry you're sick, and I'm sorry I kept you so long. But I didn't want to end on just that intense historical conversation.
Yeah, no,
I think the stuff
it.
you shared at the end brings it back up to an uplifting conclusion.
Yep. And you know what?
It's more heartfelt.
I've got a heart of steel. I always could go longer, so I'm just fine. No, I have really, really appreciated this interview. I thought you conducted it very respectfully, very well, and I cannot thank you enough.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
So no one be mad at John.
Okay,
don't be mad at John.
Yeah, you hear that, Gerardo? Okay. All right. So the YouTube channel is 132 Problems. Michelle Stone. Yeah, thank you so much for sitting in the hot seat and for pushing us all to look at the primary sources. Yeah. And I really, and if you want, let's figure out a part 2.
Yes,
maybe?
Please. Guys, hold him to that. Be mad at him if he doesn't bring me back
you
on.
Want to do
That's
a part
when
2.
You, can be
You
on.
want to do a part 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll come do some of your Mormon discussions. I'll do whatever you want.
You'll be the contrarian, or
I'll just
it'll be truly neutral.
Yeah.
Or objective.
Yeah. Then
by having multiple sides.
Yeah. Use me however you want to. I'm game for all of it. I am passionate about this topic. I love the research. I love presenting it. So.
All right. Thank you, Michelle Stone. Thanks for joining us on Mormon Stories.
Thanks.
Thanks to all our viewers and listeners. Again, don't hate me. We couldn't do this without your financial support. So thanks to everyone who donates. Thanks to Brooklyn, Julia, Gerardo, Maven. They were all integral to today's episode. Thanks to our board. Thanks to our donors. If you want to become a donor, go to mormonstories.org, click on the donate button, become a monthly donor. Also support Michelle Stone and 132 Problems while you're at it. Check out the conference. I may go. It just depends on whether I'm available.
Come, John.
I will try and come.
Yes, you would be. We have lunches set up where people can go to lunch with whoever they want to. So people would love to come and go to lunch with you. I think you would be a fantastic presence at the conference.
That's kind.
It'd be great.
Sometimes I think the Mormon Studies crowd hates me, but thanks for saying that.
Well, do you know what? We are expanding. This is the Mormon studies crowd hates me. I am not allowed to. Anyway, it's been, you know what? I know that we're already done, but it has been shocking to see people not wanting these conversations to take place. So I really appreciate you jumping on board. And we also want more voices studying this topic. So I would love to invite RFM to submit an article on his topic to our Expositor episode. And John, if you have anything you'd want to submit, it'd be great. Come on, get the scholarship going.
Okay, all right.
Or anybody else listening, anybody who wants to dig in and study that. People have no idea. Like the field is white, all ready to harvest on this topic.
Beautiful. All right. Thanks again, Michelle. Thanks, Cheryl. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. Read the primary sources. Get engaged. Talk to people instead of talk about people. I say these things in the name of Emma Smith. Amen.
Oh, okay.
How's that?
Amen.
All right. Thanks for joining us today, everybody. Take care. See you all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast.